is an asshole. Paul is a dick. Paul is a douchebag. Paul is a prick. Paul, such a jerk. He makes me feel sick. What a fucking moron. Paul is an asshole. Paul is a dick. Paul is a douchebag. Paul is a prick. Paul, such a jerk. He makes me feel sick. What a fucking moron. I've met a lot of idiots. I've been around the block, but never have I met a guy who's such a fucking cop. I've traveled around this big wide world. I've hunted high and low, but Paul is still by far the biggest asshole that I know. Paul is an asshole. Paul is a dick. Paul is a douchebag. Paul is a prick.
If it's me, you're mad at. You get a scar on your chest like Saga. She fighting, that's what I'm bad at. My thing working. Come through in a beat up Honda. Give one the 100 slap like Yonda. Give it the mic, can never ride the rhythm, cause I spit the fire just like that was him. I'm a Liverpool invader, climbing to the top just like Vega. You be me, nobody can save ya. On the mic, man, I way too major. Shocking MCs like Blanca. I got money in the bank, I'm a banker. You got money in the... Look, pick with the hooks like bullrock. Get the raver jumping like a bullfrog. I've been doing it for more than a while. In the game, I'm a soldier like Gaio. So, cause they're big like Zangief. Don't when you get ever tight it. Now you don't wanna get into no big man beef. I'm here, if you want a lyrical, I'm that guy son. Stuck in a prestige like a dice. I'm like a big man if you wanna come out. If it's me.
Top with a thing in your face like what did he say? Yo, I know why I never got the award, cause I'm still putting man up in a hospital ward. If I pull up in a Honda Accord, long clip teeth so big enough to floss with a sword. I don't know why they wanted to. Yeah. Yo, I know why I never got the award, cause I'm still putting man up in a hospital ward. If I pull up in a Honda Accord, long clip teeth so big enough to floss with a sword. Don't know why they wanted the war. I ball out with hooligans, scrapping at home and abroad. You went there, you was home with your broad. Tell him I ain't messing when I'm chefing his beef with the rams, couldn't handle the sauce. Big boy sets surrounded by 20 dead MCs, feeling like I'm trapped in a morgue. Turn into a corpse, sperm and alive with a fantastic four. Would you expect when you man gas up a torch? Sets on my own mic, on my left blade, on my right. Never ever got my back to the door. Luke Sky walks when I come man with force. You don't want me battling, battering. Grab a stake and rattle it. Firing so many shows from the top, the ground looks like a gravel pit. Wanna see what I got till I unravel it. Look how they starring babbling it. You and I'm backing it. When it gets messy, they don't tackle it. Take who's chain aboard, you ain't having it. Never caught that line, but came you're trapping it. Fool, it's not that in it. You ain't got the belly, you're grabbing it. If I left the money, you're grabbing it. Snakeboard MC. You been in the ground for years with that stacking it. Every year attacking it, that's why I'm busy. Summer after summer, you man know I'm busy. They don't know Dylan. So every MC that I span knows what it's. Yo, live on the
Well, you're grass, yeah, bro? Well, you're grass, yeah?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you're grass, yeah? What, you're snitch, yeah? Go and tell us.
Yeah.
Go and tell us. What are you? What are you?
I'm a grass.
Oh, shit. Are you a snitch as well, yeah? Hey, Brian, you a snitch? Are you an informant? Are you an informant? You're a grass, a snitch, and an informant, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant, mate. Brilliant. Well done, mate. Cheers.
You should be signing off boilers.
Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman,
You
doxing
can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
She can't dox me either because I've doxed myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun.
Yeah.
I'm doing it to amuse myself.
Yeah,
Would you like that?
That's fine. I don't mind.
Does it sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole
Do you
obituary
mean my
thing.
dead
Why not?
nephew?
How about
Before I fuck you in the arse, you cunt.
Well, you know, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock accounts. So fuck you. Fuck you. Piece of fucking shit.
Do you want me to send you some up-to-date pictures of everyone bleeding?
No.
Yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date
deliberately.
ones of I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
Because
out
you're
if
not
want.
getting it.
I
don't speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right?
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but
Y'all got playing on the best like Spragger, one bag of weed, a bumper clock grandma, one bag of girl like Shabba. Lord, what you telling me? Come on, jump in this biatch. Hey Ben, hold on 1 sec, yeah? I'm gonna add you in 2 secs. Yeah, man. We got the people them in the chat, man. What's going on?
Alright, man.
Hey, what go on, Ben?
What's this Brian bastard who's been up to again?
Hey, up, bio.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Brad.
Hey. Brian,
Informer. You know, so Brian, I got tell. He lick it boom boom down.
Big up to the Brian Earl. Big up Brian Earl. You
He's a stitch, cuz.
all day, every day. You gotta get up early to catch me, Brian. You gotta get up early to catch us, Brian. We wanna have this stuff, Brian Earl. You pig. You're a pig, man. Pig of a man.
Informer. Brian, I never tell.
You lick it boom boom down, Brian.
Cheeks.
Yeah. We don't like it, Brian.
Sorry, let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that.
Oh, you've been up
from there.
You've been up long ago. What time you get up?
Alright, big up, man. It's 8:39 right now. On the dot. I got like a 2-hour journey to my next destination. So
destinations.
Yeah, me. Yeah, me. I was it. Train coming, I don't know its destination. Yeah. It's a one-way ticket to a bad situation. Hey, that's Esau's favorite song, cuz.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that song now.
I'll
take Just Andy with a remix.
Big up the destination. Remix. Nah, Brian's a
That's
bad
945 destination.
Destination, man.
Alright, let's slap a fucking.
See,
let's slap a tune on. Oh, sorry. Let's slap a video on real quick. But first of all, yeah, let me shout out the people them in the place. Tap your name in the chat. Tap your like number in the chat. If you want to get a shout out, I know all them things there. Slap the like button, yeah. Helps out the channel, helps the algorithm, and believe it or not, even if you slap the dislike button, you're helping the algorithm also because it will recommend it to people that dislike stuff that you like. So yeah, be careful what you do, yeah.
Yeah.
Mad.
There we go. So, how big is Big Nasty?
Big Nasty.
Yeah, how big is he?
God knows. I've seen him before too.
Yeah. He's
been down Greenwich quite a lot still.
He seems like a cool bloke. I don't mind him. He just gotta lay off the fucking chips, hasn't he? He's eating a lot, he seems. Seems like he eats a little too much. So, I'm on a liquid diet, I am. Liquid, big up the liquid diet,
yeah. Protein shakes and that, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, man. Alright, let me pick up the people then, man, real quick, man. So shout out Benjamin Pickett. They are, come on, man, like Ben, you know. Come on. Old type Debla. They are hardcore Debla.
You telling me? Oh, the old type Nico. How I am feel like. Man, hey, what you say, Nico? We free up around there, yeah? Yeah, watch your mouth, cuz, before you get sent back to jail, is it? Old type Morpheus, unaffiliated. Hey, that's my favorite name, you know. Man said unaffiliated. Yeah, pew, pew, pew. Old tight. Keir Starmer gonna get you, Jups. Yeah, that says Jups. It doesn't say Jupes. Yeah, man, cause she's a jubbly. She's a jubbly. She's a jubbly. She's a jubbly. Yeah, man. If you're not a fucking, if you're not in circles, mate, you won't even know what a fucking jubbly is, will ya? Yeah.
Where's my
Fucking jubbly, ain't she?
Where's my coach?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Hey, put your address down, man. You're doxing yourself. You're giving out your details. You don't need to give out.
I know. Says.
Yeah, so shout out 20. They are. Oh, go on. Come on. You got yourself in there.
The 5th of the 3rd, 2025, 9:45, room 3, Newport fucking Court. Bastards. Never mind. Bastards. I've had enough of fucking bastard police one day. For a fucking lifetime. Never mind, no. Big up HNP Park. I'll see you when I see you. Look at my neighbour watching me. Look at that. You can't help fucking spying. That's the trouble on the valleys. On in Wales. You open your fucking curtains, they're looking down a bastard. Looking out the windows at the fucking hell. Spies everywhere. Come on. Somebody's open the fucking curtains. Bastards. Never mind. We hold it down. Motherfuckers. Always fucking spying on me. That's the trouble on you. You start fucking doing this shit. Every fucker wants to watch you. I can't go up the shop. I'll be walking up the fucking shop and every fucker's looking at me. Like fucking bastards. Yeah. Everyone's saying, oh, stop fucking doing this, stop doing that.
Yo, check. You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm gonna run a couple videos, yeah? So,
Go on.
for a sec. Let me run these videos so people don't kind of hear what the things them I said.
The things,
man. So, we're gonna see if we can get a couple people to jump on the panel and have it out. You know what I mean? Come and have it.
Yes,
yeah. Let's have it. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't pick up the rest of the people them in the chat. So let me shout out the rest first though. So I think I got to Keir Starmer, yeah? Big up Keir Starmer.
Fuck Keir Starmer.
Looking for jobs.
I've had enough of him. No him.
Yeah, old type Pokemon. They are. Gertie, give thanks. They are.
Yeah.
I shouted out 2020. Old type Kane Blizzak. All eyes on you. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh my God. Kaylee.
No, this
Kaylee.
Type in Kilroy
Kaylee. The Met Googled and found you whilst on the phone to me for the record. I hope they get to you before the angry people with vengeance and weapons. Jump on the panel, man. You and your fraggle boyfriend, Jake Cucks, aka Jake Savile, couldn't do shit. Yeah? They can't do shit.
We got these down.
Yeah, man. Yo. So, Ku Klux Kaylee's snitching. The racist ass cunt. Yeah, man. Ku Klux Kaylee, you know. You're racist, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you, you racist, bitch.
Also,
someone said
Jake Cucks, the little crackhead.
Hey, someone said I shouldn't get on here because you're a different color than me.
Yo, Ku Klux Kaylee, if you're bad, jump on the panel, man. If you think you're bad. Yeah, let me slap you about for a little minute real quick, man. You little spaz.
No, these people.
I want some racist cunt trying to tell me anything about anything. Get the fuck out of here, man. You little tramp.
People tell me.
Alright, let me run this video, yeah?
Yeah, go on.
Mute up for a second.
Yeah.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu consciously channelized funds to Hamas and helped it gain the strength and power that it has today. But why did Israel do so? And how did its calculations completely go haywire? Well, Benjamin Netanyahu's government worked with the singular purpose of trying to prevent the formation of a Palestinian state, according to experts. It also sought to buy peace by giving Gaza residents a glimpse of a better life by funneling money and providing work. Funneling Qatari money to Hamas by the Israeli government was mentioned in public by Saudi Arabia's former intelligence chief in an address on October 20th. His remarks came after Hamas terrorists on October 7th butchered over 1,000 Israelis and took over 200 hostage. His statement surprised many as people couldn't...
Bro. Listen, yeah, you can't be saying that, yeah. Hamas is a proscribed organization, yeah. You can't be saying them sort of things there, bro.
No, I shouldn't say that.
Calm down, man.
Yeah, okay.
You shouldn't say that still.
All I'm trying to say is that if you
chill out still.
Okay. If you let the people out
Don't go too mad. Basically, see what we do, yeah? Try not to get your emotions involved in the argument and look at it from what arguments are actually laid out.
I'll keep this straight. Alright, I got it.
Make points on...
I got you. Yeah, I got it. But no, I have my opinion, though. And like, assholes, everybody got one, but I'll have one. And what they don't understand is people who give Hamas a hard time, right? I'm not supporting no terrorist organizations, except for the Free Wales Army. But what they're doing is they're holding them down. They won't let them out of their own place. It's only a little strip, the Gaza Strip, and they won't let them out. So if you want people to be free, you gotta, just let them out. Let them out. They won't let them out. They've just been holding them down for years. The Palestinians been held down for.
You have to sympathy towards causes or whatever. You gotta be careful.
I know. No, I'm not picking on sides. I got nothing.
Putting your name, yeah.
Yeah, I got nothing against.
End up on the prevent watch list, mate. Yeah, end up on the prevent watch list, mate. Yeah, mate. All right. All right. Let me play the rest, yeah. Blue.
Be quiet for a minute.
Makes sense of the contradiction. Why would Israel funnel funds to Hamas in the first place? Well, the answer is if Israel didn't directly create a Frankenstein's monster, it for sure helped nourish it. And it was all done in a bid to thwart creation of a Palestinian state. Now, it has been clear for years that Netanyahu government has been working against the formation of an independent Palestinian state. The creation of Israeli settlements deep within the West Bank negates the scope of a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict. The West Bank is controlled by the Palestinian Authority, which is led by Mahmoud Abbas. Gaza, the other Palestinian territory, has been under Hamas's control since the 2006 elections. Hamas ousted the Palestinian Authority's Fatah in an election. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu was against a Palestinian state was reported as recently as July by the Jerusalem Post. It said Palestinian hopes of establishing a sovereign state must be eliminated. Who told members of a parliament committee in a closed-door meeting.
So this is where I was saying to Luke the other day that obviously like I think anyone with any sort of sense obviously doesn't think that Netanyahu wanted Hamas to have caused actual damage in Israel, but he has to play some part. Or his party has played a role in the rise of Hamas and them actually still being current and present today, right? So, some part to play in the rise. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what's going down. We've been dealing with shit down there for years in Wales. years we've been dealing with shit. The English, even though my father was English, he's from Jamesley Wood, but we've been dealing with this shit down here. The English coming down here, fucking, shit. And you think they can hold Wales down here? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Bums. I can live off the land, they don't understand.
Start the rest of the video.
It pisses me off.
This is according to that article. Netanyahu's remarks came as he was discussing plans for a scenario that did not have Mahmoud Abbas at the helm of the Palestinian Authority. But Netanyahu also said that Israel needed the Palestinian Authority and shouldn't let it completely collapse. This is the fine balancing that Israel under Netanyahu has been trying to do for years now. Keep power centers between the West Bank and Gaza separate, neither let the Palestinian Authority get strong nor allow it to collapse, and more importantly, prop up Hamas. Journalist Tal Schneider wrote in the Times of Israel, the idea was to prevent Abbas or anyone else in the Palestinian Authority's West Bank government from advancing towards the establishment of a Palestine state. Thus, amid this bid to impair Abbas, Hamas was upgraded from a mere terror group to an organization with which Israel held indirect negotiations via Egypt, and one that was allowed to receive infusions of cash from abroad. But the confounding question is how Gaza got millions of dollars funds, but money from Qatar is the mainstay. Yes, the same Qatar, which is hell-bent on sentencing Indian ex-Navy personnel to death in highly opaque judicial proceedings. Qatar is gas-rich and powerful in the region. It has been giving hundreds of millions of dollars in aid to Gaza residents since 2014. At one point, it spent $30 million per month to help operate Gaza's lone power plant and support needy families and officials in the Hamas-run government. This is according to Reuters report from October 2023. The Qatari money earlier transferred via the Palestinian Authority is now routed via Qatar transfers the money electronically to Israel. Israeli and United Nations to Gaza in suitcases.
You see, you hear that? That's what I'm trying to say, because where man's just making it out like it's some black and white.
It's bollocks. Nothing to do with that.
Like building the road that's gonna break man's own back, cause like, so if they're fucking able to send money to Hamas via UN and Israel, then they're so fucked up. You hear me? Yeah. I don't know what man would do, yeah. He would try to call out just the UN and not Israel's part in that. You hear me? I'm like, brother, are you mad? Yeah. They said the UN and Israel, yeah, specifically Netanyahu's government, has been allowing suitcases of money to flow through to Hamas to do what they're doing, innit? Like, so.
And small mirrors, same shit. If you pull up my grandfather,
I
I'll say too much, but Free Wales Army, FWA, Free Wales Army, we got our own terrorist.
And also, yeah, like the like they were saying on the
stealing the water, they want some of it. Facts. All collusion. There's a lot
Palestinian
of collusion.
Authority trying to make a democratic state side of the game. That's what I was trying to remember. Yeah, Palestinian Authority trying to make a democratic state or whatever. That obviously might not have been all fucking roses and funfairs and whatever. But
Yeah.
they was trying to go in a direction of being able to have services and utilities and so on, so that actually works for the Palestinian people. Hamas that's not even in their remit or whatever, you know. So
Hamas are paid by the West to do what they're doing. It's
and
collusion.
like I saying, yeah, for especially you think, yeah, the place called the group called the Muslim Brotherhood removed democracy from Egypt when they was on their way to becoming like a serious democratic state, and probably even a serious contender on the economy and world scene for, you know what I mean, like having a certain lifestyle for their citizens or whatnot. And the Muslim Brotherhood ended up ousting their thing. And he didn't have that. They didn't have that much support at first. That's why it's like, yo, you do have to watch the underdogs or the small little gatherings of blah blah, because you can see in past situations where these people came in and started off getting laughed at.
Yep. But you only got to look it up.
Yeah,
People don't
but listen, the president, the prime minister of Egypt here was speaking about, they want the women to wear hijabs to cover their hairs, and everyone's all laughing inside the thing. But if you go to Egypt today, every woman's wearing a hijab. So
I have nothing against it. I think it's very respectful that the women, don't want to show their bodies to every fucking man. It's up to them what they want to fucking wear.
Yeah, I'm not speaking against whether they want to wear a hijab or not. Yeah, he was saying the president. Listen, wait, bro, listen. The president at the time. This is like, even when they was filming, it was in black and white or whatever. So the president at the time was saying that the women of that day didn't have to wear no covering if they didn't want one, innit? Like if they wanted to, they could. But it was up to them.
Yeah.
But today it's not the same, innit? It's not the same. Right now it's not really up to the. Although some people will say they have a choice, or it's not true. You don't have a choice where you can not wear it. It's not really a choice.
It's fucking bullshit. I'm fed up with this racial tension in this country. It's pissing me the fuck off. That's the truth. I will watch my language. It's do my head in. Really do my head in. This racial tension. I was going on a live and people was like, for the riots, and it was a big march down in Cardiff, Palestinian march. I was talking to them all and talking to everyone. And there was
his name, the prime minister. It wasn't Hosni Mubarak.
I don't like him.
I don't like
him.
But
I don't like any president.
Yeah, the president of the day. Obviously, this is before the Muslim Brotherhood had a stronghold within Egypt. Egypt's politics and policies. He was saying, because obviously they were starting to bring a democratic state there. People had voted, like people had workers' rights, and things were building up and going in the right direction for the citizens and blah blah blah. They had to say, the Muslim Brotherhood come and done what they did there, and ended up getting power in it. Like, so why I said all that to say was that the Muslim Brotherhood of Egypt is one of the starters of Hamas in it. Like, so if they've removed democracy from, or been in part of a role of the removal of democracy from Egypt, they're going to be one of the last people that I would support to be running the state or whatever. So
the
policies that I feel should be upheld for citizens of whichever nation that you live in, and the policies that Hamas feel like should be upheld for the citizens of the nations. I'm not sure if they coincide or correlate. So
yes, I know what you're saying. But what's going to happen is, I could guarantee this. I've read thousands. I've been more of those. No, serious. When you start killing people, right? The SAS train down there in Brecon, down in Wales, that's where the SAS train, right? And once you start killing people, I've talked to soldiers, my friends, soldiers, right? Once you start killing people, it's the oldest trick in the book, divide and conquer. Once you start killing people, then people, I still got revenge on people to this day, and who kill people, right? Once you start killing people, it keeps going. It's like a ball gathering moss on a mountain. It just keeps going because people don't forget. People that often pay the balls don't forget, which is sad, really. And that's what they got to stop all this bullshit. But they never stop because there's big money more, big time money. So I could get my hands on a fucking bomb right now, right? But I won't.
Is it near Dartmoor, the SAS train?
No, so this is from World War Two, but I was going to anyway. I can't go into that. And it's in a shed down there. But once people start killing each other, and this is what, to be honest, both sides they understand the old. Go and watch Question Time
Hey,
now.
violence is a part of life. Listen, yeah, your life is only secure in the place that you are.
I like
It's because
violence. I have violence.
people will.
But not against.
Someone will enact violence if you violate any sort of
This is what I'm
code
saying.
law or whatever in it,
what
like
they do.
legally onto you.
Go and watch
So
politicians. The politicians, stupid thing when they argue here, back and forth. The politicians are all old white men. All old white men arguing or sitting fucking down in the street in all old crinkly white bastards, right? Causing trouble between the working class. That's all it is. Bunch of scumbags. I can't stand them. I can't stand them. You go look at it when they're all sitting there. You have the politicians in Downing Street. You have the so-called Labour, so-called, both parties. I'm getting too passionate now.
funny though, hey Ben, listen, yeah. If I said something like what you just said, yeah, these man would have clipped it and made like 20 million shows about it. You know that. You don't even know that, but I'm just letting you know that. But
I just don't. It's sad, or no. The only thing I don't like is
it's mad, isn't it? You know what it is, yeah? What that is that shows you that, like, although we are able to say anything what we shouldn't just always just say anything we want, right? Just because you said it doesn't mean that I should.
no, that's true. True. Yeah, but
yeah,
it's
that's
what
funny,
makes
isn't it, but
that's what makes it. What they're doing is they're causing.
you men ain't gonna give a shit about what you said for stuff. But go on, carry on, though, bro.
Nah, what they try to do is it's simple. It's divide and conquer. They keep doing it. Then we gotta put our foot down as people, not race, creed, color, religion. We gotta put our foot down. Say, you know what I mean? Go and do one. We're not having it anymore. Not having this. I'm this, I'm that. Go and piss your bed, you bastards. Well, enough. Stupid. They won't come to Wales. Put up
Let me play the rest of this clip, yeah?
Put up Free Wales Army. You see my grandfather.
Yeah, Free Wales Army, yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What it is, yeah, because I'm on mobile, what I'll do is I screen record a couple of Wait, hold on, listen. I screen record a couple of videos or whatever that I want to play. And then I play them.
Yeah. Go on,
so, but they've got a new feature now where you can share pictures in it, like, so, boom, if there is a screenshot of something that someone wants sharing or whatever, obviously, as long as it's not from fucking ISIL's channel.
You know what they were doing?
Oh, one of those weirdos, then.
Oh, yeah,
send the picture still. But I'm setting up a new WhatsApp number still, so I'm just setting up the WhatsApp on a number that anyone and everyone should be able to send a message on and all them sort of things that's still there. So
yeah, Free Wales Army. They were coming down and stealing all the water. And this is English people now, but I ain't got nothing against you English people, but if you want to fuck about, you can fuck about. No, I haven't got nothing personally against English people, but it's the same thing they tried to do with us, and they come down.
Always multitasking. If you haven't reckoned that, well, you probably wouldn't know yourself, Ben. But any people that's listening, you should actually know, that I'm always multitasking.
The tasker. So they call you the multitasker.
At once, even while there's a show running or whatever, it's never just me sitting down inside my house, gassing to you, man, about blah 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 blah. blah. You hear me? Like, multiple things that's happening right now. You hear me, like so.
Same.
I saw that guy. Yo, Ben, mute up a sec, yeah? Let me slap the rest of this video on so we can get to the end. It's not even halfway through still, yeah? And it's not a long video anyway, but go on. Let me play.
Thus, as Reuters quoted a Qatari government official, Qatari aid to the Gaza Strip is fully coordinated with Israel, the UN, and the US. Needy families in Gaza then receive the cash and sign a document, a copy of which goes to Israel, Qatar, and the UN. Other than the funds funneled by Israel, Hamas uses a global financing network for support from charities and friendly nations, passing cash through Gaza tunnels or via cryptocurrencies to bypass international curbs. Iran, Israel's bitter enemy, also funds and arms.
Wait, hold on. Let me pause it. That's like, bro, listen. The amount of money that you can move via crypto is good and dangerous at the same time. Like, you can move extremely large amounts of sums in extremely fast transfers. So, yeah, I see the pros and the cons of it, you know what I mean? Like, but
pros and cons as well.
Just remember we tried to help you guys out first of all, yeah, but yeah, these days here I don't even speak about anything to do with anything like investments, money, bread, up, down, or in or out, or whatever. You know,
see that red?
We just got, I don't know what happened to the normal people that we used to be around here that appreciate information and, do you know what I'm saying, or whatever and all that sort of stuff. We just got surrounded by haters that now want to try to, if anything, these men want to crash your business, cuz. You get me? Yo, if you show them you're getting bread on the left side, yeah, they will go around there, try to contact them, and try to do whatever they can to stop your dough. Huh? So, you know what I'm saying, man? Yeah, bro. Money don't change we are money changer. In the Range Rover, it's everything over.
One.
But no boy can't buy me.
You see that red dot on his eye? I fucking know what I be aiming at. That's that red dot straight on his
China me loafer. Mad.
Fucking monster.
Alright, Ben, let's play some more, cuz.
Go on.
Alright, be up to the best. Let's play some more, cuz. Go on.
Hamas. In 2019, the Jerusalem Post quoted Prime Minister Netanyahu as saying that whoever is against a Palestinian state should be for transferring the funds to Gaza, because maintaining a separation between the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas in Gaza helps prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. Netanyahu argued that it was better for Israel to serve as the pipeline to ensure the funds don't go to terrorism. But look what happened.
Whoa, see it there? But,
yep.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know how that idea works, because differently, I think it's beneficial to the Palestinian and to the Israeli security if they was working with the people that wanted to actually build up Palestine rather than the people that want to keep things separate from this one and that one and so on. So I don't know. You gotta take some sort of. You have to take some sort of responsibility. These men ain't giving them no responsibility for allowing Hamas to get to the stage where they got to. You get me? Allowing them to be funded the amount that they're getting funded or whatever, But these men are gonna say, "Oh, hold on, Ben, hold on." These men are gonna say, if you go to central London and say from the river to the sea that you're a supporter of Palestine, but you didn't let no millions of dollars in suitcases cross your fucking bank account to go to their bank account or nothing like that. You hear me, cuz? You did not know about any plans of them being able to purchase weapons from this one, that one, and the other. Even though they're getting funded, you're allowing the money to pass through your state to go to them or whatever. So, brother, if you man are gonna say that going to central London to say from the river to the Bumba Clout Sea is supporting Hamas, and you ain't got the same energy for what we're showing right here, right now, then shut up. Yeah, me?
Shut up.
Yeah, let me tell you again. Shut up. Yeah,
Shut up.
because. Yeah,
Yeah,
shut up.
Shut
Man.
up.
Alright, Ben, tell them, fam.
Shut the fuck up. A lot of you.
Alright? I want them to feel like. Let's play some more, cuz.
The Israeli PM employed another strategy as well, of work permits and glimpse of a better life to the Gazans. Israel believed that by channeling the funds to Gaza, it would cut off the Palestinian Authority and the money would go to the people, not into terror activities against it. Israel's other move to help people in Gaza was to offer work permits. The permits to travel to Israel for work and return at the end of the day increased to 20,000 in 2023 from around 3,000 in 2021. Journalist Tal Schneider writes that according to Israeli officials, these work permits that allow Gazan laborers to earn higher salaries than they would in the enclave were a powerful tool to help preserve calm. Hamas was also included in discussions about increasing the number of work permits Israel granted to Gaza residents, which kept money flowing into Gaza. In a recent post on X,
but that worked against you though, bro. Why it worked against you was that you wasn't allowing the people in the place to have the same style of living that they could build outside of the place. Then they won't want to leave the place. They want to build that up, make it all nice. They won't want to start having no terrorist attacks and this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Because the place ain't worth nothing.
I get it. What's happening is they're funding the mass on purpose. They're doing it on purpose to keep the war going, to build money and generate money. Big money and war. I know exactly what they're doing, the scumbags. But the thing is little children getting blown to pieces and dying. Little kids throwing rocks and that because they haven't got no guns. You go and watch, if anyone can't have a tear in his soul, go and watch little kids getting killed by these Israeli scumbags. It's all coming from your government. The scum of the earth. And I don't care what anyone says. I ain't ashamed. I don't care what they can do what they want to me.
You know what, yeah, tell the truth, yeah. I don't know much about the Likud party and Benjamin Netanyahu or whatever, yeah. But like I say, so that's why I was saying, let me at least have a little quick look or whatever.
I do.
And now we're going to roll through this, man. We've got more videos though, innit, man? Yeah, we've got more time as well still, yeah? We got a shower hour anyway, yeah? So,
Avi Isakov, Middle East commentator and Fauda creator, highlighted few thousands of Gaza residents worked in Israel and were treated in hospital there. But Israel's clever strategy, at least it thought it was clever, turned out to be not so clever. Netanyahu's calculations would go horrifically wrong. How Hamas used the calm as cover, we are going to tell you now. Hamas somehow managed to lull Israel into complacency. In 2017, Hamas played diversionary tactics by softening its stance on Israel. Hamas leader Khalid Mashal released the policy document in 2017, which for the first time indicated a willingness to accept a Palestinian state along with Israel, although without recognizing the Jewish nation. It also said Hamas's...
Pause here, because Luke is making a point about Hamas having a charter. Say, wait, well, bro. Listen, shut up for a second, yeah? Let me speak, yeah? Wait, bro. Stop it, yeah? Let me lay this, land this point, yeah? Luke is making a point, yeah, or kept making a point of them having a charter that says they want to destroy Israel and so on and so. Benjamin Netanyahu knows that charter exists and was part of their charter and was funding and funneling, making sure that they get money sent to them or whatever, while knowing that charter exists or whatever. Like, so, brother, putting the blame on the people that voted for them, yeah. You gotta put the same sort of blame on these men as well, cause like, what the hell? You're not putting no blame on anyone else that's outside or whatever, and just blame on not even the blame on the Hamas dons, bro. You're blaming just any other Palestinian that just voted for them or whatever.
Let me
This
tell
is
you, I
mad.
can only talk.
This is
I can
mad.
only
So wait,
talk.
Benjamin Netanyahu knew about all these different charters,
Yep,
and the
of course
Likud
he did.
Party know more about Hamas than me and you know put together. Yeah, how about that?
I know. How about that? Let me tell you.
Yeah,
I can tell you what I know about, right? It's his
and
oldest
I'm
trick in the
talking
book.
about you. I'm talking about people in the chat or whoever's listening. Yeah, like the listeners and the wider listening so and so, yeah, whoever
Right.
it is, and you know.
Hey,
So
we ain't
all
picking
this.
sides
Wait,
here.
hold on. Listen. Wait, bro. Listen, hold on. Yeah, the point is, yeah, that they keep making a point of Hamas had a charter saying they wanted to, they would never work with Israel, or they would never accept a two-state solution, or they want all Jews gone, and this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. But Benjamin Netanyahu knew that existed and was allowing money to be sent to them from Qatar, Iran, and other places.
I know. It's all trick, but like
But these men ain't putting no sort of pointing no fingers at Ra. That's actually a bad move, and they definitely shouldn't have been doing that. Especially if they know that they have a charter saying that they want to destroy them. Like how does that even make sense? They're funneling money to the party that are saying that they want them dead. That's like but wait, let me show you how it would be crazy. Yeah, that's basically like a black state. Yeah, funneling money. Say there's two parties. There's one party, yeah, of white dudes that want to work with black dudes or whatever to make their own state or whatever. They don't like them or whatever. They just want to make their own little state or whatever or whatever. And then there's the other side that's saying they want to actually destroy and get rid of and end there being any sort of black dudes in that area. If we let the money be funneled to that party rather than to the other party, and then they end up doing an attack here on our place or whatever, do we have any part to play in them being able to attack us?
basically, it's just what's happening is I can funnel this down from what things I can relate to. No Northern Ireland, right? It's going on in Northern Ireland now. You have loyalists and Republicans. Republicans will fly the Palestinian flag, and the loyalists will fly the Israel flag. It's a big fucking wall there, right? Right? Dividing the people. It's that old trick, divide and conquer. Meanwhile, Jerry Adams is in bed all the time in the grass, in bed with the English government. He always was. Mark McGuinness is seen shaking the Queen's hand. They're puppet masters. That's all it is. They're dividing nations. They're dividing colours and creeds. They're a bunch of scumbags. It's about time shit stopped. There's babies getting killed and innocent people getting killed. And they say, oh, you sell drugs, oh, you do this, you do that, you break the law. Go and fuck yourselves. How about that? You know, we don't play these games. We do the fuck we want when we want, from anywhere and anywhere. But enough of it, man. It's just sad to see all the time, man. Because these dickheads, they're all in bed. I guarantee you, Benjamin Netanyahu is in bed. You know what I mean? I'm in bed with, talking with the Hamas leader. I guarantee you.
Brother, listen, yeah. Let me carry on with that point though, yeah. Was that like Luke was trying to say to me, like, brothers, obviously, if they had a charter saying that they wanted to destroy black people, we would want them to get destroyed, right? Yeah, obviously. And that means that my party definitely wouldn't be funneling money to that party to let them get into power or whatever in the fucking country on like literally next door to us. You try and work with any of the other parties more to try and make them be think up in it, like, because you're saying, right, obviously both sides, any of the any of the logical people on both sides want just their place to be working and whatever, and then even if they dislike the other side, just have it as a dislike rather than anything actually physically happening to these places and ending up with my country always getting decimated and destroyed and blah blah. You know what I'm saying? That because it's not like the first time that Palestine's been beat up by Israel. You know what I'm saying? That constantly getting beat up. So
It's bad. I just feel so sorry for the kids I was watching.
Constantly
videos.
getting draped up. You get me, cuz? So like,
Yeah.
right.
But
It's
no,
bad
like
stuff.
you watching. Oh, it's bad, but it's bad. Palestine been taking a whooping for too long. It's bad. I just feel sorry for the innocent people on both sides. I do. It's just like I can't stand old white.
What,
And
the
I'm white.
PLO had a charter saying they wanted to destroy Israel?
PLO? No, Gaddafi was alright. PLO was
That's what
alright.
someone's typing in the chat. But the PLO have a charter saying that they wanted to destroy Israel as well.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that either still. But like I saying that, yeah.
Wonder why.
The way that PLO has West Bank and the way that Hamas has Gaza is two different contrasts. And obviously, both of them are still slightly open prisons or whatever, but the living conditions in the West Bank are superior to the living conditions
Yeah, it's what
in
people
Gaza.
believe. America is in bed with Israel. Always have been.
That's really the point, isn't it? That
Yeah, that's
if
the
but
in bed with, and they destroying Palestine, and all these kids are dying. It's disgusting, and it's about time. Would you expect Palestine?
obviously you wouldn't vote for the party, or you wouldn't want the party to come in that wants your people destroyed or whatever. Like you wouldn't let them be funneling money to them or whatever. Like I still don't understand that part, and I don't get how people don't have any sort of question marks looming on that question there. Like man acting like that's nothing. It's just normal. It's nothing.
Ignorant bastards.
It's not a point.
Ignorant. They're ignorant. They don't want to take time to look at other people's cultures and it's us, we, us, them, us and them. Leave it. Let people do their own shit. You won't have no wars. You'll always have wars, man, because men are full of piss and vinegar. But just you'll have less wars. Like you're holding them down. Let's be honest. Israel, nothing against any Jewish people now, but you're holding them down. You're holding the Palestinians down. Like you are. It's that simple. You won't let them out their own place, but yet you're bombing them. But you won't let them out, and you're funding money to Hamas, and you're both in bed with each other.
I want the Israelis to have a state where they're safe and all that as well, because not just the Palestinians. Do you know what I'm saying? It's both. That's why I keep saying it's decent for them to have a two-state solution. If the Palestinians had a state that was similar to Israel, where they was able to do their thing and blah 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 and rah rah rah, then maybe a lot of the attack back and forth issue might slow down in it, but there needs to be clear lines between this is Palestine and this is Israel, innit? And then let the Palestinians build from there.
This is the problem that we'll keep going back to. It's us and them. It's divide and conquer. As they're using that old trick against stupid people, really. They try to divide us as people. There's no such thing. People take me, you're on a black panel, you're on this panel. You fucking stupid. I'll go anywhere I want in the world. It's a free fucking world. There's no. The sooner people wake up and realize it's not about skin color or what country you're from. I don't give a fuck. I'm Welsh. I don't give a fuck about Wales either. Like I don't care about who comes to Wales, who doesn't. You can go where the fuck you want. I mean, sooner they realise it's a fucking better. The kids, when I see kids getting shot by soldiers, it makes me fucking sick. I'd blow their fucking heads off. I would. Them grown men.
Your name is Kate. Hey, listen, wait. Hey, Ben. There's a racist lady in the chat whose name is KKK. Ku Klux Kaylee's out here threatening black people again. Are you okay? Stop threatening. Stop trying to attack black people all the time, cuz. You're turning into BMP. What the fuck's going on with racist ass Kaylee out here, cuz, man? The fucking KKK Kaylee out here just attacking black people all the time. Black people are not saying if you're black and you're in close proximity to Kaylee, make sure you stay safe because She is like NF, Combat 18, KKK.
Savage Street. No, Savage Street. Not the
She's just gone
KKK.
full white supremacist mode, where every black person that's on YouTube, she's gonna try to attack them. Man, crazy.
Hey.
And she's a nonce. Yeah, and she's a nonce. How about that?
Fucking nonce. How about that?
Fucking dirty nonce.
Dirty bitch.
Yeah, her boyfriend's a nonce as well.
Fuck.
He's a vegan nonce.
His father was a nonce. His nonce.
That was no beef.
Too. And her father was a nonce too, are you? Yeah, fuck it. Let's go there. Like, no, another KKK, we've seen this, isn't it? No, if you're going to be in a gang, at least Crips, Crip walk, they do cooler shit. And they're in the cool, and even though that's bad.
There you go.
Right?
Calling black people coconuts. This beans is racist, cuz. This is a racist ass fucking cunt, man. Go fuck yourself, man, you racist tramp.
Yeah, what the fuck you talking about, coconuts? We don't care.
Racist biatch.
Yeah.
Racist ass biatch.
Hey, those are the Ku Klux Klan. Let's be honest now, right?
Racist.
Everyone knows, right? If you ride an horse, right, you get broken in.
And you're a nonce. You're a racist. You're a nonce.
Yeah, a big and
you're begging for money. Imagine this, yeah? While being racist, while trying to say that you're allegedly calling people out, you're begging for a whole shopping list that cost over £3,000 with no job. How are the bomber clads?
Yeah, I retired early, I did. Fucking, right? Another KKK or this. It's BCS. Have you seen their outfit?
A weirdo freak.
The gayest
freak of nature.
Freak. We don't want. Do you know the thing is on? They give white people.
She's a freak. She used to go with Brian L. She used to be Brian L's ex-girlfriend.
Oh, for fucking Brian
L. You know what I mean? That's how much of a scumbag she is. She used to be Brian L's ex-girlfriend.
We're gonna take Kevin. We're gonna take Kevin in
for
this.
Damn.
I'll try and get Kevin on his podcast.
You got a begging ass Amazon list that's like 2 meters long. Can you buy me this? Can you buy me that? Can you buy me this? Now get a fucking job, man.
Yeah,
get off your ass. Stop begging. Get a job.
Yeah.
Get a wage and then buy the shit yourself.
Exactly. Fucking slag.
Imaginary husbands online and that, cuz. What the hell? Your life is. You're fucked. Ku Klux Kaylee, you're fucked.
Who's begging? Who's begging?
Ku Klux Kaylee.
Ku Klux Kaylee.
Ku Klux Kaylee's Kangaroo Cook Club.
Who's this now? It's not Brian.
Hey, Kangaroo Crackhead Club. What's going on, man? Ku Klux Kaylee's a Ku Klux Crackhead. Some Kangaroo Court Club. Alright, guy, mad.
So go and suck some dicks, man.
Yeah, go and suck some dicks, bitch.
You know what I mean? Use your advantage in life.
She's into all that. Brian Earl, wait like tell. No, Brian Earl's watching it. Wait like tell Kev. I'll do it for Kev, and I'm gonna knock
you know what's weird, yeah? This is how you know, yeah? Kaylee's a fucking Ku Klux crackhead, yeah? The dude that terrorized her the most about her children, that was playing videos of her children when she knows she can't even see them or whatever, she's now teamed up with to try to go against the world boss. But none of you, no ways, yeah? None of yous ain't bad enough for the world boss, you see? You have to team up. Yeah, man, team up, man. All the pagans go on one team. All the pagans go on one team, cuz. Stand up in the line and let's see how bad all of yous are, man. You little waste, man. Ku Klux Kaylee, the crackhead. Black teeth crackhead out here talking about calling black people coconuts and wishing harm on black women. What the fuck?
Have you seen that film, The Suicide Squad? These not coming like Suicide Squads. All the nutters on one team. All the nutbags on one team come like Suicide Squad.
It's true, cuz, like, imagine, yeah? What's funny about it is that you're stalking us and all that sort of stuff there, and calling the police on us. But if the police actually got in contact with us, yeah, they would end up arresting you for harassment.
Yeah. I'm your fucking father. I'm your grandmother. You're not bitch too.
Yo, if the police come actually find out anything, yeah, they'll come and arrest you for harassment, you fucking nonce.
Yeah, dirty bitch.
You know what I'm saying? The only thing we've been telling you to do, yeah, is brush your teeth and wash your fanny. Go and fucking see your kids, man. Get a job and shut up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't give a fuck about nothing else. What you want to do, what you want to say.
We turn you out.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? Kaylee and Jake are gay. Hey, what's that knife, man? What, you gonna stab me, yeah? You're a dickhead, bro.
Oh, but
You are your little frail fucking vegan arm couldn't hold a knife, man. Are you mad? You ain't got no calcium in your bones. I'll snap your arm about. I dare you to try and stab me. I will snap your arm and stab I'll stab your bicep. Yeah. And now your tricep here by snapping your little paper arm back to front. You dickhead. You ain't gonna stab no arm, man. Behave yourself.
You gotta get close enough to stab someone. I love people say they can stab me. I'm always told up, man. It's like you gotta get close enough to stab me. Like you dumb motherfuckers.
Yeah, man, you ain't gonna stab nothing, man. Behave yourself, man.
I don't stab people.
All that stabby talk, man.
No, I don't stab
Calm yourself down, man. See, like, again, that stuff that's gonna get you nicked again, man. You're lucky I'm not a snitch, innit? Yeah, lucky I'm not a snitch like you and Esau and all them and Brian Hell and them. You know what I mean? Like, you're out here, ISIL and them. Trying to call police. Imagine you man call police. You man try to violate and then get violated and then try to call the police. It's like, bro, listen, if they're actually doing an investigation, you man will end up being the ones getting nicked and all them sort of stuff there, because it's
you can always do it.
weird.
You can always do it, and when you get back out, it's Rambo time. Rambo time. You know what I'm saying? You can only log up for so long. It's not hard to fucking find out.
Listen, man. Kaylee's scavenging for fucking food from bins from fucking Tesco's and Sainsbury's, bro.
Yeah.
Vegan food like that. So
bin
you ain't got the calcium, you haven't got the protein in your life to even try to think about holding any sort of knife in any sort of attack. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mate, you ain't got the electrolytes.
you're a paperweight, man. Yeah, man.
You ain't got the electrolytes.
Like,
Even
my
that's
piss
running
would
low.
just fucking knock you over. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't fucking piss and fucking put a hole in your leg.
I tell you like,
You take a piss and put it all in the leg.
Yeah, because you like fucking some vegan scavenger.
Okay, that's
Well, he's like 3 stone. Like, come on, man, behave yourself. Like, stop
I
it.
never heard that.
Calm down, man.
Put it all in your leg. That's a good one I'm going to use that. I'll take a piss and put it all in your leg. That's a good one. Yeah.
But making threats to kill me and saying that then you're gonna leave my wife to look after the kids. Like, come on, man, behave yourself, man. You're not gonna do shit, bro.
Hey, you know what I'm saying?
You're actually not gonna do that, though.
Of course, allegedly. If you say you're gonna kill someone online, you're never gonna kill them.
Yeah, hey, wait, hold on a sec, though. Hey, Kaylee, when's my trial date, fam? My legal team wants to eat that case, you get me? And I got a legal team that'll eat the case. You get me? Mad. Yo. Okay. Ku Klux Kaylee, where's the court case? Where's the Ku Klux court case? Your racist ass court case where you're trying to judge black people without them allowing to say. Without allowing them. Oh my God, how racist is your court case? You're trying to put black people on trial. You won't even let the black people speak for themselves and bring no evidence or whatever. And then you're going to try to find them all guilty and say that they should be dead and all them sort of things. Then what kind of Emmett Hill having fucking trial is this? Yeah, you think this is fucking Roots or something? Yo, Kaylee thinks she's living in Roots and that, some slave master and that. Wants to take black people on trial. Give them no fucking. They can't speak in the trial though.
Ain't no fuck against speaking in Italian.
Yo, man, what a racist trap.
Hey, I'll give a shout out to all criminals.
You are a racist. That shit is racist. Mad, I can't believe it.
None of going to courtroom. None of them
Racist ass motherfucker.
Don't
Hey, Minister, where's the Farrakhan at, cuz? You're supposed to be out here defending black people, cuz. You know what I mean? What you mean?
Who, me?
Yeah, bro. I thought you was.
Well, you said that
Remember, you're supposed to be out here,
I'm
like
not
Minister
speaking.
Farrakhan, cuz. Being the black shield in that, cuz.
You know?
You know what I mean? Like the fuck.
Minister
Guy in front, mate. Kaylee saying she wants to stab me, bro. You better go and find her, con.
You better get your knife ready, be sharp.
Go get her and give her the skull treatment. Oh yeah,
Skull
shit,
treatment,
con.
innit?
God damn. Where you been, cuz? Yeah, man, they were looking for you, B. Oh my days. Yeah, cuz. Yeah, man. The right side of YouTube is looking for you, fam. They're onto you, cuz.
Good.
They're onto you, cuz.
Let them be.
So I don't know why they ain't even there yet. Still. Yeah, man. Like, Khan's gonna find Kaylee and give her the skull treatment. Yeah, so I'm safe now. Still, big up Khan.
Skull massage.
Fucking start, man. So me, it's fuck all to it. Don't worry about it. If we don't hit that, do you know? Oh, I shouldn't say this, but no, I won't.
Imagine you're calling someone a nonce here while you've got a video of a kid on repeat speaking about child abuse that you want to be played 24/7. You are a fucking bacon, man. Shut your bacon mouth and get out of here, man. Fucking Trump. What the hell is wrong with you?
Why is she kids?
That's what that fucking Ku Klux Kaylee does. That's what she wants, what she needs, what she wills. Why don't you tell me?
No, but no one people have a fucking.
That's what they do. Listen, I tried to help them and make them speak about different topics, and they couldn't move on from speaking about this one nonce case, which we've been over 10,000 times. The people have been found not guilty, and they're just begging for these children to have been abused. And it's like, bro, like, obviously you've got an issue now. Do you know what I'm saying?
Why would they want a kid to talk about?
They have an issue because exactly. Why do they want something like that to be true?
Kids shouldn't talk about stuff like that. Men can talk about stuff like that, but not kids shouldn't be talking.
But these two adults want this to be true. This other spaz has their own fucking children, yeah, and has acted so spazzy instead of taking care of their own fucking children. Now they're in the fucking wilderness, and this spaz is out here talking about the law, you're fucked, the law, you're fucked, the law, and then holding up commerce law. Yeah, like, bruv, what the fuck? You two, we think this is a fucking. You selling something? Using commerce law to tell us about the law, you dickhead.
No, what about the law?
The law.
The law, pity.
It should writing everyone's names on the wall, bruv. What a lunatic, cuz, like. Yeah, your kids' names ain't there. No pictures of your youths. The fuck?
Why do they bring kids in? It's fucking weird. They fuck. No, they weird.
You're gone, cuz. You just got pictures. You drew everyone's names on the wall. You ain't got a picture of your own youths or nothing like that, fam. Like, come on, man. You need help, fam. We're trying to allow it, fam.
Everyone's got pictures of their youths on the wall. She's got our names. Weird, though.
Mad.
You put my name up.
Lunatic, cuz. Allow it, fam.
I got nothing.
How you mean? Go feed your picnic.
I got fucking charges, but nothing weird, so you can fucking throw my name anywhere you want. Nothing will be done. Fucking weird. Why did we... Any strange...
Hey, remember this tune? You are fucked. He is fucked. She is fucked. We are fucked. You are fucked. He is fucked. She is fucked. He is fucked. Oh.
Fuck, bitch.
Wherever there are cats, there are rats. Wherever there are rats, there are dogs. Wherever there are dogs, there are frogs. There you see Kaylee and Jake. Looking for abused kids. God damn, what's wrong with these kids? God, leave the kids alone, man. Leave people's kids alone.
Yeah, leave the kids. I feel bad for them kids.
They're stalking a man and his children. Yeah. Think about that. How much of a monster do you have to be to stalk someone and their children?
Technically, they're harassing them.
Like creep, a weirdo, a fucking straight up fucking.
How much of a fucking nonce do you have to be to stalk someone and their fucking children? Real weirdos. High grade weirdos.
Yeah,
high level.
High
grade weirdos, yeah. A star.
Yep. Need a good fucking.
A star weirdos and that.
Just take them down. You just take people like on the night when nobody's,
Just got an A in weirdoness.
Boot material. Boom. Boot. Yeah. You fucking bitch. And stop with this KKK. Like I said yesterday, they're the gayest.
KKK. Your name's KKK. Get out of here, man. That's the end of the conversation. You cannot speak to me about nothing. You called yourself KKK and you're trying to tell me anything while calling me racist names. Are you mad? Get the fuck out of here, cuz. This is why you are nuts. You are nuts. You are nuts. He is nuts. She is nuts. They are nuts. Oh.
He's nuts,
you hear me?
He's nuts. I'm these nuts.
These nuts. You know what I'm saying?
I'd stick them in it. No, what she look like? She with her nuts in her mouth.
Oh, mate, you don't want to see that, bro.
Oh, it's not bad, is it?
Cause her teeth are black. She smokes crack.
On her back.
Yeah. Dirty crack smoking whore. KKK.
Cause her teeth are black. She smokes crack. She's KKK. And protein lacks. And her back is made of a knick-knack.
I hear she smells like fish. That's the rumor going around. The reputation's not sound. You know what I'm saying? She smells the fish. The rumor going around, the reputation's not sound. When she walks down the street, you can hear the ball bag jiggle to the beat of her feet. You know what I'm saying? She's one of them.
Where Taffy's at though, cuz, man. Taffy was on to you yesterday, you know, cuz.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, where's Khan? Where's Khan? I want to him, cuz. Alright, cuz, if you see Khan, make sure you ring me, innit?
I was like,
right. What?
You know my family.
Yeah, what? Hey, well, you didn't hear me, cuz. I was like, what did you say, cuz? He's like, what? Hey, if you see Khan, you better ring me, innit? I was like, alright, cuz. Say nothing, innit?
He's like, yeah. Taffy's onto me. Oh no. I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Luke's onto you as well, still.
Who? Liggy?
No, Luke. Luke's onto you. They're onto you.
Bastards.
Why do you think they're onto you?
Taffy. Oh, go on. Sorry. Comedy.
I don't even know why they want my attention.
You don't know? Well, you ain't got no ideas or no clues.
They need some new
You got to pick it out. You got to pick it out that we spoke about recently that you might be like, said something a bit wilder. No? It's normal, yeah?
Yeah, bro.
Normal punch. Alright, yeah, say that on there, man. Let me play the rest of this video, innit, man? We'll see if they're able to let us know what they're upset about. But alright, God. Yeah.
Struggle wasn't against Jews, but against Zionist aggressors. Tal Schneider says since 2014, Netanyahu-led governments have practically turned a blind eye to the rockets and the fire from Gaza. Hamas kept training its terrorists, often in plain sight, as the Israeli intelligence apparatus was led to believe that Hamas wasn't prepared for any attack and the economic incentives to Gazans were cushioning their lives. Hamas trained and dug a huge network of tunnel to smuggle and hide weapons, even as Israel kept funneling Qatari money into Gaza and making it stronger. Political scientist Ian Bremmer said on X, this was a mistake of epic proportions. Hamas was and is a terrorist organization with critical support from Iran, from Russia, and before October 7, from the Israeli PM. This helps explain why so many Israelis are united, not just in destroying Hamas, but also in removing Netanyahu from office. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has come under tremendous pressure and criticism after the October 7 Hamas attacks. If he is being slammed for the deadly attacks at home, abroad he is facing criticism for the Gaza offensive. How Netanyahu steers his country in this moment of crisis and what stand he takes on the Palestinian statehood issue will determine the fates of both Israelis and the Palestinians. Do tell us what you think about this video in the comment section, and for more news updates, subscribe to India Today.
Peace. We got India Today. I want them feel like. Oh, what's it? Yeah, we got a fish patty in the back. Hold on. Hold down. Fish cuss.
Right. Can't.
Fish boy.
Can't. How you gonna let this black dickhead treat you like that? He's allowing Luke here to troll you on something you said. How you letting that? This is what I'm trying to say. This man doesn't back you up. That's not Luke though. You need to get to know Carl.
Like you're black
you need to get to know Carl.
Man.
You're letting this batty man here use Luke against you. And he's calling you out.
Call me gay.
You need some saying, Carl. You need to get your fire.
You mad?
The black people don't care about you, Carl. I keep telling you this, Carl. The black people don't care about you. Got a Drake let you know that already.
Did you call me gay?
Don't care about you. I hear this black batty.
Yo,
what are you letting two batty boys fuck up around about something you said. That's what I'm trying to say. And you got some nerve. You got some nerve, Kayon. Some proper nerve. You know that. You don't like Carl. You don't like Carl, do you? You don't like Carl, do you? You don't like Carl,
you know what?
You're deep. You're some pussy. Oh, listen, suck him on
You're
my back.
You're a dickhead, man. Shut up, man.
Hey,
suck your butt, man, you dickhead, man. Shut up, man.
Yeah.
How did you run, yeah? Pussy, oh. He's an idiot,
He loves you.
Man, I can't believe it. He said, I am gay, you know, with his fishy voice. You're gay. What? That's bad. I can't believe it.
You call me gay.
Hey, that's your stepdaughter there that jumps on, you know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to set you up with his mum.
Yes,
trying to set you up with his mum. So, you know, hopefully we can. I won't see your mum, but you know, I'm trying to set you up with his mum.
Good.
Mamsie. It's Mamsie.
You know what I'm there for, right? Khan.
Who are you?
Look, Gurdeep's come. Gurdeep's got his cape on. Look, here he goes. Go on, Gurdeep.
Well, then put his work in. Go on. He's been rehearsing.
Let's keep it basic, bro, because this is basic stuff. So, can you repeat what you said yesterday?
I can.
I was working as a car delivery guy, and these Romanians had a girl in the back room.
That
one, Gurdeep.
Yeah, go ahead. Go and finish it all up.
Yeah, because I said she was a little girl, meaning she was about 5 foot tall. These lot tried to say that I meant a little girl as in she was a child. Obviously, it's a misunderstanding.
Because I was listening, and that's exactly... Oh, shut your mouth, Ben.
Go on, Gurdeep.
That's exactly what you said yesterday.
A
man that speaks as much as you do. We know you know the difference between a short woman and a little girl.
She was a little girl, Gurdeep, bro. Like, I'm 50 years old. She must have been about 20-something. To me, that's a little girl.
Bullshit, man.
All right, well, if you don't want to believe me, that's fine.
We know how you talk about women already. We know your activities with prostitution and stuff like that. For you to see it happening in front of you...
I'm innocent. I was just dropping off the car to get washed.
Listen, no. You turned the blind eye.
The girl come out of the room looking like she's been through an ordeal.
Even
if it's not a little girl, but it is a little girl because that's what you said.
It's a little girl to me.
It's not a little girl.
But 1 minute, good. Here's the question. Why would these lot care about some immigrant girl, no matter what age she is? 'Cause they don't want immigrants in the country.
No. It's not about. Listen, Ben, don't do it. Don't do it, bruv. So wait until Friday. We'll cook you up Friday.
Don't talk about immigrants. We're all fucking immigrants.
It's got nothing to do with immigration and what the opinions are of the natives. This is like a humanitarian opinion, really, isn't it?
Okay, I got it.
Good. You asked me the question, I answered it. You're telling me you think I'm a scumbag, but it's based on what? There's no evidence. I've told you the story. That's how it happened.
You changed the story. You've now.
No, I said she was a little girl. She was a little girl. To me, I'm a big man. To me, she was a little girl. Put it this way, she was too young for me to move to.
Why
did you do something about it?
I'm saying all about like 24. The man there was 24. So she was younger than them. She must have been about in her 20s.
Who do you think you're talking to? A bunch of children. These are
what do
all
you mean? You're asking me what
people.
happened? I was there, innit? Was you there? I was there.
We've been there when you bullshitted in the past and described women in derogatory ways and your general regard for women.
What's that got to do with this, though?
It's just an addition to what you normally say.
But what's that got to do with this?
It's got to be true. It's got to be true.
All right. Well, you can believe what you want. It's fine. I don't really give a shit.
Where they live, going back, you should go back and build.
Well, this is the thing, Gertie. If I actually give a fuck about any of you or what you thought, I would be a little bit more careful. Wait. I'm being honest with you. Listen, I'm being honest with you. Gertie.
You're not getting a word in. You're not getting a word in.
What are you on about? You spoke. I let you speak.
You should know that by now.
I let you speak.
You should know that by now, my son.
You need to let me speak.
No,
really, I didn't interrupt him when he spoke. I helped him get his words out and everything.
Cry
really,
like you're supposed to, like you started off to cry, innit? Started making noises.
I'm telling you,
don't like noises back at you.
I'm saying if I actually cared about what you lot thought, I would be very careful with the words that come out my mouth. But I don't actually give a shit about any of you. Like, if any of you lot can even step to me and even pressure me in any way, I'll be very careful with what I'm saying.
Listen, you drama queen. Talk like a fucking man.
What do you know about being a man? You don't know your own dad.
Where's your kids?
Where's
your kids?
With their mum.
Naya, Wagwan. Are you feeling all right?
What? Why trying to speak like you're black? You're already fucking nicking their music and making a living out of selling other people's music.
Tits, you little cunt. Listen, I know exactly where you are, you know.
You fake
Try to style out things about
you're not even a
really
seek, you fake seek.
You're a pussy. You're a pussy.
You're fake ass.
Nah, man.
You're nobody.
Listen, you kiss black people's culture. Bruv, that's
Why listen. Black people's culture?
You want to bring black people into the subject. You don't know.
You are by putting that name there. Why
it's not
that sound system?
I've never had
wait, hold on a second.
You put that name
officially, wait, hold on. Officially, black people are free from this conversation. This is between Khan, and the Romanians.
Exactly.
Let it play.
Exactly.
It's all about. It's about a young girl. It's about a young girl. It's not about colour. But a young girl.
You've been told, isn't it? You've been told by a member of the community that you try to drag in.
Listen.
I'm not saying you've done it.
Let me tell you something. You know where the Romanians are. You go and tell them about it and see if they don't come out there with a black eye. Just leave me out of it.
Bruv, I'm not like you. I'm not like you. You think we're
I know. You're browner. You're browner than me.
Albanians. And these ones, bro, we do business with these people, and
exactly. You do deals with gangsters.
Shut your mouth. I'm not like you. I'm
tell
not
us
like
about
you.
all the Sikh gangsters.
I would have
tell us
said
about the
something.
Sikh gangsters. Tell us about all the Sikh gangsters. Go on.
Sikhs are good people.
Why are you talking about Sikhs? Listen, you behave like a groomer yesterday,
tell us about the Sikh
turning a
gangsters,
blind
bro.
eye. But hold
Tell
on,
us about
let's
the Sikh
talk about your
gangsters.
face. You're going to talk about Sikhism. How comes you moved like a groomer?
No,
yesterday?
I didn't say Sikhism.
How comes you told
It's
a story
ethnicity.
of potential grooming and
Nah,
everything?
Sikh
Isn't
ain't
that the
just a
general
religion. It's an
accusation
ethnicity.
you lot
It's
get?
ethnicity.
You see, you
what
lot.
you said.
Isn't that the accusation that you fulfilled that prophecy yesterday? You did, didn't you? You.
Repeat that.
You.
Repeat that. What?
I don't think
fulfill
it's
the prophecy.
Yeah,
Put
you
that
could
in
say
the
it.
Bible then, innit? Next time you rewrite it.
Your mum's tit.
It's for children.
I can't mention your mum because like I would never disrespect anyone's mum. You're a scumbag.
You fake Muslim.
You're a scumbag.
You're fake.
You're a fake Sikh. You're a
Recite
fake
Al
Sikh.
Fatiha. Recite, Rudy.
I could
Hear you
recite it
recite.
now, but I wouldn't
You
waste it
can't
on
talk like
you.
a man. Listen, we're not in
What do you
kindergarten, you
know
little
about man?
slut.
Bruv, your
You
voice
little
sounds
slut.
gay. What do you mean, man? Why are you talking about man sounding like a man? You sound like
Bruv,
a
my voice don't
faggot.
need to sound nice to you.
Bruv, you
Ask the
sound like a
ladies what they think of my
faggot.
voice. Ask the
Bruv, you
ladies
sound
what
like
they think of my
Esau.
voice.
You
Now go
little
ask the
fag.
audience. Ask the
What's wrong with
audience.
you?
What audience? You ain't got no audience. As soon as you start talking, people switch off.
Listen, if it
People
weren't for
switch off when you
YouTube,
start
who are
speaking.
you? If it weren't for
Bruv, we
YouTube
need,
and the
listen.
hosts that use you because you're a mouthpiece, Jedi
Yeah.
only had you up there because you're blah 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 blah. Same thing I go on here,
So
bro.
where was you then? Where was you?
I've always been in the chat, watching your
Yeah, they
little
don't
asses,
have you on
fucking
because
you
you're full
up
of shit and can't even talk.
throughout the years. I'm here now, Rudy. What are you gonna say?
Who you
You're
calling
crying.
Rudy, bro? I'm a 50-year-old man. Don't
I
speak to
will
me like
smack
I'm
up a
12.
50-year-old man. I will smack you up,
Who?
man.
50, and you're talking like a child.
He's an
Fucking
idiot,
hell.
man. He's a
You should have done
disgrace.
something.
You're
No,
You've been
you
eating too
embarrassment.
are.
much spicy
You're
food,
embarrassment.
Gertie. Gertie, you've been eating too
Oh,
much spicy food, bro. You think you're a bad man now.
all right, let's get to
Yeah.
serious topics. Khan, Turkish human smuggling trafficking gangs. Should we discuss that
Oh,
today?
no, no,
We'll
no.
bring
We're
I'm
that
not
as a
not.
from
topic.
Turkey. I'm not from Turkey.
Oh, so now
We're
you're
not.
not Turkish. It don't
I'm
matter, bro.
Turkish,
You
but I'm not
already
from.
listen,
There's more
listen.
than one Turkish country.
According to your name on your avatar, your name's Turk. So I don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking.
Turk's an
I know.
ethnicity. It's an
Do.
ethnicity. It's an
You are thick,
ethnicity.
bruv. Listen, you know who you come up against right now. You ain't gonna do it, mate.
Pause on that.
Thick,
Don't go around telling people to
thick.
come up on
You're
you, bro.
thick.
You little
Let me
fag.
see what the chat say. They're
Oi!
probably cracking up. Oh yes, they are cracking up. You're a waste man. You know every time I
Wait.
come up against
What?
you, you get
Make sure I
fucked
put
up.
my
Yeah.
glasses on now.
You put your
Gertie,
glass.
you're an idiot.
Dickhead.
You're an
No,
idiot.
you should have helped
Listen,
that little girl. Oh, you should have helped that girl.
next time you see a vulnerable young woman in a room full
Exactly.
of men, you're supposed to be
Do
doing
something.
something.
Brother,
If it's not your
brother.
moral, I'm sure your
She's
faith will teach you that.
affiliated. She's
I'm sure your
affiliated
faith
with
will.
gangsters.
Fuck
She's in
off.
the
You should
gang.
have done
Faith.
something.
I'm
If
there
you look
doing
into
Finish
your
work.
the
faith,
glass.
I'm a
you can.
worker.
If you look
She's
into your
part of
faith,
a
if you look
international
into your faith,
group
you're
of
gonna see the
gangsters.
guidance. If you look
Brother,
into your
listen.
faith, you can see
You
guidance.
listen, you say one wrong word to that girl or put a scratch on her, trust me, you got 10 big Romanians looking to take you apart. Like, what do you mean? What do you want me to do about the girl? What do you want me
Oh,
to do?
No,
so
I would do it.
okay.
No, do it.
Thanks for the
I'd rather
clarification.
walk out
Thanks for
there.
She's
clarifying.
affiliated, she's a
It was a
gangster.
case of
She's in the
bottle. You
gang.
bottled it. You
Shut up.
bottled
She's
it.
a
You
little
said there was
invulnerable
four
woman.
man. Four
The
man. Now it's
workers.
10
I
man.
said
That's
the
six extra
workers. They were
man. I could
workers.
probably whack up 2 men
They
by
were
myself.
workers. Who,
What are
you
you
in your
talking about?
wheelchair? What are you chatting about,
Oh,
bro? Get real.
Am I
wheelchair.
in a wheelchair? Am I in a wheelchair? Am I in a wheelchair, you little
Brother, you know on your best day you're coming out with wheelchair
you little
and you got
pussy?
walking stick. What? Show us your house again. Show us your wardrobe from The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, that antique wardrobe you got.
There you
You
go,
leave.
pussy. There you go, pussy. There you go.
It come with
Look,
the
look,
house.
look,
He goes, I
look,
moved in, it was
look,
already there.
look, look. I'll bend your mum up over these speaker boxes.
You
I'll
better.
jump off.
What
See
is
that
that?
platform there?
Butters.
I'll
That's
dive
butters,
off from
bro.
there,
That is
bruv. Straight
butters.
back shot.
That is butters.
Your
Why are you
mother.
wearing gloves? Because you're doing housework, you little faggot.
Of course, I'm not like you letting my elderly mum do all the work and bring me cups of tea.
It's
Do you
good
need
cardio
something,
for
son?
her.
I
It's good
might be
cardio.
disabled. I
It's
might be
good
disabled.
cardio.
I might be disabled, but
Don't
I
worry if
raised
you're
2 kids
You
disabled.
are
by myself,
disabled.
G.
So you
Bruv, you
admit
can
that you're
never be me.
disabled.
You
So
can
you
never
admit
be
that you're
me. I
disabled.
make
You
more
admit that you're
money than
disabled.
you. I raised
Yeah,
2
on
kids.
benefit, you're on
I'm
PIP, mate.
disabled.
Top rate.
Bruv, I make
Fuck.
plenty of money.
Brother, the
Plenty of
guy's got
money,
the
bruv.
Range Rover outside his house. It's on PIP, bro. The government's paying for it. The
No,
taxpayers paying for it.
it
Is
doesn't
it,
matter. What do you
do
do?
you own your house or did
What
your
do you do
mum
for a
earn that
living?
house?
What do you do for a living?
Brother, you're living on PIP. Yeah, you got a
I'm
car with
proud. I'm
mobility.
proud. I get
Been up.
2K. I get 2K a month.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Cash
out of
money,
our
motherfucker.
money.
That's
That's
rent
2K
on
out of
top.
our money.
With rent
Deport,
on
go
top.
deep,
Yes,
deport,
yes,
go deep,
I'm
deport,
disabled.
go deep,
I'm
deport,
disabled.
go deep. We should
See
deport you,
there?
mate.
Heart
Oh,
medication.
my 2 grand.
Heart medication. You
You
see that next
faggot.
one?
You got a
See the
weak
next
heart and a
one?
weak leg. Look at your legs.
Cannabis.
Them pencil
Cannabis
legs.
medication. Yeah?
You
Make sure you go to
faggot.
work. Make sure you
You
go work.
druggy. Why all you
He's
So you
Sikhs on
know,
the drugs, bro?
listen.
Explain that.
Because I pulled you up on what you did with
Pulled
that
me
little
up.
poor little girl, you want to
That's
attack my disabilities.
I never done
Suck your
nothing. I was
mother.
working there.
Suck your mother. And your
I used
dad
to
ran
like
away. Where's your
Look what he's
papa?
saying to me. You
Where's your
filthy
dad?
bastards.
Where's your
Him
dad?
Filthy bastard. My dad's got his
Bruv,
own
you're a
yard.
chip off the old block, mate. I bet
What do you mean?
your dad met your mum at the car wash.
Yeah.
Brother, your mum met your dad at the fucking razor aisle buying her razors for her face, and he was like,
Oh, you're
"Oh, I use
so
them too."
funny. Bruv, listen, nobody's caping for you, so you're not going to come out on top today. You do realise, isn't it? You
You
do
do
You're gonna
realise.
come
realise
out on top.
you
You've
could
got
you
heart
could have
medication.
You do
You're gonna
top
die
Turd,
jobs
any
on top.
minute.
Shut up, you
Listen,
fat
I'm
cunt.
just scared. I'm
Listen,
just scared that you're gonna die, and these are
have
not
you
saying I killed
injected
you.
steroids into your legs like you were discussing on Jedi's show when you were
Into
going
my
to the gym?
legs.
Oh, my legs.
Well, what's wrong with
Oh,
taking steroids?
Why didn't you stick up? No, you should not. All
Well,
jokes
wait,
are
wait,
you
wait,
should.
wait.
There's
What's wrong with
nothing
Shut
taking?
the
wrong with.
fuck
What's wrong with
So
up.
now
taking
you're
steroids,
saying
though?
there's nothing
Stick
wrong
up
with
part
taking
two.
steroids. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with not
Yeah.
intervening when little girls are
How am I
allegedly.
intervening on what part? What part am I intervening? Tell me.
When what you should have done was when you seen her getting abused, you should have stood up like a man, puffed your
That's
fucking
right.
chest,
That's
done
right.
something about
That's
I
right.
it.
saw her being abused. At what point did I see her being abused?
Well, you gave everybody else the impression that was
You
going
said
on
it.
because, like you say, we weren't there. You implied
You
that's
was
what was
there.
going on.
I said
Ask
a
us
girl
all.
came out of the
Ask
back
us all. Doesn't
room.
matter
I
what you
didn't see
said.
nothing.
You implied it. You
You
implied
are.
it.
When we
Then
got
you
to
ran
that
away
point,
all
way
of a
back,
sudden,
Listen,
and you
I
went
never
missing
ran
for the day.
away. I never ran
You
away.
ran
I
for
you
the
was there
day.
getting my
you
car
pissed
washed,
out.
and these men were thingying the girl. They had the girl
Ah,
there. They're
what do
using, if they're
Listen,
you
using
knew
their
what was
car,
going on?
listen, if
we
they're
can
using their car
detect
wash,
from your
Intuition.
voice. You're
wait, wait,
lying.
wait,
You're
wait, wait. If
lying,
they're
mate.
using
You're
a car wash
lying.
as a knocking
You're
shop, what's
lying.
that got to do with me?
You're
It's
lying.
got
You're
everything to do with it.
lying.
That's what we do as citizens. We help each other.
You're a
You could have
deviant.
stopped that. You
You're a
could have stopped
deviant.
deviant. You
Dirty
could have stopped.
deviant.
You could have said. You could have done something, or you could
Brother,
have
you
phoned the
can walk
police.
into any brothel and do the same thing. Go on, go ahead. Let me see you. Get your camera out. Film yourself going into a brothel and going, "Oi, this is a knocking shot," and then get
I'm
What was
everyone
you
not
doing in
about
the
arrested.
to
Go and
brothel?
do
start
it now.
Googling or looking
Go
for
and
a
do it
brothel, bruv.
now.
I don't know
What
where
was you
there's
doing in
one
the
brothel
brothel?
or where there's 10 brothels. Bruv, I don't know about these places. I don't
Oh,
need
me.
no
Oh, so you
brothel.
choose not to know then? So you're choosing not to know.
No, I know. I know about brothels.
I'm choosing not
I'll
to
go down
know.
into the
Bruv,
gate.
wait. Benjamin, shut your fucking mouth.
No, I'm sticking up for you, you prick.
I don't need you sticking up for
You
me,
don't
you
need
fucking
sticking up
All
for
idiot.
right.
anyone. He's on two
All
grand
right.
a month, the little prick.
You're interrupting. And he's getting his fucking sneaky words in, like as if to say he's
Oh,
saying
sorry.
something.
Sorry.
You
Oh,
chat
so
shit,
that's your
bruv.
tactic, yeah,
Your
Goatee. Don't
bang
let
to
the other
rights, isn't
person
it?
talk. Don't let the other
Bang to
person
rights.
talk, yeah?
Bang.
Bang
Oh,
to
it's not
rights,
gonna
what? I
work,
don't
bruv.
understand.
It's not gonna work. Listen, I'm a boss out here. Can't you tell?
You're not well, mate. You're not well. You're
Oh.
not well. You got heart medication, bro. One slap, you're dead on the floor, and you're gonna
So,
write a note going, Khan was the one who done it.
I'll do
Are
it.
you, are you on this? Are you on this? Yeah. Are you on this?
Bruv, you're a faggot.
Where you've insulted young girls, you've insulted prostitutes, all vulnerable people so far, right? You've
No,
insulted
you're
people
vulnerable,
with
Benjamin.
medication.
You're
You've insulted
vulnerable.
everybody.
No,
Who have you
you're
insulted?
vulnerable.
You're not a man. Not vulnerable. Come on. Hey, you fucking dick breath. Hey,
Why are you speaking about your wife
you
while we're
insulted the
online, bro?
gays. You insulted the gays, right? Gay people, homosexuals. You insulted people with disabilities. You
That's
insulted
right.
young girls. You insulted creed colours. Who haven't you insulted? I bet
Your
you
mum,
insult Oh, go
your
on, mate.
mother.
Go on. Insult my mother. Go on. That's
Hi.
another one. All right, love.
What's up, your names?
Right, Khan, what have you been saying?
Just said I went into a Romanian car wash as part of my job,
Oh,
and they were
fucking hell.
using it as a knocking shop. And
Oh,
like they're saying to me, I should have reported it. Like it's on me. Like I'm Superman. I should be out there catching
yeah, where's the
criminals.
cake? You bitch.
Should you
Oh,
have
sorry.
done nothing but tell the story in comical value yesterday? That's what you did do.
You
What do you
did do that.
mean? It was embarrassing. What do you want me to do? I'm faced with a sexual situation first thing in the morning.
Oh, God, he can't
I
You
was
handle
brought
it.
it, bruv.
embarrassed.
You brought it to conversation, didn't you? Nobody triggered you
Fam,
to talk about it. Out of the blue, he's
I can
telling
speak about
stories.
my
Out
own
of
life
When
the
I
blue.
used to work for
experiences.
the
You ain't
car
got
place,
none. You ain't got no life experiences because you're stuck in the flat getting 2 grand a month fucking PIP, you cunt.
Shut up, you nutcase. Hey, let the lady speak.
Khan,
What did
you're a
she have to
sexual
say?
Amy,
fucker.
say
You're a
hello to
No,
deviant.
no, no,
Benjamin.
no,
From your
it's
own
easiest.
admission, yeah, Listen, your uncle took you to Holland when you were 16 years old. Now, where
19. I
did
was
that
19.
man get that permission? Your mother. Your mother gave him permission. Take my boy.
I was 19. Man's on road, bro. I don't need permission.
I swear on my children's life, he said 16. I swear
Whatever
on
I
my
said, the
TV's
truth of the
life,
matter
he
is, I
said
said,
16.
whatever I
He said
said, it was
16
19. It was
categorically.
19. It was
And there's
19.
witnesses. Bullshit, bruv. There's witnesses in the chat.
I don't care what I said.
Where's the people? Step
You
up.
should have
I
stuck
don't
up
care
like
what I
Today's
said,
getting
bro.
cooked.
Stories get
People should
embellished,
jump
innit?
up.
no, the stories. See what he's done.
Right, now, this is the shit I'm talking about, Khan. But you see, Khan, he set you up. He set you up, Khan.
You have to fail. Set you up to fail.
God, Khan, he just set you up, Khan. Like, now Gay Luke's gonna get you next. I tell you, the black community don't care about you, Khan. It's a clear. I hope after today, after today, you find I've been saying this to you for a while, Khan.
Shut your mouth, man.
You jumped
Esau,
on the
it's not
panel.
funny. This ain't
No,
funny.
listen. Go deep. You know, Khan's a 50-year-old man. Yeah. When a man like him says girls, you know what he means, man. Come on, like let's not.
That's bullshit.
No,
No.
Listen, don't go down this path
you
with
can't
me.
go at him for that. But if
I will
he's
cook
saying that
anyone
he's
up.
seeing men
Cook him
line up for one woman, then yeah, you can't be going around saying that shit. And yeah, you should have reported it.
Facts.
I haven't heard all that. I don't know all that.
She come out the room, yeah. She wasn't worse for wear, and she come up to me saying, "Do you want to come in the room?" And I was like, "I'm good. I need to
Oh
go."
my lord.
Yeah, and
what do
I
you want me to
expect
tell
you
the
to say
woman?
that as a 50-year-old man. Still, I expect
But what do you want me to tell the
50-year-old man.
woman? She's
You'd
there
be a bit
working of
dirty
her
if
own
you went there.
volition, earning her own money. What do you want me to do? Stop her from working?
Also,
She's
now
a
she's a
fucking
working
child.
girl. It's not just some random girl. She's a prosing.
It wasn't a random girl. It was
Okay, so yeah,
she
she's
was
just a
working.
working girl who's
She was listen, Amy. The geezer who
Yeah,
owns
they
the
use the term
thing.
working girl, innit?
The
Amy,
geezer
don't
who
take
owns the
this
car.
to the
Listen,
female.
let me finish the
You
story.
should
The
pick up
geezer who
the
owns the
female.
car wash turned out to be some gangster who's also running girls. So he was bringing the girl from one of his businesses to his other business, so his workers could benefit from her whatever,
Services, her
right?
services.
Yeah, services. Yeah, right.
Amy,
So
with due
if the
respect, you
geezer's a
know what this is
gangster.
about.
And he's got a contract from my boss, yeah, who's a legitimate firm, and he's agreed to wash all our cars for us. If I go down there and start making trouble like some fucking little busybody, my boss is going to lose his contract and I'm going to get sacked. Why would I do that?
but you can't say that either. Don't say my boss will lose his contract. Just say that girl is a working girl and it's her
Yeah,
business. Don't be like
exactly. Like,
that.
but the thing
You
is,
saying my
Amy,
boss will lose.
We
his
listen to
How
how
they
you
say it,
ask
their
Kiss with the
body, their
hosts
property.
already.
But
You
it's their
ask
body,
Kiss
their
with
property,
Jedi.
right, Amy?
You ask Kiss with
no,
Veli.
but they're
And
saying
you
that I
ask
should have
Kiss with that boss.
intervened
This
and
is
put my hands
typical.
on the
This is
girl
your
and been like,
pattern.
"You're coming with me. Get in my car. Let's go. I'm saving you." Like that's how they're going on. Like, how am I doing that with gangsters all around me?
Apparently,
Like,
yesterday though, Khan, you didn't say it was a working girl. You just said it was a little girl.
You said a little girl.
no,
Yeah.
I explained after that. You know, these that want to
Well,
clip it,
yeah.
they can. But I'm
When
saying
when the
after I
paedophiles
explained
went mad,
it.
right, Khan? When the paedophiles went mad, right? When
No,
Cleo's buddies went at you, right? I told you this black idiot doesn't he doesn't like you. He does
Shut
not
your
like you.
fussy
He
old
does
mouth,
not
man.
like you. I'm telling
And
you.
promote my channel,
He's
you little
setting you
bitch.
up. He's setting you up.
You
This
fucking
little black, this little
Shut up.
fucking
Hey, Ben, talk
devilfish.
to your
This
stepdaughter, man.
black devilfish.
Talk to your
This black
stepdaughter, man.
devilfish. I show
This
him
little
my picture.
bitch is just
Let me
running
see your
up his
teeth.
mouth, man.
This black devilfish right here, yeah, does not care about your
it.
car. You need to remember that.
I got nothing
You
to
black
do with it.
Put your
devilfish.
camera on so we can show your actual picture.
Black
man.
devilfish, black
Little
devilfish,
frog.
black devilfish, black
I've got
devilfish.
it. I've already got your picture anyway.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You wish you did. You wish you
I'm
did.
so upset.
You
Man.
wish you did.
Mad little
Hey,
Twinkies here, guy. Imagine,
in
in his
about,
ballerina outfit.
Can I tell you something? In about 9 days' time, Cleon, yeah, we're going to tell you all how it was done, yeah. You know when we win the war, you don't get your channel back? We're going to tell you all how we did it, and you're going to laugh. You're going to be pissed. You're going to be like, you guys play a dirty game. I'm telling you now, I can't say everything, but let's just say, checkmate, checkmate, as your boyfriend would say. Now, can't bury this guy, man. Bury this guy, man, seriously. I remember, Carl, I said to you, black, you don't care about his true testament again. Carry on, Cleon, carry on. Can't I know you meant working girls. Working girls. I know the establishment you're talking about.
Don't worry, man. Icel's gonna cry though. Icel's been crying for longer, like.
Just like KJ has no wash machine fetish.
Hey, we got Isel balling, you know.
Katie
You got mad
any pleasure from you.
Katie
gets pleasure from Whirlpool.
Listen, yeah, shut up, man. Go suck him up.
Well, good.
Yo,
hey.
What?
Why
you don't hear me alright?
You
yeah, man.
Yeah, big up the geese. I got nothing against the geese. I don't mind gay people. They're all right. They're all right. As long as they don't
Yo,
come
wee
in
man, you
here.
want to say something still?
Now go on, I'm listening.
Oh no, I thought you want to say.
Have a
What
go
does
at
she?
Khan.
She's a woman. What would she then?
I'd be like, 2 chicken rings and a fried rice.
Oh, fuck's sakes. Now he's having to go to Chinese now. Fucking hell, man.
No.
Bruv, you're the
Yeah,
most
man.
liberal Welshman I've
Oh, I
ever
love
met in my
everyone,
life,
man. They're
bro.
all good. Bro.
I am liberal, yes.
You're like the
Not
opposite
liberal.
of Tuffy, ain't you? Do you lot live on the same
They're all good,
mountain?
man.
Or just like opposing mountains?
I
Yeah.
beat the
And
fuck
can't.
out of
You know why?
brother.
You know. Hey, listen, yeah. You know why I can't didn't even listen to what Esau said, yeah, because he was actually there at the time, yeah, where I helped him clean it up. Because I was saying, you know what everyone's gonna say, because you said so and so, they're gonna think that they're gonna try and twist it to make you mean so and so. So did you actually mean that or this?
Here's the thing though, Veli, yeah? Like,
The
I'm
cleanup
explaining
dish
the
was still bad.
story from my point of
Vinny sort
view,
yourself.
right? I'm not explaining
Yeah,
it
so
in a police
your
report.
point of view is a little girl, though, isn't it?
Yeah, so my point of view, when she come out of the room, I was like, bro, what is she even doing in there? Then afterwards, when she stuck it on me and said to me, do you want to come in the room? Then I realised she's a working girl at that point.
Oh shit! You didn't say that part. Let me go back on
There's
the
more to the
God damn.
story. There's more
That's
to
what
the
I'm trying
story.
to,
So you
bro,
was gonna,
listen, wee
you could
man,
have gone in there as
wee
well, yeah.
man, listen,
Yeah,
mad things happen to
you
me
was
like
in
that
there
Wow.
all
with
the
that.
time. If I was
You
to
was
tell
in
you,
there with
listen,
that.
if I met you in real life and I told you the
Yeah,
mad
we did
things that
like
have happened to me in my life, you'd think, wow, half the things that he says online ain't that shocking, mate. Because life is just mad like
Listen,
that.
at the
Mad things
car
happen all the
wash.
I
time.
can actually probably
Whoa,
second
whoa,
that.
Maybe for you,
whoa,
but
at the
it's not
car
like that for
wash, yeah.
everyone.
Let
I've
the
never been to
ladies
a
speak.
car wash and seen it used as a brothel.
I ain't been to
That's
no
what I'm
car wash.
saying.
Yeah, on me. I
I've
never
never
been a
seen
car
that.
wash.
And
That
some
car
little
wash is
girl,
mad
some little
still.
girl comes out of a room.
Some
That
young
I've
wild
never
thing,
car
seen
some little
that.
wash,
young
car.
thing, innit?
Car
I've been
wash
to,
slash
yo, listen,
brothel.
man. You know, Khan loves a
That's mad.
fucking prostitute in a story, innit, man?
Really.
So, you know, so that's what I'm trying to say. That somehow
Bruv, I've
there's
got,
always a
trust me, I've
prostitute
got a few
involved
good
in every
stories,
story, innit,
man.
like,
I've
so, you
got good
know.
stories, trust
There
me.
actually is. There actually is
You
always
must
a
live in
That's
like
why
prostitute.
you must
I
live
did
next
try to
door to
help
that
you guys,
shameless
man. Like,
guy or
so, you know,
something.
obviously, you know, oh, my man does it. He does the,
You
We
there's a
man,
brothers
prostitute
trust
in
stop,
every
me.
story,
man.
innit, like, so,
I'm not
really
even
and
looking
truly,
for
man just took
trouble.
the
I'm
car to the
going
car
through
wash,
my
innit?
life,
So, man had to
avoiding
insert a
trouble. Mad
prostitute
things
in the car
happen
wash
all
as
the
well,
time.
innit, like.
Mad
You
things
go
happen
through
all
your
the
life
time,
trying
bro.
to avoid trouble, but then you open your mouth and trouble comes. But then that's because you
Brother,
opened your
I'm
mouth.
explaining it how I
That's you
saw
said
it.
it. The
I
worst
don't
thing is,
care.
God,
That's
no
how I
one even
saw it.
promote. No one even
You should
provoked you
probably
into
like,
saying a story about
oh,
it
you can
yesterday.
put it up
You just
on
decided to
What
Facebook.
the
shut everyone
fuck?
up on the panel. You
Yeah.
told everyone, shut
Yeah,
up,
I
I've
told the
got a
story.
story, shut up, let me
Yeah.
tell you my
Yeah.
story, shut up.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
but
you
what's
Tell
the
him
proceeded to
story.
story?
talk about
But
a
Wee
little
man,
girl.
Wee man, why should I
And
give a
you didn't
shit
even
what anyone
realize that you
thinks?
said little girl and tell Velly and turned around and said, yo,
Bro, to
I don't think
me,
you
in
Yeah.
my
meant that.
eyesight,
And then
she's a little girl, innit?
even then, when you was
Ah,
explaining, when he was explaining, you wasn't 100% confident. You said,
yeah, I was
I
Okay.
reported it.
agree.
Did you report
Right.
it?
Nah. Now they said to me,
So
did you
why
think
did you
about
Ah,
say
reporting
yesterday that
it?
you reported it?
But I
you
didn't, so
like
obviously
Why
you
did
haven't
you
been
say
listening.
yesterday that you reported it?
So you
See,
haven't
you
been
realized what
yeah.
you
listening.
done yesterday and
You
you
haven't
ran
been
and you ran
listening.
and you
I
ain't
never
been
said I
seen
reported it.
since. And
I never
you're a
said I
man that lives
reported
Be
it.
online.
serious, yeah. Wait,
I
You're a
never
man
said
that
that I
lives
reported
online.
it.
You've got
I
nothing
never
else to
said
wait,
do.
that.
So you
I
sat
never
there
said
watching
that.
everyone in the chat
hey,
rinsing you, and you didn't know what to say,
I
did
don't
you?
look. I
we
don't
You
look at the
didn't
chat
jump
half the
on and
time. I don't
defend it
look at the chat. I'm
yesterday.
not like you. You look
hey,
at the chat.
we man.
Brother,
You
Wait,
look at
you
wait,
the
was
hold
chat,
on,
in the
bro.
Khan.
I
chat
don't look at
Khan,
the
yesterday
before
because
chat.
you
you,
weren't on the
wait,
panel.
I don't look at the
wait,
chat.
Khan.
Yeah, you was
We
in the
man.
chat.
Man.
You weren't on the panel.
Hey,
You
man.
ran after you said what you said, and then you watched from the
Yeah.
sidelines. Don't act like you had something else to do yesterday.
Why does
You never
everyone
have
think
anything
they
to do.
know?
Hey,
Like these people got
man.
fucking powers. Are you
Hey,
X-Men or
Good.
something?
Khan, hold on
Yeah.
one sec, bro. We man.
Don't
Go
put
on
me
Do you
with
then.
the
know why
gun.
I deleted the stream yesterday? Why
Yeah,
did I
because of the
delete the stream
music and
yesterday?
everything. The music and
And all that.
everything.
No,
You was
and then man
playing
would have
them
gonna try copyright
strike.
strike and
Yeah,
all that
yeah,
sort of
yeah,
shit there.
yeah.
Who she got?
It
So
was
I had
nothing
to
to
do
do with
it because
protecting.
it was
If
pictures of
anything,
Brian Hell on the stream and all that sort of stuff there, innit? Like, so them, remember, them man are doing striking wars for
Yeah,
any
you
sort
had
of
their
thing that they
voices
can
on
strike
and
for,
everything.
innit? So,
You had their voices on and
the stream had to get
everything.
deleted.
She was saying that she could have doxed me, Amy, and Simon. I'm still waiting for her to dox
Yeah, no,
me.
that's all right. That one's all right. 'Cause that's my video, innit? From Ghost.
Wait, who's doxing
Okay.
me? Who's doxing me?
Bleeding.
I saw.
Don't you remember?
Oh,
I salt,
yeah, okay.
you salt, we salt, she is
Someone
salt,
keeps putting
I is salt.
someone put my
Ah,
address in the back of here, but what they need to realise is 137 is 2 separate flats, so you need to figure out whether I'm A or B and then go from there.
what? You're not a brass, too, are you?
But this is how stupid they are, yeah? It's the only thing they're actually
Mind
gonna
your
do
business,
is
geezer.
whatever postcode that you give is trying to just post a picture of the road. They're not gonna go there and knock on the door. They're just gonna post a picture of the road. They're gonna post a picture of themselves outside on the road, like
They're
they
not
would
even
do
going to do
something or
that,
whatever.
Ellie. They're not even going to go there.
gonna post a picture of the road.
Photoshop themselves there.
Yeah,
Gonna be a
Photoshop.
6'9".
Isil's gonna Photoshop herself.
Do
I'll
a
turn up
6'9".
at like half four in the morning.
Half
when
4 in the
everyone's,
morning.
Like, definitely sleeping.
Fucking hell, half 4 in
The
the
whole
morning.
wood's sleeping and no one's there. And I'm like,
Terrible.
yeah, I'm on your black beat. I'm on the black beat. You can't talk to me, beat.
Stay around for 10 seconds and cut.
Turkey. The turkey. That's what we're going to call you from now on, because you couldn't stand up for someone, so we're going to call you the turkey. Not turkey. You're a turkey. Big up the turkey. Yeah, that's your new nickname. You know, I think about it. You are the turkey. Right? You couldn't stand up for a poor young girl, so from now on you are the turkey. The 50-year-old turkey.
I had a whole nother video to play, yeah, but boy, the sidetracking took like over an hour to play this one video, innit? So forget about it, man. You can just allow it still, man. This brother's like addicted to jumping on G Block now. Look.
Oi, pussy.
Pussy. But this is why you're weirdo, yeah? I'm jumping on my panel.
Pussy hole.
And acting like.
Pussy hole.
And acting like you don't want to be here, you dickhead.
Can't cuss this cunt up. Do not let him don't let him keep setting
Stop begging it, man.
Seriously,
Hey,
he keeps setting you up for a fool, and he's
Stop
setting you
begging
up
it,
for that gay bastard from Preston, that weirdo ass cunt.
He loves him,
It's
innit?
true.
Bro,
He does love
strange
it.
that
He's
you
in
can
love
call
with
anyone
it.
gay.
These two are emailing each other and
no.
everything. WhatsApp
Really loves
calls
a
for
bit
a
of
whole
you.
lot. He does. He
It's
loves
strange
it.
that you
He
can
made
call
him
anyone
off
gay.
You two love each other, don't you? Imagine that Luke's far right batty boy, yeah, and Cleo's a big lefty pussy hole, and they're friends teaming up.
Tommy Robinson lover.
You can't make this shit up. One supports
Brother,
Palestine, one
listen.
supports Israel. You can't make
You're
this shit
friends
up.
with a fucking cat
can't
lady
make
that's
this up,
like
man.
75.
You
What
can't
are you
make this
talking
up,
about,
man.
bro? Behave yourself.
Can't make this up.
You're friends with someone old enough to
make
be
this
your
up.
grandmother. What are you
How
talking
old's
about?
Katie
Behave
now? How
yourself.
old's Katie?
And you
How
team
old's
up with
Katie?
people.
33? How
You
old's
team up
Katie?
with someone
33?
that's old enough to
You
be your
team up with a
grandmother to show
homosexual.
pictures
You're meant
of
to be a
other
rude boy
people's
Jamaican.
mothers.
You're
You
meant to be some bad
weirdo.
boy road man, and you're siding with some batty man. How is that looking
Yo,
on
wait,
Look at
wait,
that.
hold on a sec.
You're
How
from
could you
South,
call
and
anyone
you're
a batty
siding
man?
with a puff
This
star.
is why it's
You're
strange.
siding with some
All
white
right,
batty
wait,
boy from
hold on.
Preston.
Let me
Uncle's
mute
a
you for a
paedophile.
second, yeah? Let me mute you for a
That's
second.
your
Yo,
tactic, you
listen, yeah? All right, wait, hold on. Does anyone on the panel think Esau's straight?
Nah.
Well, sometimes.
As a roundabout.
Sometimes.
He goes
That's a
around and
roundabout.
around. He
Is
goes
it really
around.
this what I'm trying to say? Like, so it's mad. Like, it's weird that this brother would call anyone gay. That's
I
what I'm
think he
saying.
has his
Like,
good days
strange
and
that
his
he
bad
called people gay.
days. He has his good days
It's
and
mad.
his
It's
bad
like,
days, isn't
bro, how can you call anyone gay, brother? You mad? Don't you? Ain't you heard yourself?
When is he had a good day?
That's not gay. I've had a few gay experiences, but I doesn't mean I'm gay because I've had a gay experience.
Say that again.
Because I've had a gay experience.
You had a gay experience?
Yeah.
Kind of does.
Does it?
What do you mean you had a
Like
gay
if
experience?
someone
What
put
do you
their
mean?
penis
What
in
does
your
that mean?
bottom, then that makes you gay.
Here he goes with the bums. Now who's gay?
No, that's what like it's fact. You can look it up in the dictionary. Sodomy is like what we call gay.
Yeah, I tell you a great book now, 120 Days of Sodom by
Why
the
is it when he talks his eyebrows move?
That's lava.
Yeah, go and look it up. You like it.
What?
Oh, you gotta be careful with the Welsh jokes, you know, because Iman Taffy was cracking up yesterday, yeah, and Luke's on the panel going, oh my god, I can't believe you said that. Yeah, but Iman Taffy's banning up, cuz, like, so You gotta be careful with the word strokes.
No, I'm only on a lot. The tapping, those people fucking belonging to me. It's mad. I never thought that happened on fucking YouTube. Come on YouTube and someone knows him. My family. He's fucking nuts too, man. He's off his fucking rocket. He got tattoos all over his fucking face. He got spider, tarantula. He did have it. He's trying to have him lasered off. He had tarantula on his head, fucking web on his eye, all tattoos all over. Dewey.
What's he saying to you, man? Translate this shit for me, please, bro.
He's talking about a fella named Dewey that's got a tattoo of a spider on his eye.
I was talking about Tuffy, because I was like, Tuffy ain't got no tattoos.
You say them two know the same blood.
Oh, they know the same guy. Oh, get it now, get it.
Yeah, he never thought he'd meet anyone on the internet that he knows in real life.
Yeah.
Well, he met Luke and Luke's his son.
With this weirdo, you, bro.
Nah, Esau's his son, I think. Which one's his son?
I'm trying to set Isaac and Benjamin up, man. You know what I mean? Like, so if Isaac blows if Benjamin blows out Isaac's back, she'll shut the fuck up for like a good 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and he's up for it.
Can bother to.
I want to know if Benjamin's actually that pale or if he just needs to exfoliate.
What?
That's just some crustaceans of dead skin just making him look whiter than he is. Go and wash your face, man. Moisturize that shit. Looking like one crustacean.
But I'm better looking in real life. Okay?
Oscar the Grouch. Go and sit in the dustbin, Oscar.
Shut up. Hey. I will smack the taste cream.
Would Batty Boy. Would Beanie Man side with Elton John? Would Beanie Man side with Elton John? No. Would Vibes Cartel sit with Sam Smith? No, but
you've already said this is the dumb shit. This is the dumb shit.
You are actually a Batman.
You've already said that they don't agree with each other, and now you're asking him if someone would.
But you're sitting with these people every day. You've got an email contact.
This is mad.
You got him striking your behalf.
A gay lord is asking about anything to do with gays.
You got a Batty Boy striking on your behalf. Would Shabba Ranks, would he make a tune with Freddie Mercury? No, he would not. So what are you doing? What are you doing?
Brother, what are you doing? What are you talking about, cuz? You are a Batman. How can you ask any questions about any gay business? I can't believe it. This is mad.
Wait, Esau, Tupac made the tune with Elton John.
Hey, Esau.
Who did?
Esau, no one on the panel doesn't think that you're straight.
Listen,
even the new Benjamin.
You're a faggot.
He's only heard you like 3 times.
Listen,
and even he thinks you're gay.
Listen, Benjamin and Luke are trying to do something, and you're facilitating it. That's what you do, facilitate.
Benjamin's going to be Ice Travis soon.
That's why I call Rainbow Block.
He's going to be your new stepdad.
I'm going to ask you again, yeah. I'm going to ask you again.
Hey, wait, Esau. Say hello to your stepdad.
Met tunes.
Tell him, Esau. Tell him, Daddy, chill.
You are a sellout. You are wrong with the wrong people.
Esau.
You're siding with
Esau, tell him,
take on
Daddy,
Batman.
chill.
You're a pussy. You're siding with Batman to take on a Batman. You're a fool. You're a fool.
You know what's funny?
You're a fool.
Imagine Esau calling someone a pussy.
You're a fool.
This invisible fraggle. Brother, you're a dickhead, man. Shut up.
Who's your tag team partner?
man.
Your tag team
Get
partner
the fuck out
is Elton John.
Who's
Your tag team partner is Elton John.
Fucking 75-year-old leprechaun. What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, yeah. A pink Power Ranger and a leprechaun.
Fruity Dread.
Feeling like they're acting some gangsters. What the fuck?
Yeah,
you mad? Bro, listen, wait, Esau, hold on. Remember, do you know who your tag team partner is? Your tag team partner is like a 75-year-old leprechaun that cries on fucking line about cyberbullying, mate. They're cyberbullying, mate.
You side with
They're cyberbullying, mate.
Some bad boy
cyberbullying, mate.
Now, Khan, you're from London, Khan. Khan.
Shut up.
A man with a rude boy from South London, par with someone like Luke.
Brother.
Someone like who? Luke.
Brother.
Yes, exactly.
Never.
But this man here goes, oh God, yo,
behave yourself, man.
That's your pal. That's your.
But you're a Batman, man, bro.
That's your co-defendant.
How can you talk anything about gayness?
Listen, I'm gonna leave you.
This is weird. This is strange. Why it's weird is that you're an actual homosexual complaining about homosexual.
Enjoy your little gay partnership.
The weirdest situation ever.
Everyone knows.
So wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Stay there. So wait, we should ban all Batman from the panel, yeah? Wait, Esau, let me ask you a question. Before you duck out,
Ban
Should we
yourself.
ban all
Ban
Batty man
yourself.
from the panel?
Suck
Yeah.
your mother, Cleon.
Is that what we should do? Yeah. Exactly. Cause you know, if we ban all Batty man from the panel, you can't jump on the panel, cuz. You mad? If we ban all the Batty man from the panel, you can't jump on again. So it's weird. It's weird that you're campaigning for gays to get banned from the panel. It's like you don't want to jump on, but you're addicted to jumping on. It's weird.
Can't help himself.
It's mad still, man.
This is the most views he's had in his life, bruv.
And he's gonna jump on again in a sec or so.
You need the gays out there. The gays have done
Emotion.
You love gays.
The only time he gets views is when he comes over here. Then starts talking about numbers and shit when he's back over there. Don't make no sense. Nothing he says makes sense. He just said would Vibes do a tune with a Batty Man, and then said that you agree with the Batty Man, even though you on the opposite side of what the Batty Man is. It don't make no sense.
Hello?
How can you be agreeing with someone when you're on opposite sides?
I don't know, man.
Like Luke's on the right, you're on the left. How can you be agreeing with each other?
He actually hates Luke. I think that's one of his redeeming factors. He's actually redeeming himself.
I'll sacrifice.
Yeah, but he's still a Batty Man, though. He's a Batty Man himself, complaining about Batty Man. That's weird. It doesn't make sense.
It's a hard one. It's a difficult one.
I'm a giver. I'm a giver.
It's like a black person saying, "I hate black people." It's weird. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you'd look at them crazy. So I don't know why anyone's not looking at this guy crazy. He's like, bro, I hate gays and gays this and gay that and bro, yeah. Excuse me.
What's wrong with the gays? No, if you stop slagging gays off, gay people would come on your panel.
No one's not slagging gays off, bro. He was slagging gays off.
We're slagging that Batty Man off, but not all Batty Man.
Yeah, he was slagging gays off, but he's gay himself. That's why it's weird. That's why I'm like, bro, this is strange.
Yeah, I know.
This is a strange conundrum that you're putting yourself in. Like, you want to insult the gays while you're actually a gay yourself.
Yeah.
It's mad.
You're not gay, you fucking idiot. I've had more pussy than you've had cooked dinners. Trust me.
Yeah, but you live in Wales. You got
not
unfair
you.
advantage.
He only gets pussy.
You got unfair
Boy
advantage,
pussy.
bro. You're living amongst
You know
the
what I'm
Welsh.
Hey, you are a 50-year-old man on a panel with a gay man.
Well, who's the gay man?
What?
Yeah, well, I don't know. You work it out. Somebody on this panel is gay, I think.
I think he's.
You.
That was your stepdaughter. He just left, man.
On her own. You let
If it's up between these two dudes, I don't know, like.
could have a couple of Romanians. Oh, they
What do you
got.
I'm gonna set you up with him.
I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting Romanians. I'm mad.
Yeah, they would have had this boy.
What's happening, guys? What's happening?
What's going on, bro? Nah, but you know what it is, though, yeah? It's like everyone was going to tell their superhero story, how they're going to do this, that, and the other. Some people might fight, some people might not, or whatever.
Superheroes, I'm
It's
doing
just like,
superheroes. You're a man, you fucking
you know
bitch.
what happens with these stories, man. This scenario's happened so many millions of times on the
Yeah,
panel.
we've heard
That's
it
why
all
it's like,
before.
bro,
Robert the Bruce
take
and
the
how he
bubble
beat
worth
the English
bite
in the
into
war
it.
and everything. We've heard true stories.
Nah,
People
no,
speaking
I'm
English
just saying
still.
that. Someone said something wild, like, Khan, you said something mad, yeah, on purpose to get fucking
Brother,
people
listen, I'm
triggered, and
explaining
then they
the
started
story, how it happened according to my point of view. These men are telling me, we
really
know
good.
you, we know
Dangerous
you.
story.
Like, what? I'm
Changing
explaining the
the
story,
story.
how it
The way
happened,
you
bro.
say
What do you want me to
sometimes
do?
the way you say things is just crazy.
He's
Like
gay.
to me,
Oh,
for
I
you
don't know why
to
I
say,
acting like I don't
you
say
say,
black.
Yeah,
oh,
go
I
on,
didn't
Ames.
say anything because I didn't want my
Very
boss to
gay.
lose his job. That just sounds mad. Like you just let her go.
Yeah, you could have done
Like that sort of
something.
stuff sounds weird, mate.
It does.
It was
sound
his
weird.
choice of words yesterday. When he said "little girl," it just made it sound
Yeah.
so much worse.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I can
it
see
does.
that, but I can see his
That's
part of that as well.
No, what do you mean?
Everyone's
He's backtracking. I wish Felly never had to delete the stream. Trust me, because his backtracking was even worse.
Hey,
Yeah.
what happened?
Said
What
that
happened
he
yesterday?
reported it, and then today he's saying he ain't reported it, and it's all madness.
I never
Guys spoke a lot of
Guys,
shit
did you
yesterday.
think about reporting it. And I
Guys,
said,
catch me up, man.
about
What
it.
happened yesterday?
No,
What-
you can
I'm telling you guys,
try and
man, I
moonwalk
love
again,
you, man.
bruv.
Get it right.
You can't
Dude, you're
moonwalk,
falling into
bruv.
the contract.
You can't moonwalk again. Just stop digging, you fucking weirdo.
Listen, you
Brother,
absolute
stop
idiot.
digging.
You're
Just
being a
shut your
child.
mouth. It's your worst
Listen.
enemy. Is your mouth.
Listen. The
Shut
question was,
up.
did you think about reporting it? And I said, yes, I thought about it.
No,
I didn't say I reported
it wasn't. It was a comment that someone put in the chat, and Veli said it to you. Oh, have you reported it? Have you reported it? And you said, yeah. Like that. Yeah.
No.
And then today, no, I never reported it. She was a woman. She's a woman.
I said she was 24 yesterday.
You are full of shit. Why don't you just turn around and say, you know what, the whole story was made up. I don't have a life. I don't really leave my house.
Look, the string's deleted.
It would make you look a lot better than what you're looking now.
It don't work, bro. It don't work. You're trying to get me to repeat something I said yesterday because the string got deleted. Is it my fault the string got deleted?
I never said it was your fault.
Hey, can't.
You're trying to move all cool around
brothers
it.
and cousins.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to get me to explain the same story as yesterday because the stream was deleted. But without me adding in corrections because you're going, but
I'm not getting you to explain nothing. Did I say that you said something or did I ask you if you said something? I told you that's what you said. I'm not under any illusion of what you said yesterday. I know what you said. I was there.
You're trying to tell me that I said
don't need you to explain nothing. You did say it.
You're trying to tell me that I said something.
There's everyone in the chat that's going to say the same thing as what I'm saying because they were there and they heard it. They heard it and you're trying to move walk out of it. Carry on.
I don't give two fucks about what you think and your weird accusations.
It's not what I think, it's what I heard. I know I heard. And everyone else heard.
Prove it. So prove it then.
I don't need asking me to prove it when you know the street's been deleted. You fucking idiot.
You gay or what?
Did you just admit that Luke was gay? You just said he's a batty man. You did just now. You hit yourself 5 minutes ago. You just said Luke was gay. Man. You admit Luke was gay, right? So you was a batty man, yeah?
I just said you're a batty man.
And he's still wrong with him. And he's still wrong with him. You get a batty man
how can you complain about any gays when you're gay?
You gave a batty man information. You gave a batty man information.
When you're gay.
Tell everyone what you did. You gave a batty man your personal information, didn't you? To strike on your behalf. You did. You gave a puff star. What kind of, what are you doing? You gave a puff star.
That's what you did to your mum, man. You gave your mum information to try and strike on your behalf. Weirdo.
Why? Why would you do
You're
that?
such a beg, man. Listen to you begging.
Listen to me.
Yeah, you begatron, man. Get out of here, you little beg, man.
Shabba is not taking that information from fucking no batty man. I'm telling you that now.
You win in that
You're
car.
fake. No one from Tiffany Gardens is taking information from the Rainbow community. What's wrong with you? You gave someone from the Rainbow community personal information. Is that
you sound so gay, bro.
Imagine you're just desperate. Personal information.
You're just desperate for attention, bro.
Who does that? Suck your mother, say it, man. Suck your mother. Suck your mother. You didn't use your channel, be quiet. You didn't use your channel, be quiet. You didn't use your channel, be quiet.
It's a joke, man. How much lack of self-respect you got, bro. Can a grown man literally go somewhere every day?
As a big man, you're around here screaming out man them's name, cuz, man. Batty man, man. Listen to you, man. Batty boy. Stop calling out man name. El Batty boy. Batty boy. Think he's guy mad at that, cousin. He's such an idiot.
Man said Twinkie is erect.
Bro, you know what? Yeah, very for real. Yeah, I think you gotta stop letting him on, bro, because he's getting more out of this. Like we thought that a human being will have a certain amount of self-respect, whereby they couldn't. You know what I mean? But this guy's got none. Like he would literally turn up for this every day and get disrespected and get a fool made out of him.
And then jump back on.
And they just because it's better than nothing. It's better than having no human interaction. It's better than his family ignoring him all day. This is proper sad.
What was you doing?
Imagine, this brother chasing dudes about online while ignoring his kids. The whole time, the whole half term, the youths them didn't go to no park or nothing. Because this brother's doing 24-hour streams going belly. Like Bumba Clerk, cuz. You didn't take the youths them to the park one time, you know.
You start feeling guilty for the kids.
Yeah, man, I felt sorry for the youths, fam. I'm like, cuz, bring the youths down to my yard then, fam, and let me take them to the park or something, cuz, like, god damn. Like, you know, shit, man. I feel sorry for them youths, man, you know. We need to help them out still. Yeah, man. So if anyone knows, if like really and truly, they're calling social services on people, but people should really be calling social services on Esau because he's neglecting his children to chase after men online. It's mad.
Oh, fuck's sakes. No. Dirty bastard.
No, but for real, that's
Call them.
actually true. As bad as that
Call
He's
sounds,
not
that's
as bad
actually
as
true.
he's not as
That
bad
is
as
what
we
he
man,
does to
though.
himself all day.
He's not as bad as we man.
This story gets worse. Story gets worse.
I'm terrible, innit, Khan? I'm
Why
terrible.
do you? No, you got Luke
I
on the
say
brain.
the
Why are you
most
thinking about
suspect
Luke?
things online, boy. It's
Yeah, you just thought
terrible.
about Luke for no reason.
I just watched that clip and it's not even that deep.
Yeah,
The
I
only
was
thing he
talking to
said
a
that was
batty man, and
wrong
that's why
was
his
little
name come in my
girl.
mouth,
Hello?
innit?
The
What
only
came in your
thing that he
mouth?
said wrong in that video was
Pause.
little
His
girl.
name. His name.
He said to
Nothing
everyone that
else.
the boss brought
I
this
heard
girl
slip of
from
the
her
tongue
other
like you, bruv.
business.
Hey, wait, thingy.
One sec,
Amy,
one
is that
sec.
where you went?
You
You went to
guys,
listen to the
yo,
clip?
yo, 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 you guys. Can you hear Amy?
Shut up,
Amy's
you
speaking, you
can't
know.
watch. Oh, but
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
hear
we
Amy?
heard.
Good,
I heard
Amy.
Amy. Yeah, we heard Amy. Can you not hear him?
Can't see it. Gone.
The only
okay.
thing Khan said wrong in that clip was the little girl thing, that a little girl came out the room. You probably should have reworded that properly. Other than
Back
that,
to this
he said
movie.
that the boss had brought this girl from his other business, which is obviously his
Yeah, which
clip.
Yeah,
means he's
but
a human,
unfortunately, the
which
whole clip
means he's
isn't
a
there.
human trafficker.
The whole clip
He's a
isn't there.
human
They should have
trafficker.
clipped the whole
He's a
thing,
human trafficker.
and it carried on. And Khan really didn't paint himself in any
But
glory.
here's the thing, though, wee man. Veli's the person who read out the question. Why don't you ask him what the question was?
I don't need to. I was there. I heard it.
question?
What makes you think I need to ask anything?
What was the question?
Tell
Wee
him,
man, you're
man,
not being
he's a
fair.
human
You're saying
trafficker.
one thing, I'm saying another. I'm saying let
How
Veli's
do I
vote be
need
the
to?
deciding
What's
vote.
fair? What do you want?
Listen,
What do you want me to be fair about? What I
I'm
did
saying
I
to
need to
here.
you
jump
that
off
You
here.
want
I'm
me
gonna
to
listen to the
lie
people's
about
battle.
what I
opinion.
heard? You
Listen,
want me to
people's
lie about what I
memory.
heard? Then that's fair
Listen,
for you,
your
then, yeah?
memory is
Would that make
subjected
you
to.
feel better?
Listen, you don't
Dickhead.
understand.
Human
You're the
trafficker.
dickhead, you little cunt, you little 4 foot midget. You're the one,
Keep
yeah.
getting
Oh,
angry, you
fuck.
fat
He's picking on
dick.
midget. Right.
I'm fat, but you're ugly. I can lose weight, you
Poor
can't. Look at
Yeah,
your
people,
face.
yeah.
poor women, fucking, he's picked on little
You're
girls,
fat and I'm ugly.
poor people, blacks.
Yeah.
He's picked on
I'm with
everybody.
my missus for like 30 odd years. Where's your missus?
Well, your missus the
You
one
live
with the
with your
white stick
mum,
and the
bruv.
fucking
You live with
sunglasses.
your mum. You
Your
live
missus
with
got a
your
white
mum.
stick.
Shut up.
She's
You got a
fucking
degree in
blind.
food so you can eat enough of it to get
No,
pip, you fat cunt.
Fucking hell.
Shut up.
No, I ain't got a degree in food.
Yeah, you
Fuck
have.
you.
Yeah, so you're not a nutritionist. You're not a qualified nutritionist.
Nutrition's got nothing to do with actual food.
Of course it does.
Nah.
His
Does it tell
nutrition
you
is
what's good for you and what's not?
Pathologies,
yeah,
illnesses.
Does it tell you what's good for you and what's not?
No, it doesn't.
yeah.
It doesn't tell you
It tells
what's
you
the point of
about
a nutritionist then?
a nutritionist tells you where the vitamins and minerals are in normal food.
Oh, he's picking on
Yeah, so
minerals
it
now.
tells you where the
But you
good
have to
food
be
is and where the bad
deficient.
food is.
There ain't no
And you
such thing
went
as
to the
good
bad
food.
food so you can get
There's
pip.
no such thing as good food or bad food. If you're
You went
deficient
to
in
the
something,
bad food so you could get pip.
you're not
Shut
listening.
up,
If
man.
you're deficient in something
You're a
and you need
dickhead.
it, then you have to eat it. If you're not deficient, there's no
Yeah.
such thing as good food and bad food.
You are
Food's
definitely
food.
deficient. You're deficient in the
No, you're
brain.
mentally deficient, mate.
No,
Well, to be
you
honest, I
have
mean,
had
Khan explained it to us once years ago. He said that, I mean, Khan, obviously, that I'm neutral in it. We man's my brethren and that, but you're cool as well, so I'm not taking sides. But you did say that the reason why you did a degree in nutrition was because you used to sit around and it used to occur to you that there must be millions of different things out there in nature that I could technically still eat, but I don't know about. So let me go and find out what those things are.
oh,
Do you remember telling us that?
waste man. You are a waste man.
Khan opens his mouth all the time and is his own worst enemy.
He
Who
can't.
we
cares?
ain't
Why don't
joking,
you
bro.
give a shit? I'm
Khan,
providing
don't take it personally,
entertainment for
bro. He's only
you,
joking
mug.
with you. Khan, he's trolling you, bro.
Oh,
Chill, man. He's
Khan.
only
He
messing
ain't
with you.
trolling shit, bro.
He is trolling,
You
man.
suck
He ain't.
dick,
He's
Khan.
on
He
there
is. I know
mentioning
he
his
is,
love
bro.
affair.
It's
What
everything
are you
that
talking
comes
about,
out of it and
Luke?
everything that he puts in it. It's his own worst enemy. If he could sew up his mouth, it would probably survive a lot longer.
So why? What do you mean? Man's been around longer than you? Well, no, obviously no one's been around
What
longer than
comes
you.
out of it is shit, and what you
You
put
keep
in it is
mentioning
shit.
cum all the
Like,
time.
what
You're
is the
mentioning
point of
cum.
your fucking mouth?
You're a faggot. Stop mentioning people coming in people's mouths all the time.
Oh, fucking
I never
hell.
said anything about cum, you
Yes,
fucking...
you did.
It's the fat over
You said
your
Luke
earlobe.
come
You
out of
didn't
your
hear me
mouth.
properly.
I
I
why
said you
mentioning
put
Luke? And you
shit in
said
your
it come
mouth
out of
and
my
shit
mouth, you
comes out
said.
your mouth.
Hey, guys, we just got rid of
Shit
him,
comes
man.
out your mouth.
We just
I'm
got
gonna
rid
Shit.
get
of
someone to
Diesel.
clip
Don't
it.
make
Shit.
him come
You
back.
said Luke
Come on.
came out your mouth.
Khan, you
Yeah, all right.
what are you doing on YouTube at the 50? You're 50 years of age. What are you doing on YouTube? Shouldn't you be doing other things as a 50-year-old, like fixing your car or something, or I don't know, going to car washes with little girls? And what you're doing on YouTube as a 50-year-old man. And the mic drop.
Talking to you, Khan.
No,
Yeah,
what do you want me to say to him?
I mean, it wasn't the best form
be on
question, I must
YouTube.
say.
Bro, he's asking me why I'm on YouTube when he's on YouTube with me. He's saying I'm 50, but yesterday he said he's 55. He's asking me about prostitutes that work out of car washes. Just 5 minutes ago, he was saying that he goes to brothels. Like, I don't understand it.
Bro, Khan,
I've
welcome to
never
your
been to
future, bro.
brothel
This
in
is
my
you in
life.
5 years' time.
I'm fucked tonight.
I love prostitutes. I think you should.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I love them. They're my favorite. They're my favorite type. I like when I go brothels. I like reading the tattoos on the back of them, and I'm banging them from behind, reading the kids' names off the back of their arms, and then I
Yeah,
like
that normally takes you the full
Reading
full hour,
kids'
doesn't
names
it?
while you're having sex.
Oh,
Are
bro.
you all right?
I didn't.
For
Yeah, you
fuck's
shouldn't have said
sake,
that
what's
last
wrong with this panel, man?
Bro, how you asking man if he's all right? He already told you he's Welsh. That's from Wales, bro.
no one
He's
go to
already
brothel.
said that.
Oh, listen, no one go to brothel. I wasn't trying to read them on purpose, but you're in it for half hour when you pay 45 quid.
No,
Pay
it's funny
40
what he said though, because my ex had her kids' names tattooed on her back, and it always used to put me right
when
off
you
my
fucking
stroke.
when you're fucking underages, you end up reading the fucking tattoos and then reading fucking names and ex-husbands' fucking names, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
she wasn't a
fuck.
prostitute. She might as well have been, but she wasn't.
No, she was a prostitute when I fucking.
And I said to her, have you ever thought of earning money out of this? And she said, nah. She goes, my family would find out.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the only thing stopping her.
No, I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you
But she was
exactly
the
what
best though. You know, have you ever been with someone that thought, you're the best? I'm never going to meet anyone that's as good as you. Just the fucking best, man.
When I was about 14 or 15, when I bust my chair, you know. But not now. I just look at them as objects. Sorry, love, down below. But I just look at them as objects. It's just a rub in it.
Did you say sorry to Amy? I don't think she's even listening.
All right, that's all right then. Excuse me. No, yeah, I bang loads of fucking prostitutes. Fuck it.
Yeah, you're a scumbag, bro.
No, I'm fucking joking. I'm banging prostitutes. You're fucking idiot. You don't really believe this shit. Like,
You're
just
a
like you in the
scumbag.
car.
No, you're a scumbag because you said you fucked them when you never. At least if you fucked them, they could have earned some money out of you.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, you got a point. You got a point. I don't think so. I think it's worse if you actually go a prostitute. I think it's a lot worse. You know.
I don't think there's anything wrong with going to prostitutes. They're providing a service. I think England should be like other countries where you can get it on the NHS.
Oh, fucking hell, no, the NHS.
Yeah, of course you can. In other countries, you can.
So you can tell me now you want to go to the brothel?
What, me now today?
Yep.
No, I'm all right. I'm good for now.
Not for now. How long do you think you
there's been quite a lot of social commentary about this over the millennia, seeing as it's the oldest profession in the world. But there is some good evidence to suggest that countries that have like an open sexual policy in terms of. Hang on, can I just finish my point? Hang on, mate. Let me just finish my point. Yeah. What I'm saying is that there's good evidence to show. There is some evidence to show that countries that have a lenient sexual policy in terms of sexual work, generally speaking, they have benefits to society in a lot of ways, because a lot of people want to do that job, meaning either because they choose to, or because they like the fact that they can make loads of money out of something where they don't really have to learn or study or do anything technical. And there's the fact that the men who use these women, like, they must have sexual frustrations, isn't it? Obviously. So rather than their sexual frustrations coming out, in their family, arguing with their wife, fighting with their wife, even, forcing people to do stuff, rather than all that, at least they have an option. They have an option whereby they can channel their frustrations. So it's legal. It's a transaction. It's a two-way thing. If it's all above board and monitored, I mean, I agree with who I can't remember who said it, but I don't really see a big problem. If you think that prostitute, final point. If you think that a prostitute sells their body, but a coal miner doesn't, then you have a very weird idea about labor.
You're bringing the minors into it now. Who else haven't been abused today? The gays, the minors, the midgets.
Here's
I
the
don't abuse the
problem,
minors. I don't
science. Here's
abuse
the
the
problem.
minors.
Yeah, a woman should be free to kind of like do what she wants with her own body. But the problem is that there's men that basically benefit from that, like meaning like pimps and people like this that make
Of
money.
course. But you
And
see,
that is actually the real problem. Is
no, you're right.
that is actually the real crime?
You're right. That is part
Yeah,
of the bigger problem.
yeah.
The
That is
organized
actually the
structure of it.
crime.
But you see,
Fuck
Yeah.
this, I'm gonna pick up
if
a
it's
tape
legal,
for a minute.
hang on. If it's
I'll
legal and
pick
there's
up the tape.
standards in place and protection for the women, then that's that problem eradicated.
But here's the problem, though. We can never know, though, can we? How can
No,
we know?
you can by making it legal, making people have licenses, making people
Yeah,
have
that's
to
the
pay
argument.
taxes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That when they do it
Yeah,
that
I'm
way,
agreeing with
that
you.
problem goes away. It's only when it's illegal, and
Right.
every country, even religious societies, they all have it. And when they don't have it in open in public, guess what happens? Rich people take advantage of poor people. Yeah, there's a case in countries like Pakistan and India where rich people drive around and they literally just pick up kids off the streets and offer their parents money and just take the kid. Like shit like that happens. So rather than letting these sorts of things that are part of human nature to go, like not that one, but with the one with women, is rather than hide something like that causes much more bigger societal problems, they may as well incorporate it into a modern society, and it works better all around, from what I can see.
If you've ever been, it's a
I
person.
think what we need to do, we need to stop shaming. Shut up, man. What's this geezer talking? We need to shame people. We need to stop shaming people into that what we deem as conventional lifestyles. Like people wanna like do their thing. We should as a society be liberal enough to tolerate it without shaming them. And when we do shame women for doing prostitution, what happens is that they fall into a category of being dehumanized. And when they go to the police and say, "Oh, my customer tried to stab me," police would be looking at her like, "Who gives a fuck? You chose to live that lifestyle." And they have no sympathy for these people, right?
I know this game.
A lot of men, or a lot of society, I say, would demonize these people and treat them like shit, not because they're invested in any way, but like people just looking for people to demonize. They're just looking for people to put at the bottom of the pile, and these lot are an easy target, to be honest.
Right. You got to realize, if people from foreign countries now, a lot of these prostitutes, there's a place in Cardiff called the Magic Roundabout. People come from all walks of life. They stand on a roundabout and they're pissing down rain. We just drive fucking past them. But just what you can do, you can't save every fucker. But they're all coming from a lot of them come from different countries, poor countries. A lot of them are abused, they've been abused as children. And they don't want to do it. You think they want to be fucking assaulted every day? Because that's what it is. It's fucking disgusting. It shouldn't. I'd like to wipe the clean streets with them. If I had my way, you know what I'd do? I'd fucking, these people, I would pull up and shoot the fucking lot of them if I had my way. Like anyone.
Who are we talking about now? Which group of people?
Fucking ones who go prostitutes. I'm joking. I never even fucking prostitute. Real or
what? You'd shoot a John for going to see a prostitute. That's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Fuck it. No, these are abused people. I've seen them. I've passed them. And I've seen them on the streets in Cardiff. It's a Magic Roundabout. You see them. These are not fucking normal people. These are people selling their bodies because they have to. It's not, I want to say. The high-class ones, the ones who fucking want to do it, you get on me and they got a brain cell. Let them fucking do it. But there's a lot of fucking vulnerable people out there selling their bodies. It's not cool. It's not fucking cool. I don't like it at all. It's not for me. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not a problem with prostitution. That's a problem with the society that has the factors that lead to people doing it out of desperation. That's a completely different situation. Quinn. That's a different angle of looking at it. What I'm saying is that
you've got to look at the bigger picture. But
looking at the bigger picture
why can't
also means
pull a fucking woman. Why can't you just go to a fucking pub and ask someone?
Because not everybody,
and people do.
Not everyone can talk to women. Not everyone can talk to women.
Yeah, but people do, and people don't. I mean, yeah, exactly. Some people do, and some people don't. Like, at the end of the day,
some people just aren't attractive.
That's true.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. So people have told me that some people have even said, I've seen this on TikTok chats here, where somebody said, I've seen a number of people say this. They've said, listen, If you go out and chat up a bird, yeah, you might spend 50 quid, 100 quid, 200 quid just to get a next date with her, yeah, without even a kiss. Now, if you're the sort of person that ain't got time or ain't got the bother to put that much effort in for something that's not guaranteed, and you're like, well, you know what, I might as well spend 100 quid and get a guaranteed shag from a woman that I actually definitely am attracted to, and there's no more extra shit. You know what I mean? Like, well, I don't know. I don't know. That was my guess, isn't it? That was my guess.
I've seen a few for 30 quid as well.
Anyway, the point being,
where do you see this stuff?
30 quid.
Where they advertise like that?
Well, don't look it up if you're married.
You decide to buy a draw.
Nah, that's right. It's cool. I don't need to hear it. It's right. It's cool.
No, but I think that it's a good thing in society that women like
Someone's
are just
got a
at home
lifetime
on their
discount.
own. No, they're at home on their own and they want to make a few quid and they just put themselves on. It's basically a dating app, but obviously with the knowledge that you're going to pay. And it's
like the OnlyFans sort of thing.
Yeah, like it's just like
OnlyFans is that kind of thing, isn't it? They're in their own house. They do their own.
Yeah, it's like
they do their own content and that.
They're
so
not being extorted.
yeah, it's
they're not
safe.
being like there's no gangsters involved. It's just them at home thinking.
Now. Fucking gangsters again. There's no such thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, Benjamin, you're looking at one point of view. Benjamin, you're looking at one point of view. All the prostitutes that you've driven past on the road that are like skagheads with one tooth in their mouth, they're doing it because of poverty. So that's a different argument altogether. If we can like get people out of poverty and stop poverty, then yeah, we can get rid of them prostitutes. They don't have to sell their body. That's a different argument to what we're talking about. That people that want to make money from having sex.
It's a multi-layered industry. There's high-class people who choose to do this
exactly.
because they know that they can make shitloads of money easily, and they would choose that and they're not drug addicts and they're not desperate and they're already rich, but they still choose that. Yeah. So at the end of the day,
they got turkey teeth.
There's supply for demand in society. They supply, and that's it.
There's too many grey areas because obviously there's the societal aspect of like, as society, we kind of do a lot of slut shaming, like women that are sexually promiscuous, even forget prostitutes, but women who are just like out there living their lives, they get shamed. They get called names.
Even people dressing down.
They look at them as immoral. Like, we're putting our morality on other people. Like, what's that about?
Yeah. Well, people judge people according to how they dress and how much they expose, how much skin they expose.
If you've seen some of the stuff I've seen, allegedly, I was with someone and they might have stopped on this roundabout, one of my friends. And this girl gets in, it's fucking pissing down the rain now. She gets in the car and she's saying about how she's been beaten and abused. She's fucking crying. And he still has sex with her, right? This is a gangster, supposedly, right? And I'd fucking wipe my ass on. And right? That's what you got to think about, that end of it. There's two spectrums to it. There's that end to it, innit? Think about that. Think about this. You buy a lot in prostitution, you have the morals of it, but that you're going to get vulnerable people getting into fucking cars with fucking nasty bastards, and you think they're enjoying it? It's just an open wound. You fucking, it's not sex. It's not sex. Prostitution is not sex. I don't care what anyone says. I'm being serious. Prostitution is not sex. You might as well go and stick your dick in a fucking vent, because that's what it is. There's been so many cocks in it. It's just an empty fucking hole. Fuck that. You want a woman, you want to meet someone, I couldn't do it. This is bad stuff. Anyway, I digress. Go on. And then mic drop.
Yeah, I think, Benjamin, the main thing to be said is that you're again seeing things through a very particular type of prostitution, which is the extreme, poverty, drug addiction. The fact is, what you got to understand, Ben, is that is one side of it, and we all agree that that's very bad. But there's many other levels to it, and those are different.
Scientific. The weirdest thing I found, these guys that look at prostitutes or promiscuous women even as some sort of like anomaly in humanity, they're the ones that are obsessed with them. Like if a woman sat in front of them and said, I'm a prostitute, they would have like a million questions for them. Like, oh, do you enjoy doing it? Are you doing it for the money? Like, they've got like a million questions. When I'm thinking, wait a minute, like, if you think that these people are scum, why are you so
I
obsessed
don't
with them?
think
It doesn't
they
make
scam.
sense to me.
I don't think they scam. I just think they damage goods, and I don't think men.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just your
Proper man,
idea,
Yeah,
though,
but
isn't it?
to the same extent, the people
proper
using them
man
are
wouldn't
damaged
do it.
goods, isn't it? Yeah.
No,
Just like
no, but I just think they
I can't hear
damage
you,
goods.
Science. This Oscar the Grouchy's talking. Would you say?
All right, shut up, you turkey bastard.
Would you say, Oscar?
Well, I'm joking, God. No, I just think it's not for me. So I couldn't do it. I'd rather go out there and fuck that shit. Oh, just ask a girl, do you want to go on a date? I wouldn't pay for fuck all either. Fuck that. I'm paying for shit.
Saying the man who's sitting there on his own. But anyway, Science, what was you saying?
Am I sitting on my own? Am I sitting on my own? Do you want me to take you for a walk?
Go on, put your girlfriend on the camera then. Let's see her now.
You think I put a girlfriend on his fucking camera?
People do. People have done that.
Yeah. People are fucking dumb. Just took the kids to school. But no school is fucking thing, and he's off for a bit.
Imagine if he's turn up with the kids at school. I've just come to drop my kids off. And we're looking at him like, get him the fuck out of here. State of him. Have you even been to bed yet?
But I bet I
He's still on his night out. He's still on his night out now. And it's Wednesday.
I don't stop. I don't ever stop. But I'm 40 fucking 4. Like, I mean, you gotta realize I ain't no little fucking boy. I keep going. Like, I do what the fuck I want at this point. Life is short. I do what the fuck I want when I want. It's always been the same way since I've been young. And I just keep going that way. Here's no fuck. You think I'm like some youngster? I love it when people think I'm some kid. I'm 40 fucking 4, you dumb bastards.
You said you were 54 yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep lying.
You look 54 as well.
Fucking look, I feel fucking 78. Don't even worry about that. But you're fucking dumb. Yeah, but no, prostitution.
Let me just address Amy's comment in the chat. She's saying most are damaged, to be fair. And I would say, Amy, that I want to answer Amy's question, yeah? I personally do think that people who are abused as children are more likely to kind of devalue themselves sexually and fall into problems like in their adult life. But also what I would say to Amy's point is that that kind of sex work over a long period of time is what leads to them becoming damaged, because that is not a healthy lifestyle to be in, because they usually end up hating men and thinking that men are just like
they don't hate men. No, what it is, they just want someone to fucking take care of them and be nice to them. But they're never gonna get it because
a lot of them end up becoming lesbians. They hate men that much.
Nah.
I guess they get to see quite a negative side of men, innit?
There's statistics for it.
I see a lot of the low. They probably listen. Their day is full of different types of Triller turning up. You know what I mean? So they're probably thinking men are shit, innit? Obviously.
Yeah, they really think men are shit. That's right.
Yeah, because they've been abused when they were young kids, and then they grow up. And
but I wanted to address Amy's point are we putting the cart before the horse? Is it that the job damages them, or is it that damaged people enter that kind of line of work? And I would say that is both.
Yeah, well, I mean,
no,
the job makes it worse, definitely as well. I mean, I guess again on that
job,
lower level, definitely, yeah.
It's fucking disgusting. I think it's filth. I would wipe the floor if I had my way. If I could fucking have
anyway, why are we talking about this? Who brought up this whole topic, man? This is not even
they prostitute themselves, a Turk. That's why we're on this. I wouldn't even thought about it. But he's talking about a little girl coming to a room. So just got my brain ticking over about it. But that's why we're on the subject. We can talk about anything. I'm not saying he's wrong. Perhaps he pussied out. I would have done something, but
you wouldn't have done jack shit, you lying little scumbag.
Do you want a fucking bet, buddy? You don't know me.
All right, well, go into the nearest brothel where you live now, and then phone the police. Or next time you see someone walking down the road smoking, listen. Next time you're walking down the road and someone walks past you smoking a spliff, phone the police.
Don't think me because you're not smart enough. I'm not talking about. I don't never phone the police. I'm a criminal. Can't do it. End of.
What?
Right?
How are you telling me I pussied out when you're a criminal?
I can't pick the phone up, you dumb bitch.
Sorry,
Right?
what kind of criminal? What kind of criminal are you?
And I was in that place.
He's a drug user.
I ain't afraid of no fucking Romanians or gangsters. I've shit them. Doesn't bother me.
Here we go.
Oh, all right. We'll see. Do you want me to go out there and smash someone's head in?
Give us an example of a heroic deed that you've done, similar to what you're telling me that you would have done. So give us an example of something you've done in the past.
I would. Do you know what I would have done? I would have fucking sorted it out somehow, right? I would have either told them.
Wait, what's the conversation like? Someone saw someone being abused and didn't do anything about it.
No, not abused.
Yes.
A prostitute.
But that's business. Like, why were you going to get involved in someone else's business? Like, she might beat you up.
It's my fucking business to help people. That's why. How about that? I would have went back. I would have told them boys. I wouldn't have told them. But I would have seen her.
Wait, was the prostitute being abused?
Shut up! I would have told. I would have went back.
There was no.
I know I can help this
So why are you
scenario.
supposed to get involved?
I would have went back.
Expecting someone to get
Fuck
involved.
you and all. Fuck you all. I'd be gone now. I would have went back, right? When she was walking out.
Are you like the Welsh equalizer?
Charles Bronson.
Are you the Welsh equalizer, bro? Is that you?
Charles Bronson.
Big fucking deal. Charlie Bronson's down the block. Charlie Bronson's down the block, right? Because he's a pussy. Because Wayne Aaron and the boys Scotland stuck a fucking pickaxe to him in fucking Parkers. Pussy. Not interested in them bullshit fucking.
Oh, Science. I've got mates here who their dads.
I don't give a fuck about anybody and anybody's mate. I don't care about
I've got mates here whose dads are exactly like this guy. And I said to them, don't think your dad's
you little pussy.
Listen,
that's all it is.
I've told them, listen, don't think.
About
Can I
it.
just not finish speaking?
You know you
I said
can't.
to them, listen, don't think of your dad as a role model when he's sitting in the living room putting the world to rights, because when he comes out of his house, he ain't saying boo to a goose. He ain't saying shit when he comes out, but he will sit in the living room all day telling you about black people, telling you about gay people, telling you about putting the whole world to rights, immigration. These guys have got an opinion on every fucking thing. But when it comes to actually coming out of their house, man's looking on the floor, like walking like. I've got so many mates like that. Like they got these weird opinions, and you're like, where do you get these weird opinions from? And then when you go to their house and you meet their family, you're like, fucking hell, they're like a family of bigots, right? And you're like, wow, if you lot are so bigoted and you're so hateful, why don't you actually do something about it, right? And a lot of these bigots that we're seeing now coming out, rioting and things like that, these people have been festering these hatreds for years about immigrants. I've got these P words living across the road from me. Like all these hate-filled people, they've been trapped in their houses and now they're coming out to play. Do you know what I mean? Like we had to put up with these online, like fucking Wendy and Jupiter, because they were old women with one foot in the grave that ain't got nothing to lose, and they can chat their shit, innit? But now we've got a whole generation of people, like youngsters coming out, with the bigotry coming out of the closet. Look, go on. What's he doing?
Tell us, bro, he's a fucking faggot.
You're going to start shouting N-words?
Yeah. Don't go outside, you little faggot. I'll break your fucking neck. Shut up.
Show us your feet. Show us your feet.
Is that all your white friends? Is that all your white friends, Carl?
Show us your shoes. Show us your shoes.
Come on.
What shoes are you wearing? He's out there barefoot again, bruv. Like yesterday. Look, barefoot. Ain't wearing no shoes. I bet you. He's got cheap £30 Adidas.
Aye. You know when I get my hands on you, I'm gonna snap your neck.
Here we go.
No,
your clothes are from Primark and you're chatting shit.
Aye. You couldn't afford a house like this one. You couldn't.
That's your rental, mate. You don't live there. You don't own that house.
Oh, I don't live here, do I? You haven't got this type
you got a cat back in the chat, bro. Jupes is saying that you and her are the same age. So how are you saying she's got 1 foot in the grave, bro?
No, but I'm saying old women can get away with bigotry, innit? They can get away with it. It's expected, isn't it?
Yeah, but she's saying
You're a
that
bitch.
how can she? How
That's
can
all you
you
are.
put her in that category when you're the same age? As her? That's what
Jupiter,
she's
shut
saying.
up. When Jupiter speaks, it's like this. Chat, chat, chat. Chat, chat, chat. It's like she's dying, man. Like, put
Go
the
on
fags
and
down,
little
Jukes.
girls.
Jukes,
Go on
put
and
the fags
hey,
down,
go on
love.
and
You're
little
killing
girls.
yourself.
Go on and little girls. Go on and little girls. You little bum boy. I'll kill you.
No, but my point is not targeting when you're Jupiter. I'm just saying that they've been getting away with saying the loads of shit over the years because we expect old women to be bigots. Do you know what I mean? That's not a
Oh, you mean
problem.
yeah?
But like,
Because back in
No,
their
the
day,
old
it was
women
different,
now.
isn't it?
yeah, sure. Back in my day, chips was 2 pence. Like, yeah, all right, cool. But I'm saying they're not the problem. The problem is youngsters
Problem is
now coming out
you.
on the streets thinking that it's
Problem.
okay
You
to
couldn't have
target
little
people
girls.
with their bigotry.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
now we're
yeah.
seeing rioting, all sorts of things. Why? It's becoming normalized. Bigotry's become normalized. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not a cool thing. It's not a good thing for society because bigots just want to vent their hatred. That's all they want to do. Like they don't want to ask about what's right, what's wrong, what's good, what's bad. They don't give a shit about none of that. They just want someone to hate and someone to target and someone to put down and basically make themselves feel better. That's ultimately what bigotry is. We had a geezer the other day. He beat some old pensioner to death, yeah, and some young kid. And they asked him in court, why did you do it? And he said, I was venting my anger. So we've got generations of these kids now with this pent up anger that they need to vent out. Why? Why is that? Because they're surrounded by people who spout this bigotry, like I'm saying, hidden in the household. It's their culture. It's my
No.
ass.
So sorry.
Englishman's house is his castle. They're sitting in their houses chatting all this bigotry, affecting their children.
Bro, shall I tell you what I saw the other day? Yeah, these
Go on.
women were having a fight. You know, when these American women, these fat women, yeah, they were just having a fight, like 3-4 of them, like 2 against 2. But they weren't like all jumping in, but 2 of them were mainly fighting. Bro, one of the women went over to the other woman's baby in a stroller and punched it in the face, bro.
Was
like
that real life?
Yeah, like a 1 or 2 year old little girl. Like she wasn't a baby. She was like maybe 1
Well,
year.
you saw that in real life, sorry?
No, I'm saying I
What
saw
you
that on
saying?
YouTube, like on like
Yeah.
some app. But I just couldn't believe it, brother. You're fighting with someone and their baby is
Thing
nearby.
is, science
And you're gonna
technology is
punch the
so good
baby.
now that the technology is so good now that when you see a video, you've got to question whether it's even real now.
Nah, it wasn't.
Yeah,
It wasn't
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. It was
This is what I'm
brother.
saying.
This is
Those videos that you're talking about actually are adding fuel to the fire. They're making people think like, wow, it's mad out there, and people are doing all sorts of mad things. Like
yeah, but
I
people
was watching
do
this
that.
video. I was watching this video of this woman. Yeah, I forget what she done. I think she lit a firework and went and sat in the road to watch it, and then she gets run over. But they made it look like she really got run over, but she never. But there's so many things like when
Yeah,
you
yeah. I
read
mean, obviously there are things like that, but bro,
there's
I've
so many
seen two.
things though, science, that when you look in the chat or when you look in the comments, it says this is
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
real,
I
this
do
ain't
that as
real.
well. Yeah, yeah. I do that as well. I check comments to see what other people are saying. But I've seen one where 2 Arab women are fighting on the street. Yeah, like look like some road rage shit. Both of them come out with carrying their babies. Bruv, one of them holds her own baby by its feet and swings the baby's head at the other woman
It's
and
never
hits her
real,
with it.
bro. That's never real.
Nah, bruv, people do shit like that. There are people
I'm
that's stupid
surprised
and
you fell
crazy.
for that.
Nah, what you saying that's never happened? That it's impossible for that to
Yeah,
happen. Well, you're
of
wrong because
course.
people have done worse than that.
What, someone's hit their baby, used their baby as a weapon to hit someone
Yeah,
else.
well, people have hidden behind their own kids in a disaster, like shooting starts going off, and the natural instinct for the man was to hide behind some little girl. He pulled this girl's body over his face to protect himself, but it wasn't he
That's
thought
hardly the
about it.
same.
No,
That's
but I'm
hardly
saying
the
like,
same.
yeah, but I'm saying like in that moment, that person done that, innit? He actually tried to use a child as a shield, but people do that all the time. Like loads of people do. I don't know why you're saying that the person
What,
couldn't
so if someone
hit
grabbed their
someone with
baby
their
by
baby.
the leg and swung their baby's head into
Yeah,
someone else's face,
yeah.
I would never believe that.
Bro, I saw it. It's like, and it looked
You
real.
think
And
you
from what I
saw
could,
it?
yeah, but then you might as well say that about any video you've ever seen,
Yeah, that's
innit?
what I'm
Like,
saying. Any video you see now, it's got to be questionable because technology's at that advanced stage now where they can make anything seem real.
yeah, but the thing is, those sorts of videos will most likely be like, like sharp and attempting to look real. This was like a dodgy, shaky, like blurry camera from somebody who was recording from across the street and from his own car. So you know, you have to zoom in for you to be able to see the women properly.
I think these guys started this trend of showing near-death experiences, like people nearly dying and things like that.
I've seen loads of those
and
as well,
because
bro.
it got a lot of reaction and there weren't enough material, I think they just started making it up. And there's things like people parachuting and the parachute fails and like things like that. Like people seem really morbid, like they want to see it all.
I think what you're forgetting here is that in the last 20 years, we have gone from there being maybe like a few thousand people walking around with cameras on them at all times to 1 billion people walking around every day, all day, with a sharp shooting camera at their fingertips. Yeah, so that's made a big change in the amount of data and information we can post and show each other, and that's why there's so much more of everything.
No, but I've seen so much things that look real, but they're not real.
Yeah, of course, there's more of that as well. But then, you know, like, you got to check which websites you go to. If you go to a website and you keep seeing like 3 out of 10 posts are fake ones, I unsubscribe. Like I follow science communicators, and then occasionally some of them start chatting some conspiracy shit. I unsubscribe immediately because I know that whatever they've been getting right in the past has been more down to luck than actual understanding. So, you know, so that same way with when I see people posting kind of intellectual or political articles, and then I find out this man was chatting shit, even if I've been following them for a long time. Once they fuck up in terms of do something dishonest or completely post false information, it's finished for me. A fraud is a fraud. Like whatever they've been doing in the past has been for nefarious reasons, and if they've been getting things right, so be it. But like, I can't trust them because they've blatantly and knowingly lied about something or misrepresented something. So yeah, got to keep adjusting our sources, isn't it, where you get this information from. But like I said, the main difference is in the last 20 years, 1 billion people walking around with high definition cameras at their fingertips. So we get to record a lot of shit that we do to each other now.
Yo, can you hear me? Oh, you went on mute. Yeah, I think what is partly science, what I personally think is that up until now, they haven't really, like, people have been a bit more responsible and decided not to show a lot of stuff, like a lot of footage of mad things happening in life. Even the news, they don't report everything. Do you know what I mean? But recently it seems that there's been more coverage of these sorts of things, yeah, where they're showing, like, I don't know, some kid stabbed some girl on the bus, and like all these things are getting reported now, and it's like, in a way, it's like, why weren't they reporting it before? Why are they reporting it now? Like, why are these things always like headlines now? Whereas they were happening before. It's not that they weren't happening.
Listen, what you're going to get from media here is whatever people want to see and whatever people want to buy into. Yes, you are. That is how it works.
True to a certain extent. That's true. That they provide a distraction from certain things, and the easiest way to distract people is, like you said, by giving them what they want, because they're already invested in seeing that.
You know that these people, these companies, these organizations, they do a lot of statistical analysis. Yeah. So if you work out, which will be very easy to work out very quickly, that whenever you post a story about international terrorism compared to when you post a story about a London stabbing, if you're a London newspaper or a London outlet, then obviously the London stabbing might be what gets you the most sales. So you might start focusing more on London stabbings and local area shit. Yeah. But if you're an international news outlet, then obviously your market is more international. So your customer base is more likely to be interested in political events, international events, countries going to war, this sort of stuff, economics, international politics, that sort of topics. Whereas if you start posting London stabbings, you might lose all your viewership. So, you know, different types of media outlets focus on whatever they want to focus on. But at the end of the day, they are going to provide more of what sells the most. And, you know, gore and horrifying behavior
that's the obvious,
is popular.
That's the obvious aspect of it. But I'm saying is that there's more to it, where the government tells the media, like, oh, can you calm down, like showing all this bad stuff because it's affecting society. And I think the government has got the ability to do that. They can tell them, like, You know, you need to chill with showing all these, because number one, it makes that people ask the question, where the fuck's the police in all this? Because people are paying for a police force that literally don't exist. Like, people are under the illusion that they're somehow protected by police more than what they really are, right? And I think if that gets exposed,
I don't think that's true.
I think if that, I think that's fully true. I think if that gets exposed, then people are more likely to hold the government to account for everything that happens, because they're like, wait a minute, if you're underfunding the police and there's a rise in crime, then as a government, you've contributed to that rise in crime. Like, if there is a rise in crime, like, there needs to also be a rise in police, right? But we're not seeing that. But people don't put two and two together because it's not really reported. There are a lot of people living in a little bubble where everything is like EastEnders. Like, when have you ever watched EastEnders and saw, let's say, a police car just randomly drive through the EastEnders set, or police just walking around where the Queen Vic is? It seems to be like a police-free environment. And like, people don't notice.
It's made out to be.
Yeah, and people don't notice that. People don't watch EastEnders and turn around and go, do you know what? It's so fucking unrealistic. You never see police driving through there, or you never see some ambulance just tearing through the Queen Vic. Albert Square. Do you get me? Because in real life, people see bad things happening and they're programmed mentally to play it down and ignore it. That's what humans do. Humans can live in the worst conditions and basically condition themselves to normalize it and carry on living, because that is a survival mechanism. And I think that the media plays into that. They encourage that. They encourage you to live in this isolated bubble. And I think now, for some reason, we're seeing a flip 180 where they're exposing us to a lot more of the crime and the madness that's going out in our streets, with a lot more psychopaths running around. There's a lot more attacks on people.
They're only
There's a
exposing
rise
you
in
to the options, meaning that you can choose to search up and look at all of that sort of stuff, or you can choose to search up and look at
now. I think there's an incentive. I think there's an incentive to keep people at home, to stop people from going out.
That doesn't make no sense.
Yeah, listen to the logic, man.
You're saying
it runs like an algorithm, innit?
You
have to listen to the first bit to get the second bit.
What you're saying is the government are influencing the media to influence human beings to stay at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the sense that obviously people like TV stations, TV places, they always, like, adverts always portray a really happy home environment, you know, because it's a way of them knowing that you're sitting at home watching this program right now, so they want to connect with you and your happy home environment and encourage that whole image and kind of atmosphere. Yeah, so that's typical, you know. Like, they would want, like, anything online, any media outlet, any thing that produces content, they want people to be on their devices, because that's when they're gonna be consuming their product, isn't it?
Yeah, but that goes without saying. Like, that doesn't make sense what you're saying, because they've actually got the monopoly on your attention. There's nothing else now.
But they haven't. No
Like,
one's stopping
kids
you
are
from going
on
to
their
the
devices.
gym. No one's stopping you from going to the park or the
But 1
gym.
minute, people in the gym are on their devices. People at the park are on their devices.
Yeah, so you don't have to be at home. So they don't have to
if you were
force you
saying
to
this
stay
at
at
a
home.
time where we wanted to increase people being on their devices, then fair enough. But I'm saying it's reached a saturation point now. It's reached a point where, like, there is no competition for online entertainment.
Car companies want you to travel everywhere. They're always telling you, you know, they give you the idea that you have the freedom to go anywhere and do anything you want. Yeah, because the more you drive, the more they sell, isn't it? And generally speaking, for the whole industry. Yeah, so, you know, that's just an inescapable fact of common sense. Like, you know, if that's what you sell, then that's what you want people to be doing, so that they buy more. You know. But I think nowadays,
they want you to have a car.
Outside, that doesn't make
They
no
want you
difference.
to have a car, and they want your car sitting outside your doorstep, and they want you paying ridiculous fuel prices, tax prices, road tax. They want you paying all that. Yeah, definitely. I'll agree with that.
But the
if
thing,
they didn't want you having cars, they would make public transport a lot better and a lot safer.
Yeah, but then the idea that the government or media companies want you to stay at home, that's also, like, wrong, because, like, you use your devices possibly more when you're outside. You've got more options. You might need to do Google Maps. You might need to do traveling, check traveling stuff, check weather stuff. You have to check.
Right, look, wait. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question and see how this fits in with your synopsis of the matter. Yeah. It's been how long since we've ended lockdown, and there's still people working from home? Companies are still letting people work from home. Why is that?
What do you mean?
Why didn't it return to pre-lockdown settings where everyone had to go into the office to work?
Well, because a lot of companies wanted to realize that they can save a lot of money by not having to kind of employ maybe as many people, or I don't know, like in some way or other, it suits them to not have everybody coming into work at all times. And for people, employees, it suits them to not have to go into work, every single day. So that the fact that there's people out there who can do jobs remotely, i.e., if your job is mainly always done by phone or email, like 99% of it, or not over 90% of it, then you can afford to do that from home as long as you get your workload done. So
all right, let me ask you the second question now. Like, be consistent now, yeah? So why is it now the government are coming out and saying we need to stop this working from home trend? People have gotten used to it, and like they took to it like a duck to water, but now we need to get everyone back into the offices. We need to get people back on London transport. We need to get people back out in the real world. Why are they saying that now then?
The reason why I think that is because...
And why did it take so long for that to happen?
The reason why I think that is the case then is because every single person I know that has taken advantage of working from home, even in my own family, a number of people, they've all said to me that the difference is I now basically do 2 to 3 hours of actual work and 5 to 6 hours of pretending to work, but which is easy to do because I'm in my own house and I just have to keep my computer on or log in every so often, and the rest of the time I can do what I want. So people have been taking advantage of that fact, and so companies probably have tapped into realizing that.
So what we're saying is, if we offset one interest over the other, which one comes out on top? Because you're saying the companies are saving money by letting people stay at home and use their own biscuits and tea and like electricity, and on the other side, productivity has gone lower, right? So they need to kind of like balance one off against the other. Is that right? Is that your point?
Well, I mean, I'm not. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I don't really know exactly. I don't think I fully understand what's going on. I'm just saying that there's all these things going on as well as whatever the big main thing is. I don't really know. I don't think all companies are experiencing the same situation, the same problems. I think some companies have benefited greatly.
All right, but logically speaking, wouldn't it make more sense that you have two groups of people with opposing interests? One of them wants you to stay at home, and the other one wants you to come out and spend your money. Wouldn't that make more sense than it being one group of people that have the influence over your life,
it's not just black and white.
Just change their minds because things ain't going their way anymore?
It's not just black and white, and it's not just one side and the other. Meaning, there's people in the government.
Yeah, I'm giving you the option,
and there's people in business who do behave in the way that you're saying. Meaning, they've got an agenda and they push for it in business and in government, this way and that way, both sides. Yeah, but then you've also got people in the middle where it doesn't really matter to them. There's some companies, it doesn't really matter to them whether people work at home or not. And there's some companies where...
Try to answer a question from the chat for me, yeah? Louise has asked, right? Yeah. What about the kids that couldn't go to school and they had to take their exams and that? Like, remember that generation
that happened to one of my kids. Yeah.
What happened to them? Like, what happened? What happened to that?
Some of the kids, who had a good routine, say, or a good life, a good lifestyle at home where it was conducive to them, their education, those people actually benefited. Yeah, they done better. Yeah, because you know why? It's because the GCSEs were brought down to, say, a quarter of the content. So rather than, like, for, say, science, because I remember my son had to do it at the time. So for science, rather than have to do the full 12 topics of physics, you only have to study 4 topics, like the 4 most important ones. And the other ones you just have to have a cursory kind of knowledge of. So they were only really tested on 4 of the topics in physics rather than the full 12. What that meant was that there was much less studying to be done at home. But again, it comes down to the lifestyle. A lot of people took like even my son, took the opportunity to, bum around, lazy around, do more in his social life.
Why can't we apply that to the work ethic as well and say some people do work better and are more productive from their own homes?
Yeah, that is true.
Right, so that undermines the point you made.
Especially creative people, anybody like authors, journalists, writers, editors, people that create stuff, media content, those sorts of people, and artistic stuff. Yeah, those people obviously they're in their element when they're just doing their thing, going to work and going to an office, or that's just bollocks. What they do comes naturally from them. So there's a number of industries and places where it's the complete opposite, and working, whatever to check. But I mean, look, the main thing is the world changes, yeah. So sooner or later, most of shopping is going to be online, yeah. This whole thing of high streets that with massive stores and department stores in the middle of the high street and banks, all that bollocks is going to be gone within 20 years. Yeah, there's going to be like main head offices and then warehouses outside of the city, and there's going to be deliveries that you do online, and everybody's going to get used to ordering loads of shit, choosing what they want and sending back those things that they don't want. You know what I mean? That's just obvious that that's going to take over. And for the company,
right, when we come back to the subject of policing, right? Do you think it's better for us to stay at home or for us to be out how we were pre-COVID in terms of like the policing? Does it make them easier to police when people are at home?
Well, I don't know. Like I would have thought people would get into less problems and trouble the less they go outside. But then I guess if you coop everybody up at home, they start fighting and doing stupid shit amongst themselves at home.
So what you're saying is certain types of crimes would increase and certain types of crimes would decline.
But I do think overall there would be less for the police to do. If everybody just stayed at home and there was a rise in domestic violence, for example, the fact that there's no street robberies, there's no street fighting, there's no drug dealing, I mean, the fact that so many other things have been cut down would mean that overall there's less for the police to do. That's why in lockdown there was less for the police to do. You know what I mean?
It's an interesting topic, man. It's an interesting topic, but I think like we still can't deny the fact that police have been massively underfunded over the years. We've got less policing on the streets. There's less safety on the streets. There's an incline in attacks on everybody. Like women are getting attacked more. There's more religious attacks. Like Jews and Muslims are being attacked just for their religion. Like the attacks are up. Psychopaths are up. Like there's racial attacks. Everything going on. Do you know what I mean? More now so.
Yeah, but
there seems to be like a sudden spike in these crimes, or is it just the reporting of it?
Look, in the 80s, people would go on about there being, was it the mods and the rockers and the punks and the this and that? That was in the 90s. It was like
and the football hooligans that used to fight every weekend.
The Manchester, 70s and 80s with footballing, and in the 90s it was the gang warfare, the Manchester gangs, London gangs, and then you know what I mean. It's like these things happen there. There's always going to be like we've got more and more devices, more and more reporting, more and more human beings, more and more crime happening, more and more detective shit happening, more and more exposing and distributing, disseminating the information about the crimes as well. So if you look at that, there will always be look like there's more stuff happening now than there was 10 years ago because you've got more access to it. There's more people and there's more of it happening, and there's more depictions of it.
My point is this, the more we were outside, like pre-COVID, the more we had the sense of community and the sense of like the country or the land or the streets actually were our streets. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now we have a sort of a disconnect from the outside world where we're at home more. And when we're outside, we are less confident and therefore we're less social and we interact less with other people because we don't really have that same ownership of something that we sort of disassociated from, meaning the outside world, right? So everyone sort of behaves better, right? Like very rarely am I out and a complete stranger will come up to me and start talking to me, even at a bus stop. Whereas before, I don't know, maybe because I was younger, I don't know, but before it seemed like anyone could walk up to me on the street and talk to me, and it would happen a lot. Like people would be interacting more. Like if you was in the queue at the shop waiting to pay for your Kit Kat, right? And someone standing next to you, they'd look at you and go, "Fucking hell, it's taking ages, isn't it?" Like someone would say something.
Now they won't say that.
It seems to me that people actually scared. Do
you think the vaccines have dampened people's social protocols and being nice to each other and chatting?
Now, I'm not saying it's the actual vaccines. I'm saying it was the lockdown itself.
No,
that sort of started the ball rolling in making people more antisocial.
No,
because you're antisocial anyway.
Oh, maybe that's the case.
You ain't
but
gonna notice a difference in it. Like you're not gonna come out your house and speak to anyone in the first place. So to you, you're probably happier now.
No,
You're probably happier now that there's less
I do.
societally.
I do a very outdoorsy kind of job, bro. I don't work in
Yeah.
an office or anything. So
Okay.
yeah, I interact with people all day long, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Outside
but in
in
official
public.
capacity, in the official capacity, they've got no choice but to interact
Yeah,
with you,
but,
innit?
yeah, but
If you walk into a building and you're like, I'm here to take away all your fucking dustbins, yeah, the person on reception has to say, okay, well, here's the key, go up to the top floor. Like, then you're like, oh, I interacted with someone. But that same
yeah, but then
person
what are
on
you
their way
talking
home
about? Like you were
might not
talking
have
about
spoken to
standing in
you.
a queue at Sainsbury's or something. Like,
Yeah.
what's the difference? What's the big difference?
There is a difference, but if you can't see the difference where someone's forced to speak to you and someone speaks to you out of their own choice, then there's a huge
No, but I'm saying
problem
like
there.
while I'm out and about, I go to the petrol station, I go into the shop, I walk
Yeah.
past people in the street. Like I still get to notice whether people interact or don't compared to
But
pre
this
and
is what I'm
post
trying to say.
COVID.
If you take out all those like professional interactions, like going into
Yeah,
a shop and speaking to the person behind the
yeah, and having
counter,
done
that
that,
person has to speak to you.
yeah, but having done that, yeah, where I've removed all of the forced interactions,
Yeah.
I see no difference pre or post COVID.
Really?
Oh yeah, of course not. Like I don't even think it's ridiculous that you said that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That after COVID, the world has become antisocial. Like I just think
I
that's
was actually listen to what happened to me. Let me tell you a story. Listen to what happened to me. I was going into Greg's here with my cousin, and as we walked in, you couldn't tell where the queue was because everyone was sort of like scattered around the place, and like the counter's quite big in that Greg's. So like I couldn't work out what was going on, and someone came out from behind the counter and shouted and said, "Could everyone please just get on one side, form a queue here, single file, just going around past that fridge." So we all got in a queue. I just walked in the door anyway, so I was at the back. Anyway, two girls walked in and went straight to the counter and were standing there, and they were being ignored for about, I don't know, about 5 minutes straight, yeah. And I said to her, I said, young lady, and she looked around and I said to her, the queue's actually here. Like, in other words, you're standing there for no reason, you're going to get ignored. But she misunderstood what I was saying and thought I was telling her, like, why are you pushing in and going straight to the front for? And she reacted negatively, and she turned around and she said to me, why are you even speaking to me? Like that, yeah? Like to say that people can't speak to other people without permission or without being part of their group or their clique or having some degree of
But
recognition.
that's just one. That's just one incident.
No, but I'm just
Does that
showing
happen
you
to you
that.
every day? There's something
No,
like that
but I'm
happens to you
saying
every
that
day.
rather than turning around and saying, "Oh, fuck off, leave me alone," or whatever, like negatively or positively going, "Oh, thank you for letting me know." Her reaction was, "I should be able to live my life without people who I don't know speaking to me." And when she said that, she goes, "Why are you even speaking to me like that?" Yeah.
Yeah, but she only did that.
I
But
turned
she only
around and
did
said
that
to her,
because she
like,
thought you were trying to. Thought you were trying to be rude to
no,
her
I turned around
about.
and said to her, look, I said to her, look, I don't know about you, but I'm not telepathic. When I want to speak to someone, I have to actually open my mouth and speak to them. Like that, yeah? Right? And she
So you're
looked
being
at me
just
like,
as
oh,
childish as that.
he's more gobby than I am. Like, I'm not going to win this one. And she sort of calmed down, innit? And then she was like, oh, well, I'm not actually pushing in, yeah? She goes, I just wanted to ask you a question about something on the menu. All right? And I said to her, listen, no one said you're pushing in, right?
I'm just letting you know where the queue
Carry
is.
on with what you're doing. Carry on with what you're doing. No one ain't getting involved with you. Like, carry on with what you're doing, innit? Like, cool. And I just left her to it. But my point is this. She made me realize something, that when I was younger, I used to walk around the streets and I never even used to register old people. Old people were like not even on my radar, right? And I think now that I'm old, right, young people don't really seem to think that I've got anything to say to them. Like I can't even, I'm living in a different world than they are, right? That I've got no reason to speak to them. And I think that's the reason why she's turned around and, based on my age, my grey hairs and that, she's turned around and said, why are you even speaking to me? In other words, she's
I think you're
saying
reading too
that.
much into it.
No, but it was obvious. It was obvious. Like,
No.
what do you mean?
I think
Like, we're all
she
standing in the queue
she's trying to be
together.
rude
You've
to
gone
you.
to the front, and no one's bothered saying anything to you. They've left you
Yeah, but
standing there like an idiot for 5 whole minutes.
Yeah, but all
everyone
that's
behind the
happened,
counter is ignoring you, and I'm letting you know, yo, you know that this is the queue over here, isn't it? And she's turning around and said, why are you even speaking to me?
Yeah, but maybe she was mulling over what exactly she wanted to ask, and she wanted to have a good look at the menu before she could have said to the person,
She wants to ask.
"Excuse
She
me,
wanted to
can
ask
I
a
ask?"
question like, "Is there mayonnaise in the chicken sandwiches or something like?"
Yeah, but she
Like
could
she
just
said,
ask
"I'm
that.
not ordering. I'm not actually ordering anything. So technically, that means I'm not pushing in."
Yeah, so
Right?
when she was when she was ready to ask, she might well have then spoken up and said, "Excuse me,
No, but
can I
you're
just ask
creating
this?"
your own criteria now. You're
But so are
creating your
you.
own
Like you
criteria.
don't
No,
know.
no, no,
You
no,
don't know
no.
why she.
I'm helping you because 2
She
minutes
are.
before you walked in, the guy was literally shouting at everyone in the whole shop, "Get over here on this side, everyone come up
Yeah,
over
but she
here."
doesn't know
And you've
that though,
just
does
walked
she?
in oblivious to all that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm saying you've walked in oblivious to all that and
So
gone
in
straight
her
to the front of
mind,
the
she might have
queue.
been But so given that she didn't know that, in her mind, she's just walked into a shop. She's going to look at the menu. When she's worked out what she wants to ask, then she'll engage the person and say, "Excuse me,
No,
can I ask
she's
this?"
admitted she needs someone to stop what they're doing, stop serving us, the people that's in the queue, and give her attention.
No,
She's
she
already
didn't admit
admitted
that.
that.
When did she admit that?
Yeah. Well, she said,
She
I
didn't
want
admit
to
that.
ask them something. I'm not buying
Yeah, and until
anything. I
then,
want to
she's
ask
looking
them
at the
something.
menu.
But
And
everyone
until
behind the
then, she's
counter
looking at
is
the menu.
working, serving the people in the queue. So you're
And all
asking someone
she's
to
doing is
stop their
looking at the
job
menu.
and come over and give you attention.
Yeah, but Khan, all she's doing is looking at
No,
the
no,
menu.
you're not getting what I'm saying to you. You're not getting. Listen to what I'm saying. Whether you're buying something or not, to speak to someone behind the counter, it has to be your turn. So get in the fucking
No,
queue
it
like
doesn't.
everyone
No, it
else.
doesn't. No,
Why
it
doesn't
doesn't.
it?
Do you
Why?
think people listen? When you've
Why?
ordered food, and are going to go and pick
Yeah.
it up, and you turn up at the shop and there's 10 people in the line, do you wait
Yeah.
until it's your turn before you
Yeah.
tell the guy?
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
you're an
Yeah.
idiot because you should just go straight to the front of the counter and say, "I've ordered food. It should be ready now. I'm just going to pick it up. I've already paid for it." You wouldn't wait in line
Well,
like an idiot
whether you
for
do
10
wait in
people to
line.
get served.
Yeah, you do wait in line, especially when
No,
there's
you
no free
don't, you
people.
idiot. If
There's
you're
no
going to
free
collect the
idiots.
food,
Bruv,
bro,
what
if
you
you're
know
going to
about?
collect the food and your food is ready because you ordered it 20
Yeah.
minutes ago, why are
Yeah.
you going to wait in line for? You're
What do
not
you
going to
mean?
wait
How
in line. You're
What
just going
you
to
want
go in
someone
and
to
say, "Yep, I've
stop? You
ordered."
want someone to stop serving me and come and give you your food?
No, you'll find an opportunity in between when they've
But
dealt with
there
one
was no
person.
opportunity. There's no
Well, you
spare
have to.
people.
Well, Khan, if
Don't you
you've
understand?
ordered
Like the
food
queue's
20
going,
minutes ago,
listen,
hang
the
on,
queue's
wait, wait.
going round the fridge and out the
All
door.
right.
Like there's
So
that many people waiting to get
you're telling
served.
me if you had ordered food at that shop on that day
Yeah.
and it was
Yeah.
half an hour
So
since
when
you
do
ordered
people
it,
get
so
their
it's definitely
food?
ready. Yeah, you would still come and wait behind 15 people until they've all been ordered,
It doesn't
and
matter if
then
there's
tell
15
them,
people. All right. So what if there was one person in
"Bro,
the queue
that's
ahead of
just
you?
dumb. Like, come
Would
on,
you?
man, that's
No,
silly."
wait. Let's say, for example, there was one person ahead of you in the queue, and you've walked in. Would you not wait for them to get served and then say, "Yeah, I'm here to pick up my stuff"?
I'd wait for one person to get finished
Right. So
chatting
you're
to them because
saying
that's
that
a
depending on how many
conversation.
people there is and your patience in waiting, that's the deciding factor on whether
No,
you can
it's
push
just
in or
no, it's
not.
not. It's got nothing to do with that. It's common
But
courtesy
that's what
to
you
let
just
the
said. You
interaction
said
finish.
you would wait for one person, but you wouldn't
Yeah,
wait for 15.
if they were already engaged in a conversation, then I would let them finish, and then I would say, "I'm just here to collect the food. That's it. I don't need to wait behind 12 people because I don't need to order anything. I'm just going to collect and walk out. I don't need to pay. I don't need to engage you for more than
Yeah,
5
but someone
seconds."
still needs to stop what they're doing to help you.
Yes, and they would see that that's a valid reason to stop for.
Well, I think you're wrong.
Bro, for a Turkish
So when
person
will people
who's
get their
spent
food
90%
then?
of his
All the
life in a
people that
Turkish
have
shop,
ordered their food, when do they get their food? If they have to
You
wait for
get
15
look
or
whether you
people to
look
still
whether
order,
you
when do
paid
they
or
get their food?
not, whether you paid or not, you have
So
to
they've
get in
all
the
got to
queue,
wait till their
innit?
food's cold and then they can have it.
Well, I don't care if your food's cold. You have to get in the queue.
You don't
no
make
wonder
no
you ain't got a
sense,
kebab
bro.
shop, bro. Your kebab shop would have been the shittest kebab shop in North London.
Well, listen to what I'm saying to you. The fact that you don't have to pay means you can get out of the shop quicker, innit? But the fact
Khan,
that
you've
you have
never
to
waited
ask
for
someone
food.
to
Stop.
serve
You've never
you
waited
shouldn't
for food.
matter. It shouldn't matter whether you have to queue up or whether you have to get behind 15 people or one person. Why does it matter?
Bro, like, why would you wait for 15 people to go through their orders when all you
Yeah.
have to do is say, "Boss, I'm here, my order's this." He'll be behind the counter, he'll put it on the counter and say, "Thank you very much, that's it, job done."
Oh,
All
you're
the
saying
12
that
people
there's an
waiting
order of
would accept
food
that.
sitting there waiting to get picked up, and all you got to do is walk up and say, "Yo, that's my stuff. Pass it to me."
Bro,
Is that what you're saying?
do you know how deliveries work? Like, you used to be a delivery driver, didn't you?
But I'm saying to you that in Greg's they don't do that.
Sorry,
in
not delivery, but
Greg's,
picking up from the shop.
she wanted to apparently ask a question about something to a member of staff, right? You following me? In Greg's.
I think you started a fight with this girl because you were jealous of her youthfulness and confidence.
No, I was genuinely trying to help her because everyone's ignoring her for about 5 minutes. She's just standing there, just chatting with her mate, not realizing that she's being ignored. And I felt sorry for her, and I was like, if you get in the queue, obviously then it'll be your turn, and then people can help you, innit? And she's like, yeah, but I'm not ordering anything. I was like, all right, cool, carry on with what you're doing, innit? But the fact that she put in that little bit about why you've been speaking to me, I was like, well, you're a rude bitch then, innit?
Do you think she was quite pretty though?
She weren't pretty, no.
So why was you trying to help her, bro?
I felt sorry for her. She's standing there like she's just standing for 5 minutes, just waiting. No one's coming to help you. You're just standing there like an idiot.
Should just mind your own business.
Bro, this is what simping is.
Obviously,
all about,
that would have been better to just mind your own business.
That should have been a lesson for you because this is exactly what simping is all about. You tried begging it with a girl, and she weren't even attractive. But because you were begging it so hard, she turned around and bagged you up anyway. Like, you simply could start learning about this.
I think that's just a subjective opinion. Like, to be honest, you don't know who I was there with, innit? I might have been there with a badders. You don't know that. Anyway, my point was, that people disregard other people. Like, they live in their own little bubble.
Yeah, but not everyone's the same. Some people are courteous. Some people don't mind. Some people mind their own business.
All right. So what's your point?
Yeah, that's exactly. The people are different, bro. It's like the opposite.
Yeah, everyone's different. Everyone's different. Yeah. My point is.
What was your point?
My point is that there's people in society that are actually antisocial. They don't see it as a community. They don't see it as, well, we're all here together. They don't see it as other people got anything to offer. They just basically have come out of their house. Like, this is this generation that's gone through this whole lockdown thing in their most, state, in their most impressionable state. And now they've grown up and they're out on street as if they're adults, right? They don't realize that older people who are human beings and doing their own thing before lockdown, are actually much more sociable than these kids that have just come through this whole lockdown era. Now they think that people don't talk to each other, people don't communicate with each other. Like, if you want to speak to them, you have to send them a text message. Like, that's how they're going on. They're going on like talking is some sort of secondary communication device. Like, if you send them an email, they'll reply to you in 5 minutes. But if you ask them a question, they'll stand there staring into space, not knowing how to communicate. Like, the communication skills are gone. Like, young people are suffering now from not having these communication skills and being antisocial. Because you ask them something, like if you're with your kids, for example, in a restaurant, and you're like, go up to the counter and ask the geezer for blah, 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 whatever, they'll be looking at you like, why do I have to do it? Like, they're so socially awkward because they're not like us. Like, we were thrown in at the deep end. Like, you have to speak to people to survive. But to them, they don't see that.
We didn't have the technology that they had, innit? We didn't have the technology.
But I'm saying they're actually becoming antisocial, right?
But that ain't that the natural evolution of progress with technology and everything else that's going on? Ain't that the natural
what you calling socializing? The whole the nature of it.
No, but what you're calling natural, other people will call that unnatural. Other people say it's not natural to have a phone and use your phone to communicate with people.
100 years ago, teenagers used to write love letters to each other. That was flirting, and that was having an affair. Yeah. So, you know, the fact that technology changes these things. Let me give you an example quickly. I was working in a place recently. Flip it 180 to where I'm younger than the person who's actually the older person's relying more on verbal communication. Right. I was working at a place, and it was a body shop. Right. Every time the boss wants me, opens his window, leans out his window, and he's like, "Khan!" Proper shouting like he's my dad, yeah? I come over, I go to him, bro, I got a phone. Why don't you just phone me or text me, come to the office? Why are you every 2 minutes shouting my name out from the fucking window? And he was looking at me like he wanted to sack me. Like,
You're taking the piss. And I went up to the office and I said to him, look, you don't need to be shouting from the rooftops. Like, we're not in Turkey now, innit? This is England. Like, you could just send me a text message, bro. Like, just say, yeah, come to the office. I'm going to chat to you. He goes, I ain't got time to pick up my phone every time I want to call you. I was like, all right, calm down. But that just made me realize that it is a generational thing, innit? Like, some people are more reliant on their phones than other people, depending on their generation.
You're just admitting that you're just old school, innit? You're an old guy that's just not willing to catch up with the young people's new world, which is true for all of us to some extent. But it's like, I don't know why you're having a go at them about it.
No, because I'm trying to update him. I'm saying to you, you don't need to be fucking straining at your vocal cords, leaning out the window. When you can just send me a text message, I might be at the shop, I might be around the corner, I might be in the car, I might be with a customer. You don't need to be bellowing out the fucking window, bruv. It's embarrassing. Calling my name every 2 minutes.
I've got to jump off here, so I'll catch you lot later, man.
All right, man, cool.
Hey, Yaga. Carnan, Triller, prostitute, shaggers. Mad.
Safe sides in a bit.
What on?
Cool,
what are you saying, man?
I'm cool, man. I'm good. What's going on with Kaylee? She's on to us, yeah?
Who Kaylee? Kukuts Kaylee.
Yeah, apparently, like, police reports have been filed
Kaylee and her KKK court.
How you filing police reports on people when you don't know their real name?
Yeah, we never take the need to know racist, bro. I'll tell you what I do with a racist, yeah, I'll put the knee to their temple instead. Yo.
Mad people, man.
I put the knee to your temple. You mean? Shit, I finished that job already. Yeah, man. So we got a little drive round to the next one. But, you know, we're just trying to run out the last minutes we got on the StreamYard or whatever, yeah? But then after that, we're going to slap over to... What's it called? What's that thing called again? Bambaclat Restream. Restream.io. Yeah, me.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, here, no hot water, yeah? Oh, man, don't tell them, you get me? I mean, I come for the boiler. Ma. Them boy, they are silent. Ma. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, my days. You know what's mad, yeah? If these fraggles really knew anything that was actually happening, yeah, like they will go mad. I like we, man. You know what about the if the checkmate man knew, if the checkmate man had any more information as well, cause he'd shite me also. Mad.
Who called Elon Musk a cracker? Was that me? He's getting you call Jupiter a Neanderthal, and you call what you say that white people smell of wet dogs. Nico saying
said that.
Nico.
I never said that, man. Shut up, man.
Who's saying that?
Nico lies, bro, man.
Really? He said really said that.
Do you really believe anything that Nico says, bro? He's like actually.
But do you know what? Like, I've never had that experience when I'm with a white person and I thought they smell of wet dogs. But it's a common thing that I've heard. A lot of people have said that. Certain people smell a wet dog, innit? But I've never smelt that on a human being. And you know what? Once you know that wet dog smell, it's very like specific.
That's fun. What's the funny this though? Yeah, is he tried to drop a diss on Jupiter and tried to act like it was my diss. He said she looks like a Neanderthal. Nah. He's taking the piss still. That's taking the piss, bro. Like that was your bars. You tried to fling that over to me, like I said that. You know what I mean?
This is a common misconception. People seem to think that Neanderthals weren't black. Like I don't understand. Like if all human beings were black, why would Neanderthals different? I don't get it.
No, but did you hear me call Gypsy Neanderthal? I don't know. Did I might have.
The only person I've heard say it is Morris.
Is who?
Chrissy Morris.
Chrissy
Morris. Oh yeah. See,
yeah, when he says that good.
My life on me again. Yeah, man, I like. Where's he called it? A Sasquatch, a shaven Sasquatch.
Yeah, fair enough, but Neanderthals.
Shaven Sasquatch, you know, Neanderthal.
I swear Neanderthals were short, weren't they? Why is he saying that? Morris is a weirdo anyway. Comes out some weird shit.
Yeah, he is.
Gillick. He's a big up. Man said Gillick, you know.
Who's Gilly?
But
People running their own jokes now.
imagine, yeah. How much of a weirdo can you be to keep following a dude from channel to channel and then say they're obsessed with you? What a fucking weirdo, man. This is the strangest behavior ever. Like, I'm starting to think like you're trying to take man for real or Maggie out here, bro. You better calm down, cuz. Yeah. Like Esau, calm down, cuz. This ain't no real or Maggie situation, fam. You get me? You hear me? You won't be here anyway, man. Yeah.
Or Esau. Now if you man look close, you don't know what to do with himself.
Hey, you mad?
He's at a loose end, bruv. You don't know what to do.
Mad. He's going mad. I can't believe it. But I was gonna try and mix up scientific method with some Hamas propaganda still, man. So
Go on.
should we ducked
What
out?
was you
Yeah,
gonna
he
say?
escaped, innit?
He ran
He
in it.
escaped
As soon
still,
as he saw
man.
you, he was
We're
like, I'm
gonna
out
we're
of
gonna
there.
wrap wee man up in some Hamas propaganda as well, man. You know what I mean? Like from the river to the sea. Me and wee man are smoking weed.
Weed man.
Weed, man.
Hey, let me just see if I can get the 2 videos up.
What are you smoking?
What are you
some
smoking?
some Brit Scott.
Yeah, I got some Oreo cookies and Mac OG. Where's he gone? He's cut out, isn't it?
He does do that sometimes when he's driving and that.
Oh, look, there he is. Fish saw. Hey, fish boy, what? I don't know why you keep jumping on around there, man.
Fishosaurus.
Fishy boy, why you keep
I've
jumping
owned
on
you
fish
today.
saw, man?
I've owned you. You know I have as well. Side the
Don't
bucket,
own
man.
nothing.
Fish saw, what's
Side
going
the
on, man?
bucket.
Fish saw. Did you say the size of the batty? That was gay. Why are you gay?
Or Esau, was that your troll account about Elvis?
How
Yeah,
does it feel? You lost
obviously.
your
Who
channel.
else is troll account?
How does it feel? You lost your channel. How does it feel? Explain to me.
Who lost the channel?
How does it
Player.
feel?
Lost both his channels.
How does it feel to have
How
a channel
does
no
it
one goes
In
feel?
to?
less than 4 months, you've lost over 5,000.
How does it feel to have a channel no one
You
watches?
lost over 5,000 subs, and guess what? It's not coming back.
Hey, well, go for people.
You might as well not have a channel.
To shag dogs for
That's a gay
real.
song, by the way.
Man.
That's a gay song. No.
Oh, go on, man. Loud the dogs, cuz.
No, tell me something.
Loud the
How
doggy
does it feel being a
style.
loser?
Doggy style, my
You've
yo.
lost all these channels. All
Actually, you
these
could never
views,
be my
million
youth, fam. I would
views.
disown
So
you.
close.
I would have
How
gave
does
you
it
up
feel?
like your mum.
How does it feel? How does
I
it
would have
feel?
gave you up like your mum gave you up. The
YouTube's
same way
giving
as
up on
well.
you. Do you not realise
Like,
that?
fuck
You
that.
started
Let
off
me give
back,
up this
man. I
cunt.
promise you'll get your
Get
channel
rid
back.
of this
Guess
cunt.
what?
Left him at the
Guess what?
monastery.
He's losing his as well.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Get rid of this.
Oh,
Cancel
okay,
that
check
bitch.
his emails.
Hey,
Ask
Wesley
your
Snipes,
boyfriend,
alive.
check his emails.
Cancel that
He definitely
bitch.
grew up with
Ask your
women.
boyfriend, check his emails.
Nothing but
Alive.
women around
He's
him.
your secretary now, yeah.
Grew up in like a nunnery or
Loose women.
something.
Hey, shut up, Robert. If I come over and fuck your wife.
Esau, you ain't got that, bro.
Hey, Robert,
You don't know what
you
men
I'm
act.
gonna ask you questions.
You act like a fanny. You act like you have periods.
Yeah, she's been sleeping with a guy under 5 foot.
You act like a disgruntled baby mother. Are you someone's baby mother? You act like a disgruntled baby mother, cuz, man. Like, god damn, you don't act manly at all.
She wants a big
You're all bitchy and that. You want to stop. Listen, yeah. I've only heard someone's baby mum saying they want to take away someone's job. They want to remove access to someone's child, and they want to get their house. They want to lose them to lose their house. That's baby mother tactics, man. God damn, whose baby mums are you? Are you Brian's baby mother?
Look at you.
Hey. I think Esau might be Brian's baby mother, Blanca.
And you got a bald head as well. You got a picky
Ilanka.
head. You got a picky bald
I remember he said his baby mother's Indian.
head.
Esau's an Indian.
Tiny little picky
You
head.
know?
You see that
Blanca
Russian
His
Saw.
youths are half Indian.
See that Russian
Brian's
couple
youths
of
are half
guys,
Indian.
you secretly piss
You
your
know?
head exposed,
So, yeah, man, I think you might be Brian Hell's baby mother,
I've
man.
seen the full video. That
Ilanka.
Russian you put you on your bum, didn't he?
But you won't do that though.
Bruv, if you had that
When are you
video,
gonna
you
do
would have
that?
put it out there.
Hello?
If you had that video, you would have put it out there.
Fucking found it.
You would have put that out there if you
Ugly
had that.
black
Shut up.
devilfish.
You ain't got
Fucked
shit,
you
man,
up.
you fucking batty, man.
Exactly.
Fucked up.
It don't
That
exist.
Russian
Like,
put you on
all you
your
got
bum.
is videos
That's
of
why you
you
asked to take it
sniffing
down.
men's
You paid to take it
batties, you
down.
weirdo.
Like how you paid Afghan to leave you
Tracing
alone.
men around YouTube.
You paid Afghan
Looking
to
for a
leave you alone.
dad.
Can you pay
Go and
that
find
money?
your real daddy, man. I'm not
You
your
never
dad,
do
cuz.
against Muslims, do you? Muslims only
Yeah, but I definitely would never have
Is
a
that
pick
why
me
you're
like you,
atheist?
cuz, man.
You
You
don't
mad.
want to listen to people that
You're
beat
mad.
you up all your life.
Shut up, man.
That beat you up
Shut
all your
up,
life.
man. Hey, bro, listen.
They
You
beat you up.
spent
You
a
got
whole
beaten
week.
up by
You
a
spent
Russian
half term.
6-year-old.
You spent
Fucked
half
you
term
up.
talking about me
Fucked you
to
up.
your kids.
If I see
And
you,
your
it's a long
kids
night.
didn't go park one
That's not
time. You didn't bring them packed lunch one
That's not
time.
your cue.
All you did is tell them about felly, felly, felly. Felly,
Tell your
felly, felly, felly,
girlfriend,
felly.
yeah, there's a
I
new
hate
drill
this,
song coming
man.
out, yeah.
Felly, felly,
Called
felly,
Moscow
felly. I'm a
Lulu.
disgruntled baby,
Just for you,
mother.
Moscow Lulu.
On
This black
dusty
girlfriend, you know, we're
PMs.
gonna write a nice little drill song.
Shut up, man. You batty,
Party
man.
boy.
Shut
Party
up.
Hello?
boy. Sock on your
My
Hello?
disgruntled
Is
baby
that
mother, bruv.
is
What are
that
you
the
doing?
Metropolitan
Get out
Police?
of
I'd
here,
like
man.
to report someone, please. Two people were talking online. I think one of them's called Calm.
Disgruntled baby mother, bruv. What's wrong with this brother? You know what? Yeah, I swear I'm gonna make sure I fuck up your money. You ain't gonna get no more money no more, and you're gonna lose your house, and you ain't gonna see the kids no more. And then shut up, man. You just sound like a
He
disgruntled
doesn't
baby
want you
mother.
to have anything that he hasn't got. He doesn't want you to have anything that he hasn't got.
What apart from dog STDs? He's got dog STDs. Like. He's got DSTD.
You're a weirdo, you.
Man's got canine
Brother,
gonorrhea.
what man, fully grown man, masculine, testosterone, sweating don, is going to jump on there and tell you about how they want to take your job. They want you to lose your kids and all that sort of shit there.
Mad.
You're a weirdo, fam.
Brian Hurl was the funniest one. He was like, Brian, did you actually grass me up? And he's like, yeah, you should be fitting boilers. I was like, what? This guy's a psychopath.
Hey, wait, but nah. Do you want to hear what he actually said? I'll go on tape here.
He fully went
I'll go
mad.
on tape here.
So
You don't even need to guess what he said, fam.
What did he say? What did he
I
say?
can let it. Turbo Ciclone. One sec, yeah. Un momento, por favor. Yo, man. Let it. Well, you're grass, yeah, bro? Well, you're grass, yeah?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you're a grass, yeah? What, you're snitch, yeah? Go and tell us.
Yeah.
Go and tell us. What are you? What are you?
I'm a grass.
Oh, shit. Are you a snitch as well, yeah? Hey, Brian, you a snitch? Are you an informant? Are you an informant? You're a grass, a snitch, and an informant, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant, mate. Brilliant. Well done, mate. Cheers.
I snitched on you.
Hey, that father like son. That's why you're a snitcher, like. Because your daddy loves snitching as well. That's your dad, Brian Hill, telling everyone he's a snitch.
You're a pussy hole. That's what happened. You're a pussy hole. That's why I'm not meant to be using boilers. You're not meant to be
What are you going to do? Tell the police? Is that what you're going to do again, yeah?
You're not qualified.
Hey, wait, have you rung the police on me before? Yes or no?
You're not qualified. You're not qualified to
Have you rung the police on me before? Yes or no?
Never.
Have you rung any sort of investigation?
Not yet.
Any authority?
Not
Have
yet.
you rung an authority to try to inform on me? Yes or no?
Listen, anyone that's installing
Exactly, man. Shut your
boilers
pussy
that
ass up,
don't
man, you
have the
disgruntled baby mother.
qualifications, you deserve to
fuck
get
out of here,
fucked.
man.
My name's not Katie.
Wait,
Don't you
hold
dare.
on a
Don't
sec.
you
What
dare call me
qualifications
Katie.
have you got again?
Don't you dare call me Katie.
What
Don't you dare
qualifications
call me
have you got
Katie.
again?
How
You
dare
dirty
you Katie
slag.
alone with the kids here while you're
Shut
sitting down
up,
there
man,
online,
you dirty slag.
following man, chasing
Shut
your
up,
channel?
man,
How
you
dare you?
dusty slag.
How dare you? It's
You're one of
half
them
term.
dirty baby
It's half
mothers.
term and you're chasing.
That's
and you're
getting beat out
chasing
by the
after
whole
next
state
man.
and then wants to
You're
run down the
chasing
baby
next
daddy for
man.
money.
How dare you? You're running after next
Shut
man.
up, man.
Proper
Get
Jamaican
the fuck
pussy,
out
you
of
know
here,
that?
man.
Proper Aki eating batty boy. That's what you've always been in that, right? That's all you always look at your teeth as well. Your pod, your life's pod, your mum's pod. Everything about you's pod. Look at you. camel to having bitch. Siding with Batty man. Siding with Batty man against bad boy. Siding with Batty man against bad boy. You're a fool. You're a fool. You'll die. You know that?
Behave yourself, man.
You'll die. You'll die. You'll die.
Bad boy?
You'll die.
What? You're bad man, yeah?
You'll die. Remember, listen, you're a warlord. You're a warlord. Wait, warlord. You're a warlord.
When you said bad man, did you mean yourself?
You're a warlord. That's
yeah. Wait. When you said bad man, did you mean yourself?
Boy, your power.
Yo. Wait, pussy boy.
When you said bad man, was you talking about yourself? You've given your contact details to. Never forget. Never forget, Cleon. Never forget.
Forget what?
We know who you
forget
are.
What?
Who you gave your details
Never forget
to.
What, bro?
You gave your details to a batty man. Yes, you did. You gave your details, your personal details
you're
to
a batty man that's got my details. What are you talking about?
How dare you? No,
you are a batty man.
You
with
fucked
details,
up.
you weirdo. Shut up,
you gave them to Luke. You're like, hey, Luke, contact
Lord.
me anytime. Send me videos. What kind of videos he sent you, Cleon? Him with his new Crocs.
Yeah, he sent me videos of you.
Preston.
He sent me videos of you. He sent me videos of your house. You sent me videos of your youth speaking. You sent me videos of your baby mum. You sent me videos of your mom. You sent me everything.
My mum.
Everything.
My mother.
Yeah.
Your mom. Never have my mother.
Yeah.
You
your baby mother.
Have my mother.
Yeah. Your youths. You sent me all of it. He said all
Listen,
of it.
Cleon, the only person in this panel whose baby has been exposed is your mum. She grinds her washing machine.
You said it, man.
The dirty little scat.
You said it, cuz.
Bro,
you ain't even got a baby mother, bro. You mad?
She loves Whirlpool.
Behave yourself. So acting like you've even got a baby mother.
Everyone knows.
You ain't got a baby mother,
dead
bro.
back off her stumpy little legs. Her stumpy
all right, wait, hold on. Have you got a baby mother, yeah? Have you got a baby mother? You got a baby mother, yeah?
Crying in the washing machines. Her legs like a tin of pedigree. Chum you pussy, oh. How dare you? How tall's your little midget wife? Stumpy cunt. Stumpy little scunt. Look at her. Oh, her dead back off. Her back off's on her back, literally. Her bum's on her back. What's all that about? You like that, yeah? It turns you on. Say nothing, Batty boy. Say nothing. I know you're into Luke. You like that. You like that white.
Listen to this weirdo just here speaking about.
Jacob, you need to roast this man. Go, Jacob.
You ain't took a breath, man. You fucking
fucked up, man. You're a coconut. You're a coconut. You're a coconut.
You can't even stop talking, bro.
You're a coconut. Katie's right. You're a coconut.
Bro, listen. How can you call anyone anything? You 100% weirdo.
Done this guy.
You hang about with like a 75-year-old weirdo.
You par with Batty boys to come against me. You par with Batty boys. Listen, suck your man. Katie and Marva a piece of shit, and so's her.
Your mum don't even know what you look like. Hey, when was the last time you see your mother? You dickhead. That's what you gotta do, cuz, you little pussy, though. Just chat shit and run away like a little faggot you are, cuz. Get out of it, bro. Yeah, man. And actually, keep jumping on, man, and bringing views to my channel, you little tramp. We're gonna use you to get monetization, and then we're gonna use you for clips on the show. Dickhead. Bad. Alright. Let's get these videos up now.
Now you talk about terror. What about for me? I've been terrorized.
About an hour, yeah? So pause when you want to pause, yeah?
Hammer all my day.
Hamas, like all resistance groups, from the African National Congress to the Irish Republican Army, is demonized and misunderstood. Hamas is not, despite what Israel and Washington say, a terrorist organization. Although, like most resistance groups, including the Jewish militias that created the State of Israel, it has used terrorism as a tactic. Hamas is a religious, nationalist political movement. It does not hold the Palestinians in Gaza hostage. It has broad popular support among Palestinians, largely because of the failure of the Palestine Liberation Organization, or PLO, to deliver the promises made by Israel in the Oslo Accords. But it also has popular support because of its dogged resistance to the Israeli attack on Gaza. Indeed, since the Israeli attacks, it has become lionized throughout the Muslim world. The ferocity of the Israeli violence against Hamas, including routine assassination and imprisonment of its leadership, has failed to dismantle the organization. To outsiders, the intransigence of Hamas, which in its 1988 charter called for Israel's destruction and which carried out suicide bombings in Israeli cities, as well as firing rockets into Israel, and along with the incursion, of course, that left some 1,200 Israelis dead, is dismissed by Israel and Washington as evidence of the group's fanaticism. Because those on the outside do not understand what went into making Hamas, the steady drip of humiliation, violence, and impoverishment that define Israel's occupation of the Palestinians, Hamas and its ideology is certified as incomprehensible. But from the Palestinian perspective, Israel has left the Palestinians with no other choice. The secular Palestinian Authority, which nominally governs the occupied West Bank, has devolved into little more than a hated colonial police force. It has failed to blunt Israel's slow-motion ethnic cleansing. Israel has steadily dispossessed more and more Palestinians from their homes and land in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, seizing water resources. It uses indiscriminate violence to quell dissent. In short, by shutting the door to any peaceful resolution to the conflict, Israel created its own nemesis, the mirror image of an intransigent and brutal apartheid state. Joining me to discuss the Palestinian resistance group Hamas is journalist and historian Paolo Caridi, author of Hamas, From Resistance to Regime. Let's talk about the origins of Hamas. It comes out of the Muslim Brotherhood. You should explain what the Muslim Brotherhood was and a little historical perspective, because until 1967, Gaza in particular, and Hamas is a Gaza-based organization, was controlled by Egypt.
Hamas is the political branch of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood. And
you got to speak like in between this, you know. No comments to make so far.
What about Hamas?
Yeah, about the introduction, the so and so, the blah blah, the rah rah. No comments.
I think we all know about Hamas, innit? Like what they're up to, who they're funded by, you know.
No, I don't really know that much about Hamas.
Okay, so Hamas originally started off as a charity, yeah, in Gaza. They started off as a charity. I think they were started off by two brothers, and they were doing like charity work and whatever. And then due to obviously being under occupation and whatever, and the things what they were witnessing, I think they went fully militant mode where they were saying that the current state of Israel is an apartheid state and it should be done away with. And they were basically advocating for a one-state solution where Jews and Muslims and Christians could all live together under one country. Because they said that, they were taken as being, no, one state. That's two states different. So one state is like they all live under one country, right? Without the apartheid system, without the Jews being like supreme. So because they said that, they were taken as extremists. Like they say, no, they want to basically destroy the whole state of Israel. But that wasn't the case. They just basically wanted to get the current regime or the leadership out of there, because later on, Hamas went on to actually agree to, I think, was it the 1967 borders or whatever that the United Nations made Israel sign to. So they officially came out saying, yeah, we accept that there will be a state of Israel, right? But still to this day, people misrepresent Hamas, demonize them, and make them out to be something other than what they are, because it basically just suits their agenda. They're basically saying that, oh, these people never come to the table and they will never be able to negotiate. But that's the misrepresentation.
In this year, they didn't say they started as a charity or nothing like that. Yeah, they said they started with the Muslim Brotherhood of Egypt today. Like, that was helped some of the founder people of
Well, when you look at the
starting
two founding
Hamas.
members, that started Hamas, they started it off as a charity. But obviously, when they start taking funding from certain people and becoming like a political or a T group, then you can say, yeah, they're an extension of the group that actually started them off in that line of thing, in that business. So yeah, they started them off in the tea business. So they are an extension of that group because they would have had to align with their political agenda to get support from them. And this is the problem with these two groups, that whoever's supporting them, whoever's paying for them, whoever's giving them weapons, they will sort of change their charter, they will change their belief system to match whoever's paying them, basically. So when you're talking about, for example, today we're talking about ISIS, it's not the same ISIS that we're talking about originally, because they've changed hands so many times, they've changed leadership so many times, they've changed funding, whoever's backing them's changed, whoever's supplying them with weapons changed. Like, they're just a completely different outfit now. ISIS today is completely run by America, right? And Hamas, when we talk about Hamas now, who is Hamas right now, right? They're obviously funded by the majority Sunni.
But we're gonna
Funded
find out.
by
We're gonna find out,
yeah,
bro. We're gonna
yeah,
find
yeah, yeah.
out
Let's not
because
jump ahead
the
too much
ladies are
then.
gonna tell us
Yeah,
all about who Hamas are, how it started, and the ins and outs. Because she's written its biography on who they
of
are.
the organization.
Yeah.
You're
So,
so excitable.
hey Simon, I don't know why, yeah, but when you
Sorry,
speak,
I'll
it's like we
talk
can't hear what
louder.
you say, man.
I'll
Yeah,
talk
you
louder.
got, yeah. Talk like you mean it.
Yeah.
Why are you so
Speak like you mean
excitable? Why are you so excitable, Carl?
Who, me?
Yeah. Today and yesterday.
I'm being titillated. I'm receiving titillation.
My God.
All right. Let's go, man.
You should have chosen better words, but I actually.
So I put.
Yeah. All right. Let's play.
Two terms in our discussion: Hamas and the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood. The Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, as the Muslim Brotherhood movements in the region, was and is a social religious organization, very deeply inside the refugee camps in Gaza. And it is for a reason, because Gaza was, I have to say was and not is, home to hundreds of thousands of Palestinians kicked out of their houses in Jaffa, in Mashdal, in Ashkelon. And they had to create again a world, their community. The Muslim Brotherhood was one of the organizations that spread inside the refugee camps in Gaza, but not only in Gaza. It's true, Gaza is the stronghold of Hamas, but Hamas and the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood is not only inside Gaza and is not only inside the West Bank, is among the Palestinians abroad, out of Israel and Palestine. Hamas was born out of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood after a long discussion as the political branch of a socio-religious association, organization. And as many of the leaders and the activists said to me, and not only the Muslim brothers, not all the Muslim brothers were Hamas, but all the Hamas people is from the Muslim Brotherhood. And this is saying many things also about the Islamist movement and the fact that the Hamas movement was and is, as you said, a very nationalist one.
So in the book, you talk about the way future leaders of Hamas were educated, acculturated by Egypt. I knew Abdel Aziz Rantisi, one of the co-founders of Hamas, as well as his wife, who, and I know you interviewed her, a very impressive woman in her own right.
Hey, let me pause it there. Is it out of sync for you?
Who's talking? Yeah,
Yeah, it's out of sync. Yeah.
All right, now just making sure that everyone, just in case, I was just making sure that everyone was at the same place. Or it'd be like, you can hear the dude talking. All right, now it's cool up still. All right.
Well, Veli, what's your thoughts of these people? They seem to be very
they're
Israeli.
journalists.
Yeah,
No, they're journalists still. They're not Israeli. That lady's not Israeli, and the other dude's not Israeli either. Like, so they're journalists, and they're writing on what is historically there in it. So not none of the he said, she said, so and so. This piece is just whatever's there about these people. That's what they're supposed to be doing.
He said, you said. Sorry, that's the song.
All right, so you guys ready? Yeah. Do you have any questions that you wanted to ask in anything that's been said to, or any comments to make on any of the parts that's been that you agree, disagree on, or whatever part?
Yeah, I think like if she wants to bring it back to Islamism and the Islamic Brotherhood or whatever they're called from Egypt, you have to realize that they were Western-funded outfits that were designed to destabilize the current regimes in North Africa. So when they call it the Arab Spring, for example, we're going back to a time where the West were trying to bring about regime change throughout the area, and they used these. Do
you remember that Italian boy that got killed on the road to Egypt, and his mum did a hunger protest, and he was using the internet? All he was doing was trying to form a union for market workers, and they killed him during the Arab Spring, and his mum did a hunger protest. Sorry.
You ain't got to apologise if you're giving information, bro. It's only if man's just doing that bad interruptions or whatever. British has British relatives held hostage in Gaza, kidnapped. Alan O'Hill, 24, bring him home. I'm just looking at a poster right now. In NW1, it says kidnapped. Alan O'Hill, 24, bring him home. Has British relatives held hostage in Gaza.
He was only trying to start a union for market workers, and someone killed him.
Yeah. Like I was saying, man, the Muslim Brotherhood and those sort of movements there removed democracy from places like Egypt and a lot of countries in North Africa anyway. So it was instrumental or helpful in that not taking place. And even because at that time, remember, these men were going for some Arab superstate that would have encompassed the Arab states of the Middle East and Arab countries of North Africa, Northwest Africa, or wherever. And obviously the West weren't really on that either. So at that time, it was beneficial to back the side that wasn't going to have that happening or whatever. But at this time here, it's beneficial to back the side that would have actually created that. Because now you've been able to take advantage of all the different things that was beneficial to creating the states power and then the other business, international business power that people now have or whatever, wealth in the stock market and blah blah blah. Like I'm saying that now you want these men to be civilized and so and so. Back then it was okay for man to be help prop up the people that are not going to be beneficial to the place or whatever. But in my opinion, like them dons that Hamas are not beneficial to the Palestinian people. The tactic that they're using the tactic that they're using is bringing a lot of casualties to the actual just average Palestinians. Oh well.
I've got Israeli mates with Palestinian girlfriends who don't understand what's happening.
Say that again. You've got Israeli mates who've got girlfriends.
With Palestinian girlfriends, and they don't know what's going on.
What do you mean they don't know what's going on? Because there's like a media thingy, like a freeze on all the stories that's coming out of there.
They don't understand what's happening.
How can they not understand what's going on?
It's like Trump world out here with the last conversation I had.
To be honest, I think that, like Wee Man was saying earlier, sometimes the best policy is just to say nothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or just to try and find out as much information as possible.
I don't know.
You can have your opinion. Yeah, we can all have our opinions or whatever, and make our opinions
No, but I
on
mean
this,
in
that,
real
and the
life,
other, and blah blah blah.
But really, in real life, if you was an Israeli and people keep asking you about Palestine, sooner or later you're just going to turn around and say, "I'm not a political person. I'm not invested. I've got a Palestinian girlfriend. I'm a Jew." Like you're going to opt out of actually having to justify what Israel's doing.
I think
like there's no defending it really.
I think that's a different thing, though. I think that there are people out there who don't.
There are some Israelis that support what's happening in Palestine.
Yeah, online, but in real life, it's a bit hard to justify it.
You can't
because when there was that protest at North Finchley or whatever, there was enough people there that was saying that they support stuff that the IDF do now, the IDF flags, and blah blah blah. So,
but they just sound nuts when they say that. They just sound crazy.
It depends what day you ask them, though.
Yeah, it depends what way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Depends what angle you see it from, man. So the way, as far as some of these people are concerned, like the way that Luke's in it, yeah, this beef started from October the 7th, innit? The man them attacked October the 7th.
But even if it did start from October the 7th, you still can't like legally justify what's happened since then till now.
No, it's gone out of control.
It's gone beyond. Like,
it's gone out of control.
It's like you slap me in the face and I go and execute your whole family, and even hunt down your neighbours in other countries, your relatives in other countries, and do them as well.
Man's
and I'm like,
tell you that
really slap me in the face. So
you
this
can't
is
tell
what you
me
get.
about the amount of retaliation once you crossed a certain line and all that sort of stuff. Then. But you can't tell me how to retaliate.
No one ain't telling you what to do. I'm just saying you can't claim to be righteous, or you can't claim to be working within international law, or you can't claim to not be doing a genocide when you actually are doing that. Like no one's telling you don't go and do a genocide, innit? But at least hold your hands up to it and go, do you know what? And to be honest, the Israeli leadership are doing that. They are being honest and saying, yeah, well, we're going to genocide all these people. Even Trump come out and said, we're ethnically cleansing out the whole area. So for everyday people to be trying to defend it, like Jupiter or Wendy or Banksy or whoever's trying to defend it, or Luke,
Banksy
like,
makes me want to be sick.
How can you defend a position that their own leadership is turning around and saying, like Netanyahu, the other geezer, like they're all saying it openly, saying like this is what we're doing. Even Trump saying that this is what we're doing. Like we don't care if there's like 1,000 people in a building. If we get a phone call saying there's one terrorist in there, we're bombing the whole blood clot.
Sending the
Yeah, like and it's like they're not even hiding it. So I don't understand how these lot can say it's not a genocide.
It's a genocide now.
If you're showing that much disregard for human life, it's a genocide.
And I'm the most sympathetic person to those Israeli hippies in that chill out. But yeah,
it's gone so far that it's a bit hard for them to now turn around and say, like, well, somewhere along the line we went from defending ourselves to going on the attack. When it seems now that this was their plan the whole time, because there's a whole freeze on the stories that are coming out of Israel, and the main story is that Netanyahu's actually being investigated for knowing that October the 7th was going to happen, and he just deliberately just let it happen. Because don't forget, they must have known it was going to happen because they employed the Hannibal Directive, which is to actually unalive their own civilians in the attempt of thwarting the T attack.
It's a
So they
bunch of
must have had
lefties.
to take time to think about that before it actually happens. They can't just employ Hannibal Directive on the spot. It's something that would have to previously be agreed from the very high level. Because Hannibal Directive is serious. You're basically saying you can kill your own people in an attempt to deal with a terrorist attack. You know, and out of the 1,200 people that got killed, at least half of them were killed by their own people, which is ridiculous when you think about it.
In a helicopter.
It's a mad one. It's like you hear it and it sounds like a film. It don't sound like real life. It's so crazy.
All right, let me play the rest of the video, man. Got any more to say? Anyone else?
I'm saying, statistically speaking, if you'd have just let them carry out their attack, less of your people would have died. It don't even make sense. You're killing more people than they killed.
All right, let me play the rest, man.
Right, was assassinated by the Israelis during this at the very inception of this assault on Gaza. Rantisi studied at the university in Alexandria. I think he was first in his class, and let's just talk a little bit quickly about what the Muslim Brotherhood was with the rise of Nasser, the secular kind of pan-Arabist movement. The Muslim Brotherhood
Big up Abdul Jamal Nasser. Yeah, that's the man was trying to bring a decent bit of democracy for all of the Egyptians there, or whatever, the Arab Egyptians or whatever, in the place at the place or whatever at that sort of time. And actually the Muslim Brotherhood was going against at that time. You hear me, cuz? So obviously I was more on my man's side than on the Muslim Brotherhood side.
First time I saw the Muslim,
he was allowing the Muslims to be Muslims, and then the people that are not Muslim just to be part of society as well, without, you know what I'm saying. So
no jizya. I remember when the Muslim Brotherhood used to do protests outside of Brixton tube station.
yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Sagana and Karen, let me play. Anything to say on that? Anyone else? All right.
became a target, but they just tell us a little bit quickly about the origins of the Muslim Brotherhood, what its perspective was, and then I want to go into the birth of Hamas, which is tied directly to the first Palestinian uprising or Intifada.
Yes, the Muslim Brotherhood definitely.
Oh shit, is that Luke in the chat? Yeah, god damn. Yeah, man, your stalker's been spazzing out, cuz.
I only came here
stone, man.
to smash Esau.
Not you, cuz.
And then it got serious.
You cuz. I was talking about Luke's stalker, cuz. Like, I think Esau actually fancies Luke. He wants to be friends with him, innit? So anyone that gets on with him, he wants to attack them instead. It's like, that weird kid in school. It's mad still. But yeah, man. Hey, Luke, take Esau out for a little fucking play date at the park or something, man.
Five Guys.
Yeah, Five Guys. Yeah, that's what he wants.
Was born inside Egypt almost 1 century ago. So it's not a movement that was born 10 years ago or 20 years ago, 40 years ago, but it has a century of also of changes, not only of history, but of changes as an historic, as a socio-religious, and in the case of Egypt, a political one. It is inside the so-called reformist Islamist movement. So it's very different from the jihadi ones and from the Salafi ones. Very pragmatic,
Islam.
very inside the reality. very deep inside the society. So it's not an hyper-fundamentalist as the Salafi movements are, as the jihadis are, and especially at a certain point of its history, the Muslim Brotherhood decided not to use any more violent tools, but to be inside, let's say, a pacifist way of dealing with politics and social issues inside the Egyptian arena. The same thing, almost the same thing, is in the Tunisian context. It is different in Palestine because of the occupation. It's not a country, an independent country, is a territory under occupation. So the reaction inside the Muslim Brotherhood, the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, was to create a political arm, a political branch that would use along the years also terrorist means.
So let's talk about the birth of.
Yeah. Anyone got anything to speak about on the points that was made so far? We got to make sure we fair use this video in it before us. Quick little review here. Getting an insight on.
The last thing I read about abrogation in the Quran is you're allowed to do it if it's for the good of the community, I think.
I don't think that was the point being made, Simon. I don't think they were saying they should reform Islam itself.
Well, that's
they were reforming the way that they were going to govern their own country. No, they're not trying to reform Islam itself. They're trying to reform, rather than be like she said, rather than being complete Salafis, like rather than calling for what's it called, agenda, like what's the word? On the tip of my tongue, Sharia. Rather than calling for a Sharia state, they're calling for like a democratically run Muslim majority country. Basically, they would be regarded as reformist Islamists.
I mean, we've got a Jewish one, so why should we not have a?
I don't think there's the political will. I don't think the people even want that. Now that's been represented. This is what all Muslims want, but I don't think it actually is. What Muslims don't want that.
I don't need a country. It's like, I mean, I want my own country. Sorry, go on.
Let me slap the rest on.
Hamas, which was a very, I think, politically pragmatic response to the Palestinian uprising.
Yes, it was a very pragmatic response in the first Intifada. So the birth of Hamas is in December 1987. So specifically the beginning of the Intifada, the first Intifada. But I have to say that we have to start a little bit before, in 1982, when the PLO was in crisis, and the crisis was in Beirut, not in Israel, Palestine, but was in Beirut. Oh. When the PLO had to leave Beirut and to go into another exile.
Let me just interrupt you for people who don't know. The Israelis occupied Beirut, rather savagely bombed whole sections of Beirut, and there was a deal cut that the Palestinians would be put on ships and sent into exile to Tunis. I used to interview Arafat in Tunis, along with Abu Jihad and others. So that's the crisis you're referring to.
Yes, and the reaction of the Islamist niveau, so the Muslim Brothers and Hamas was, let's say, it was not born in those days, but they were debating about a political branch. Hamas was also a reaction on the kind of politics that the PLO followed along the years. So they decided, for example, not to be involved inside the internal matters of the countries that hosted them. And it's very clear, for example, in Damascus, when the leadership of Hamas was in Damascus, they didn't care about the destiny of the Syrian Muslim brothers, because they wanted to be hosted by, but they didn't want to deal with internal matters, as the PLO did, both in Jordan and after that in the Lebanese civil war. So this was, for example, one of the decisions of the Islamists, and after, that means of Hamas, and after 1987, the birth of Hamas, the decision of the PLO to recognize the state of Israel, the Hamas opposed this idea and was the opposition inside the Palestinian political spectrum.
Let's talk about why they opposed it, and they turned out to be right, of course. So Arafat and the PLO are allowed to return, but as Hamas predicted, the Palestinians were betrayed. So explain the opposition of Hamas, their opposition, and what happened after the Oslo agreement was signed and the PLO leadership returned to Gaza and the West Bank.
But one of the reasons is inside the Mithaq, the fundamental, the foundational charter of Hamas, the destruction of Israel, or to say that Palestine is not in the hands of the people, but it's in the hands of God. And this is the Islamist part of Hamas. And then there is also a nationalistic issue. What about the land of Palestine? What about recognizing Palestinians? And I think that this goes deep inside the refugees case, because Arafat, who was a refugee himself, put aside the question of the refugees. And it's not the case for Hamas. Hamas was born inside the refugee camps. Hamas is inside not only the refugee camps in the OPT, the Occupied Palestine Territory, but it's outside. And this was not one of the focal point, the core issues inside the agreement between the PLO and Israel.
Right. This is called the right of
reply. There still, man. Right of return. But yeah, so let's have a quick little chat about what's been discussed so far, man. You were going to say something earlier, Sam.
Palestinian Liberation Organization. I'm a bit confused. It's too soon.
Basically, this is showing you the inception of these organizations, where they stem down other groups, and how groups kind of give birth to other groups, and how the groups sort of like agree on some things and don't agree on other things, and sometimes they actually fall out with each other. So Hamas and PLO are actually going to end up being against each other because of certain political understandings of like what they think is the best thing to do. So they're going to fall out.
Yeah,
eventually.
because it seems like at this moment in time that they're talking about, PLO are not speaking about the plight of the refugees, and Hamas seems like they're speaking to and firmly in the camps wherever the refugees are.
Yeah. So that shows you that PLO's negligence of certain matters promoted the rise of different type of politics that they weren't addressing. So the question is then, why weren't they addressing those views if they held so much sway that they could create an alternate movement? And the fact is that
especially
PLO were
when
on
the leader
payroll of
Yasser
Israel.
Arafat,
Yeah.
especially the leader, PLOs, Hamas is on the payroll of Israel. What are you talking about? So, especially PLO and Hamas could be on the payroll of Israel anyway, yeah.
But not at this
Because
stage.
PLO,
The early
as
stage.
Yasser Arafat, yeah, is a refugee himself, and not speaking to the plight of the refugees in Palestine or whatever. Obviously, the actual refugees on the ground are feeling like, cuz you're supposed to be, you get me? Like they're feeling like
Dealing with
Kemi
the matter.
Badenoch's in power right
Yeah.
now. Like, right.
Yeah.
The Nigerians are not happy with Kemi Badenoch because she speaks down about Nigerians every opportunity that she has. So,
So that's what the deal was.
She's playing all the cards she can.
right.
That's what they do in politics.
All right, so that seems like this is the way that Hamas has been able to build up their ground roots support by building up support within the refugee
The little
camp.
fan base. There's a little fan base, isn't it?
While PLO have been trying to do the political side of making different policies that allow more freedoms for Palestinians within the PLO territories or run territories.
Yeah, basically.
We agree with that so far? Everyone good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Return. And as you point out in the book, because a disproportionate number of the people in Gaza are refugees or descended from refugees, and because Hamas's base is probably found most predominantly in Gaza, although it's very popular, of course, in the West Bank, especially after Israel embarked on its genocide. But that was non-negotiable. It wasn't the way the PLO, as you pointed out, could sidestep the issue. That wasn't something that Hamas was able to do, given its base of support.
Yes, and we see today regarding the UNRWA, the attack against UNRWA is also the attack against the Palestinian question in itself, as the UNRWA owns the registry of the refugees and the descendants of the refugees. So it's really a core issue in the Palestinian question that I say as analysts, journalists also, we put aside for a long time and came up again in these weeks and months.
And for UNRWA is the UN organization that provides assistance to Palestinians, not just food, but schools, and both in places like Gaza and in the diaspora. Israel accused the UN organization of UNRWA of being infiltrated by Hamas, and this saw many countries, including the United States, the UK, and others, cut off their support of UNRWA, which is, of course, only accelerating the starvation and the famine within Gaza. And that accompanied by the blockage of humanitarian assistance, all backed up in the Sinai in Egypt at the border.
Some was reinstated funding back to UNRWA, and so was them being infiltrated by Hamas. I'm not too sure if that's a definite 100% truth or whatever. Right? I'm sure Keir Starmer would never reinstate the funding to a group that's linked to prescribed organizations within his own country. Well, not publicly anyway. You know what I mean? Behind the scenes, I feel like they might do them sort of things there, but as public information.
What do you reckon about the new UKIP bloke?
The new
UKIP bloke.
The UKIP bloke, I ain't seen it.
Nick DeConte. Marching
Oh, the new
around.
UKIP leader. Oh, okay, I thought you
Yeah.
said the new UKIP logo, that Nick Tanconi.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. You know what, yeah. I'm not a fan of Nick Tanconi or whatever, but I see what man's trying to do in it, like trying to bring back that working class macho man style leader for people to get behind in it. But boy, if he's willing to put in the work, he might be able to build a little following or whatever.
He can fill his trousers, I think.
But you know that other, what's that, the golden pasta or whatever? That man had the deals with the golden Zimbabwe and South Africa and all that, innit?
Oh, Ricky Doodah.
Ricky Dooley. Is it Dooley?
Doolan, yeah.
So, yeah, man, that's what I was saying. Like, that's why I recognize why Street Mike and them man took the knee in it, because them man are like, raw. These man are shipping gold. You get me? Let me take the knee to the golden pasta and them man there. Sign up to the two, so I might get a little quick check. You get me, cuz? So, no.
He's proper taken the knee. Street Mike has proper taken the knee.
That happens, man. You see, but where it always happens in Speaker's Corner anyway. You really tell who's there to and what they're there for, because the questions and the thing, what the offers will get offered to you, and depending on what way you take it, will actually show the direction you was actually guiding. But was you just there just to film people up, or was you there to get your back going this way? Was you there for sequel, fame, and fortune? Was you there? You know what I mean? That was you just there to ask questions, really? You know what I mean? That, but I say it, go, man. No way, man. Everyone's got to get their oil. All right, let it play.
The border crossing at Rafah.
Yes, and always not only, as you said, in Gaza. It helps almost 6 million people.
Let's talk about, so Hamas is born as a distinct organization with the first intifada. It's in opposition to the PLO. Just talk quickly about the collapse of credibility of the PLO as Israel does not follow through on the promises made in the Oslo Agreement to create a separate state. And then I want to talk about the elections that brought Hamas to power.
Hamas also represented the people.
Let me pause for a sec. Yo, A1 Bounce, I tried to add you to the panel, but you jumped off as I added you still. But does anyone know what the reneged agreement of the Oslo Accord was? Because that's why I wanted to read out the UN timeline. Because, that was coming up next, isn't it? Because that was like in the 80s, right? That Oslo Agreement or whatever. Oslo Accord. So, does anyone know what the reneged agreement was? Like, what was agreed on that was not held up or whatever? Because whatever that is, seems like that's had a knock-on effect onto the rise of a party like the Hamas or a group like Hamas or whatever. Alright, cool. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, so, if anyone knows what that is. Do you know what that is, Simon? What happened with that Oslo Accord? What was agreed? We might be busy right now, so might be getting busy. You know what I'm saying?
The recognition of Israel by the PLO. I'm reading.
So yeah, that's the two-state solution, isn't it? They recognize them and they allow them to have their own country, but they never went through with it because they would have had to agree to set borders, which they didn't want to agree to. 'Cause obviously, they had an intention of constantly expanding, which they're still expanding till this day. When you think about it,
The
them
hill
agreed to set borders.
Because
and the
they've
hill.
not agreed on borders. That's the whole mad way it's mad, right? That no one's agreeing on borders. They've got different sets of borders that different agreements say, we agree on these borderlines. Then an argument happens, the fight breaks out, and then they have new sort of borderlines what they want to agree on, you know? Jeez, man, like gold, you know? Oh,
Yeah,
quite
but like
gangster.
they're trying to get Israel to agree to not expanding any more than what it has already. They're like, all right, you had your set borders, what the United Nations gave you. Now you've taken more than that. So stop where you are now, and then we can have peace. And these guys are like, yeah, of course we're going to. But they never did. They never stopped expanding,
Well, you know
even
what
though
they
they said they
do?
would.
They get weird hippie kids like the hilltop tribes to go and build camps on mountains.
Exactly.
It's crazy still, man. How so if what borders are Palestine saying that they want Israel to agree with, and what borders are Israel saying they want Palestine to agree with? It's
I think
stuff like to do with any of the religious sites, like the places like Jerusalem and blah blah blah, right? A lot of those
no.
borders, isn't it?
It's nothing to do with
Separated.
religious borders. It's nothing to do with religious borders.
The man them's borders mix up with each other, right?
Basically, they just want Israel to stop expanding, but they won't stop expanding. Like they've actually gone into South Lebanon, they've gone into Syria. They're just constantly expanding because really and truly, that's their agenda from the get-go. They're not going to agree to any return to what is it that Palestinians are asking? Return to the 1967 borders or whatever. They keep asking for.
One side saying 67, but I want to know what side, what borders Palestine of Israel wants. Most of the borders that Israel asks.
No, there is a country called Palestine. Within that country, there is a state of Israel. And by the 1967 borders,
Yeah, but what borders are Israel asking for that
This is
would
what I'm
create
saying
the
to
state
you.
of Israel?
Yeah, so
No,
the
no, no. But I
1967.
hear what you're saying. You're speaking from the Palestine side, and I'm asking from the
No,
Israeli side. Bro,
no, no,
listen
no,
to what I'm
no.
saying though. From the Israeli side, what are the
Yeah,
borders that the Israelis want to have carved out as the state of Israel in it? Like, what do they want
you don't
as
understand. But listen to what
Israel,
I'm saying to you.
where to
Listen to what I'm
start and
saying to
where
you.
it to end?
Listen to what I'm saying
Is
to
it
you.
from the whole shit of the state? Is it the whole of Palestine, or is there like
Listen,
a bit of
anything,
Palestine left?
anything outside of Israel's border is Palestine. So the more the more Israel expands, the smaller Palestine gets. So it's like as if we got a chocolate gâteau and you're cutting it in the middle, right? And I'm saying to you, well, what percentage am I getting and what percentage are you getting? And you're like, well, what I'm taking, whatever's left is yours, isn't it? And that's how Israel's dealing with it. They say, look, we're taking our bit and whatever's left, you lot can have. Now, they don't really care what percentage it is or what the borders are. They're just basically saying, we want to be able to expand wherever we want, innit? So they're either going to take the whole thing or they're just going to leave these little enclaves here, there, and everywhere spread out. Basically, they've got no intention of ever agreeing to Palestine having their own borders with internationally recognized leaders. They just don't want that for them. Because that would give them a whole degree of legal protection that they don't have at the moment, which is why they're getting treated the way they're getting treated, because no one has to stick up for them. They don't come under any conventions or any agreements that, like, basically NATO countries, for example, would get, or countries recognized by the United Nations would get. Like, they don't get that protection. They don't have any set borders.
Yeah, I'm saying like So if I was speaking to Israeli today,
Yeah.
or it's one of the Israeli cabinets today, cabinet ministers, and they happen to be on the panel or whatever, they were saying, what borders would they say that they would be happy with them and Palestine?
Yeah, they're not agreeing to anything like that. They're not agreeing to anything like that.
Maybe there's someone like Joseph would be a good person to ask that question.
Joseph.
Like, if you listen to what I'm saying to you, it's logical. You don't really need to ask Joseph.
I hear what you're saying, innit? But I want to hear it from. I want to hear that from what the Israeli done to say, innit? Like,
Yeah, but Israel's never agreed to any set borders, and they can't impose borders on Palestine without imposing borders on themselves.
That's what
and
I'm
they're
saying.
not looking to impose any borders. So obviously, if they said to Palestine, right, these are your borders, stay within them, yeah, then they're literally stopping their own expansion. They don't want to do that.
Bro, listen, yeah, you're speaking on behalf of
No.
The Palestinians. What do you mean? Stop saying no, because obviously you know that you're more supportive of what
But
the
that's got nothing to do with
Palestinians
it. But
than
listen to what I'm
Israelis
saying. Forget about who's saying it. Forget about who's saying it, really. And look, is it consistent with what's happening? The fact that Israel have never agreed to any set borders shows you that anytime they agree for a border for Palestine, that would be a restricting factor for themselves. So they've not ever given Palestine any set borders apart from Gaza. They put a wall around Gaza and said, you lot can't come out of Gaza. You have to stay in there. And any Jews that lived in there, they took them out. So Gaza is the only place where there's a set border. The rest of the place is for them, it's Israel. The whole thing's Israel.
You're sending me about 10 messages right now saying
I've got to duck out for dinner. I've got to duck out for dinner. Thank you.
They haven't agreed to anything like that. Israel has never agreed to set borders.
Saying that they've agreed to thing. Well, I'm saying that what's the borders
It's not in their
that
interest.
they're asking for? Isn't it? Like, what's where does Israel start? And where does Israel end? And where does Palestine start? Where does Palestine end? Wait, hold on, listen. This is what I'm saying. If the Israelis was just able to say, without no fuss or fighting or whatever, this is where Israel begins and this is where Israel ends. What would that would be a question that I would like to ask to like an Israeli or someone that supports Israel without being someone like. Benny, can you read my comment, please? Which one was it? They were stopped after 2%. Again, thousands had permits to enter Israel. Yeah, it said that on the video. It said that on the video still.
Look what he's saying. Muslims waged war. No, that's not true, mate. Muslims, if you think you can fight the whole of Islam, you're crazy. Islam's literally half the world. You cannot fight Islam. So if Islam all fighted you, you'd be fucked. So it weren't Islam or Muslims that fought you. Yeah? The people you were fighting were Jews, Christians, and Muslims. That's what Palestine is. The country of all the religions. And you were fighting them, Luke. So you were fighting against Christians as well. There was Christians fighting against you as well. And there were Muslims fighting against you as well. And Jews fighting against you as well. So don't make out like it's a Muslim issue. It's nothing to do with the Muslims. You keep saying the Muslims. This is the thing with these English Zionists, that they think they're fighting against Islam, but you're not. You're fighting against your own laws. You're fighting against your own international institutions, because once United Nations is out the window, right? What's going to stop Islam from going on the rampage and taking up all your lot's land back? Like, you lot seem to think that Muslims are somehow on the back foot from you. You don't realize that all the fuel, All the fucking natural resources is all coming from Muslim countries. They're literally building pipelines through Iran and through Turkey to come to Europe. Like, what are you talking
Are you
about?
saying that it's only the UN that's stopping Islam taking over the world right now? Yeah?
United Nations have given everybody set borders. Well, then you know what side you're on, then, innit? Like, I'm saying to you that without international, but I'm saying to you
Islam
without
to take over the world, though.
I'm saying to you without. No, I'm saying they will take back the land you took from them. Doesn't mean they're going to come to your yard. Means that the land that you took from them, they will take back. Countries like Syria, Iraq, yeah, places like half of Bulgaria, half of Yugoslavia. All these are Muslim lands that you lot have taken back. What are you on about? United Nations has set internationally recognized borders for a reason. No one can expand into no one else's country. That's the reason for United Nations, isn't it? To stop war, the whole world going into war with each other. But yet you're the ones breaking the rules when it suits you. So when the rest of the world all of a sudden decides, well, wait a minute, we're not going to stick to these rules if you're not sticking to them, then where are you going to be? Because Muslims are the richest countries with the most population and the most resources. Like, who the fuck's Europe? Like, even America's left you in the lurch. You're totally fucked. If Russia cut you off, fully cut you off, you lot would be so fucked right now. But yet you want to come with your white supremacist ideology that the whole world's run by Europe. Fuck Europe, man. That's making me sound like Asketi out here, bro. Some fucking tramp from fucking up north is chatting shit about international politics and fucking Middle Eastern shit, bro. That man was civilized when your ancestors were running around naked, Luke. Who the fuck you chatting to, bro? Little prick. You ain't even got enough. So look, the whole European army that they have today, all the European countries together, ain't got an army big enough to fight Turkey. Turkey's got more soldiers than the whole European army. What are you telling me? You've underfunded your army. Even Keir Starmer's coming out saying 2.5% of GDP is going to go to fucking boosting up the military. Why do you think they're doing that? Because you lot neglected your army. Because you was relying on America and nuclear missiles. That's what you're relying on. But now what? They've got new technologies where even Russia's got long-range missiles that they don't even need to use nuclear weapons. They can still beat you. You lot are dumb, bro. Your days are numbered. Keep chatting shit.
And dashed off the Farrakhan outfit today. I went into Sheikh Mufti Khan outfit today because I am in. Mufti Khan's in the building today. Yeah. All right, say now, man.
Where's he gonna hide when they come, though?
Oh shit.
Where's he gonna hide when they come? He's just gonna switch sides. You're gonna show your comedian side again. Ah, look, I'm one of you.
What are you know? Aki. Hey, Uncle Drive.
Come, Uncle Drive.
Hey, Uncle Drive. Right. Oh my days, yo. Yeah, look at me big still, cuz. Yo, Uncle, you better drive, cuz when I say Uncle Drive, you know. Yeah? You better drive off fast. You heard me, cuz.
All the shit coming from every side.
You mean? I am blood clot, man. Let me pay the rest, yeah. Oh shit.
Inside the Palestinian occupied territory, and PLO was in exile. The first intifada was an intifada from the internal camp, not from the exile. And then in a way, the PLO in exile jumped on the intifada, and then the Oslo process started its path. Hamas represented the part of the internal camp. And this is, I think, a differentiation that we have to underline. there was the confrontation between Hamas and the PLO, especially Fatah and Arafat, was very, very strong, very deep. It went very deep inside the history of the Palestinian politics and resistance for along the years. In those years, Hamas decided also to use terrorism. And it started from 1994 after the Hebron massacre done by a settler, Baruch Goldstein.
Let's stop there, because that Hebron massacre, which I covered for the New York Times, was a turning point. So let's explain what happened and why it was a turning point before we go on.
Baruch Goldstein was a settler from a settlement close to Hebron, Khalil for the Palestinians. And he killed almost 30 people inside the mosque. Inside the mosque, the Ibrahimi Mosque is the second mosque, the most important mosque in Palestine. And then he was killed by the faithful people. They were praying during the Ramadan. After 40 days, and it was not only it was a shock, but until today, for the city of Khalil, Hebron, that moment still is in the memory, still is in the tragic memory of the community. After 40 days, the period of mourning for the not only for the Palestinian, for the Muslim people, last 40 days. After 40 days, there was the first suicide attack in Hadera, inside Israel, done by an activist from a terrorist from the Qassam brigades, the armed wing of Hamas, and I will differentiate between the armed wing in that moment and the military wing right now in these days and months. It was the beginning of a tragic era of suicide attacks inside the buses, inside the coffee shops, against civilians inside Israel, but not only the Qassam brigades, so the armed wing of Hamas, did suicide attacks. And I think it has to be underlined. It finished in 2005 when Hamas and the jihad, the Islamic Jihad, and all the Palestinian factions signed an agreement in Cairo in March 2005, suspending the suicide attacks and the terrorist attacks, and paving the way to the elections, to the political elections of 2006, but also to the presidential elections of Abu Mazen as the new president of the Palestinian Authority.
So these elections are important because they're heavily monitored by the international community. Hamas runs its slate of candidates. It's certified as a free and fair election. This is 2006. And then what happens?
If I may add, not only it was heavily monitored by the international community, it was supported by the international community, and even Israel gave the permit to the Palestinians in Jerusalem to vote for those elections. And nobody asked Hamas to recognize Israel before participating to the elections. I think this is the...
That point is extremely important, right? Because if you didn't know that, yeah, you would have thought that it was only the Palestinian people that knew about this Hamas charter or whatever, like, you know? So as we showed multiple times, bro. Like, man, them had this charter sanctioned or what? The man them sanctioned letting these man have this. You hear me, cuz? Mad place and that still. Not another cigarette, cuz. Jeez.
Yo, I'm gonna jump
Crazy
off.
still.
Or cut out.
Alright, brother. See you less, man. See you less. Wait, do you know what though,
Sweet, man.
cuz? True stories. I got run into a job in the city still. So, talk up, stuff a cigarette, and then share up to the right spot.
No, peace. I'm out.
Oh, yeah, mad still, so it's crazy. These man let these man be voted for or whatever, knowing that their charter says they won blah 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 as well. So and at no time they was gonna say, they never put out anything to say, oh, you can participate in the so and so if you say you're gonna recognize Israel. That's mad. Still. I didn't go past no shops. I got like one dribble of water left. Mad. Alright, go on. Right, let me play the rest of it until I've got a duck out still.
Important point, because in a way, in an ambiguous way, Hamas recognized the Palestinian Authority in participating to the elections for the parliament of the Palestinian Authority. And this was a big change inside Hamas, voted by the majority of the activists and the people of Hamas, internally voted. After that, the problem was that Hamas won the elections because probably the international community and even Israel thought that, and even Hamas thought that it could gain many votes to be a stronger opposition inside the parliament. But nobody of the actors, and also Hamas, expected for Hamas to win the elections, and it was a big success. This changed also the attitude, not only of Hamas, but of Fatah and of the international community. It means that the international community and Israel decided an embargo, a factual embargo against the government run by Hamas. And after a few months, there was a split inside the political arena, the Palestinian political arena, and Hamas did a coup in Gaza in June 2007. Fatah and the PA controlled, we know that they didn't control that much the West Bank. And after that, Israel decided to seal the Gaza Strip and detach the Gaza Strip.
Yo, I walk on a sec. One sec. I walk on, what you doing here, man? What you come around there for?
Pussy, you're all by yourself now. Listen,
Oh,
you
yeah?
gotta stop treating Khan
Look,
like
it says,
that, you know? You gotta
look,
stop
look what he says.
listen,
Okay,
Black Angel
right, go on.
Fish, let it play. You gotta stop treating Khan like that, man. Seriously. Like, you can't side with a batty, man. You got one a man them about. That's wrong. You wouldn't do that in real life. There is no way you would side with a puffter over like someone at your niggas from old school. So you need to come correct, Cleo. Is it midlife crisis? What go on for you? Like, what's happening?
I know. You okay?
It's
You
a
alright,
midlife
bro?
crisis. It's a midlife crisis.
Are you asking me about any
Like,
crisis, cuz?
like you're chasing after a younger man, yeah, who's got much more on you, yeah, and you're just there like, let it pray. You're just losing it. You're losing it, man. Don't you get it? You're losing it. You've lost 2 good channels, yeah, with loads of subs, yeah, and views, yeah. This ain't worth it. Don't you get it? This isn't worth it.
Okay, alright, man.
We're playing a
well
bollocks
done, bro.
game. Like, you're saying 8 days, yeah. 8 days, what's going to happen is 8 days, you won't get your channel back. And then what?
Yeah.
Think
We'll
about
see.
it, Clay. What's it? Like, what do you mean we'll see?
We'll see,
Your
man.
little game
We'll
that you're
see.
trying to play and trying to like
We'll
rustle in,
see,
yeah.
bitch.
It's not going to work. Did Luke
Yeah,
tell you about
man.
the email that he got from YouTube?
Tell them to get their money up, man. Get their money up, bruv. Your money up, B.
You need to get your money
bread
up. You'll be broke soon. You'll be broke soon.
Get your bread up soon.
Oh, look at his pic. Look at his avatar. Yeah, look at his avatar. Yeah, can you not see? Yeah, how that thing has teeth like you? Can you not see?
It's like your dad.
Nah, it looks like you, man. It looks like you.
It's like your daddy, your father.
Come on, bruv. How can you chat shit, man? Seriously. You like both,
Weirdo, bro.
It looks
I'm
like
not your
you.
bruv, bro.
It looks like you, man. No, man, you're a weirdo, man.
Yeah, shut up, bro. Shut up, bro. Look at you, begging it. Get out of here, man. Anyway, yeah, man. Say less though, man. Yeah, he's hidden, man. Stop it, man. Behave yourself. All right. Let me finish off this last little piece of video before I have to fling out still. Fling out.
From the Palestinian occupied territory. This, I think that the split of the unity of the territory is really the core issue nowadays. Because since the beginning, since 2007, this division between West Bank and Gaza was the death of an idea of a state of Palestine.
And this was supported by Bibi Netanyahu, who saw this split as furthering his own aims to prevent a Palestinian state. Indeed, I remember I was there in Gaza when Hamas first emerged. And while it's probably not correct to say that in any way, I think as you point out in your book, that Hamas is a creation of Israel, as some have charged, but they would carry out the Israelis who were still inside Gaza at the time would carry out far harsher forms of repression against Fatah or the PLO than they would carry out in the beginning against the Hamas figures because they mistakenly saw these divisions within the Palestinian leadership as advantageous. Can you talk about that?
Yes, it's true. Many are saying these months that Hamas was a creation of Israel. I think it's not right for both parties, for Israel and for Hamas. Hamas is deep inside.
Let me pause it there, man. This weirdo's still there, you know. It's weirdo, man. So. Yo, Batty Breath, walk on. Hey, Batty Breath. Yo, Batty Breath.
Pussy off.
What you doing, man?
You're lucky I said
Batty
that.
Breath. With your kids, man.
I'm gonna show you. Well, what kind of nonsense
You
question
what?
is that? What kind of nonsense
Hey,
question
Batty
is that?
Breath. Where's
You're
your
a
youth, man?
paedophile,
Where's you gonna take care of your youth?
My kids are. You're a weirdo, you know. You can't ask kids.
You ain't got no kids, man. You're
Where
fake.
your kids? Where your
You're
kids?
a au pair.
Where's your boyfriend?
You just take
Where's
care
your
of
boyfriend?
other people's youths.
Get your white boyfriend here right now. I want to cuss him. Go on,
You
bring him on
fancy
here
Luke,
now.
man. You fancy Luke, innit? You
I
love him,
want to
innit?
cuss you together. I have so much
You
fun
love him,
cussing
innit?
you two together. You know why? Can I get to expose
What do you
both
mean?
of
You
at
got
the same time?
slapped to pieces
Get
last
your
time,
cousin.
man.
Is that what you think?
Like, don't you realise it? Like,
Did you not
don't
hear what
you
Luke was
realise
saying?
that you got
Exactly
slapped
what
to
I was
pieces
saying.
last
He
time?
was triggered. He was triggered. Hey, Batty Natty, what?
Oh, you're not babysitting
Batty,
today?
You Antigua
What's
puffer.
your
Babysitting got a batty
babysitting
breath.
job? You lost
Whoa.
your babysitting job.
Man's got a
You
batty breath, you
Antigua
know.
puffer.
Man was a
Look, hey,
babysitter. Man
top
was a
on.
babysitter.
Hey, Jedi, I told you fuck off, not a real one. You're not from the hood. You're not from the bits. You're not from the bits. You're from Newton. Don't forget that. You're not from the bits. You're not from the bus. Get out of here.
Shut up, man. You're not from no ends.
Black
Shut up, man.
Fraggle. Black Fraggle.
Shut up, you muppet,
Black
bro.
Fraggle.
Acting like you're from some ends. Get out of
You
here,
Look at
black
this
man.
little
batty
batty
boy,
fish.
both of you. Both
Look
you
at
two
this
black
little batty
faggots on the
fish.
panel. Look
You
at you.
little
You're both
batty
gay,
fish.
yes? You're both batty gay,
You little
yes?
batty
Hey, that's
fish,
why
yo.
Luke fights so comfortable here, isn't
You
it?
little batty
Yeah,
torag,
now he
yo.
take his top off because I'm not too batty. Hang on,
What
lads.
You're
time you
Hang
got
on.
a
upset. You're
babysitter?
upset.
What
Fuck
time you
stick.
got
You're
work?
upset because Luke keeps beating up Ice Shadow, yeah?
Vibes.
Is that why you're upset? Because
Beating
Luke
his
keeps beating up Zach. Keeps beating up Luke, Ice Shadow,
We can
yeah?
go live. King. Who lost channels? Who lost channels? You lost 5,000 subs. Close to 1 million views. You're a
We're still
loser.
here, B.
You Ultra don't get
We're
to
still here,
1
B.
million. Ultra TT Party New Year. It's a dance like 1 million views. Oh, no. Yeah. No, sir. And guess what? This channel's going as well. I promise you.
Yeah.
This channel
Yeah,
is
yeah.
going as well.
We
Yeah.
nowhere.
And when it does,
We ain't
And it,
go nowhere.
go Power
We can't be
Rangers.
stopped now. Cause it's
Famous last
Jesus
Batty
words.
alive.
Ranger.
Famous last
Bad.
words. Famous last words. Famous last words. Listen,
Where are you
pussy
going
holes.
today,
Pussy
Batty
holes.
boy?
Stay here. Stay there. Wait.
Where
Don't
are
come back.
you
Wait
going
there,
today,
batty
Batty
boys.
boy?
Wait
To
there. Wait there,
babysit? You have to laugh at this
That's
little
funny
fish, man.
still.
You have to laugh
I
at this
like
little
it.
lava boy.
Shit. He don't even realise his name is Batty Breath as well. Anyway, he's an idiot.
Man was. Batty breath, you know.
Batuski breath. Right. He was gonna handle.
Fucking hell, man.
Still. He was wilding up. Still. Batuski breath out here. Oh man, begging for Luke. In my ball for the local.
Yeah, Johnny's right, man. Pussies are useful. He ain't useful, man. He's just a batty. Just crap. Coming out with crap, man. That's all he is, full of crap.
He's an idiot, bro.
He batty breath.
That's the pussy also useful. It's true, you know. That's funny. He's like, where's
Luke?
Where's Luke? I need Luke. I ain't got my kids around me at the moment. They're at school, so. Yo, he sounds a man's in his Uggs, you know, screaming at the top of his lungs.
In his lean up Uggs.
I like it. The Uggs are leaning to one side.
In
like,
his Uggs
please.
and dressing. In his Uggs and pink dressing gown.
That's me. That's me. That's all right. Weird of youth. Mad youths.
It's his voice as well, man. That's that fucking. What is that?
Brother,
Sits down on the toilet when he goes for a wee. Mad.
Definitely, cuz. Definitely, fam.
Man goes to. I heard him say to Bleeding Bottle that he's gonna make himself a water bottle for the night. He's got cramps.
Oh my god, Lord! I got a bellyache. I need a water bottle to go to bed with. So not tonight, Wolf. I've got a headache.
Sleeping with Esau's husband, man.
No one has ever proved this troll to me.
And then sending him back to you. And sending him back to you. Bleeding. I know where you've been. Man can relate.
Still, man. So what you saying? You come on the panel for a piece then, yeah? What? Where's Khan at, Cosman? Yo, Khan, we seen you jumping back on the panel for a bit then, let's let the fucking time run out on this StreamYard shit, man. I don't even know how long's left. Like, it's like, man, it might be like about another hour or something left. So,
Is that what they're doing now? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's got like fucking 20 hours on the free shit.
See.
On the free shit. Yeah.
Yeah, Khan, don't worry about the chat, man. Yeah, Khan. You was going places, man. We know you was hurting, man. You was hurting, man.
These man, well, I don't even rate them. I don't even rate them. Man
Didn't
that
even
can
reach
laugh
round
at
3, bruv, and
Palestinians
they what?
being, well,
Threw in the
look, we've been
towel,
on these
everything.
panels for 5 years, 7 years, pointing out the generations of abuse that they've done to people around the world. And that makes us un-British and unpatriotic just by pointing out things like slavery to them. Now, when shit like this starts to go down, you'd expect these lot to actually stand up for what's right and go, no, we're not as fucking pathetic as these lot have been making us sound. But no, they just played straight into our hands. They're basically just agreeing that England and America can do whatever the fuck they want. Might is right. They can just kill whoever they want, murk whoever they want, take whoever's land they want. So when Muslims done it to you and took half of Europe, why was you moaning? Why was you moaning about it then?
Hey, you man,
It
I'm
don't
gonna
make
leave you on the
sense
panel
if
to do
might
your
is
thing for a
right.
bit, then, yeah.
Yeah,
I
man,
need to
bro.
go and fucking do some work still. Yeah, don't
I had
tell them.
Jupiter the other day
Don't
telling
tell
me,
them. Don't tell them there's a gas boiler in the yard.
Why are you? Oh yeah, but you better not do no boilers, bruv. You better not do no boilers.
No boilers here. No boilers
Telling
here.
you,
No
they're not
boilers.
qualified.
No boilers. No boilers. No new.
Yeah, natty, bruv. It's like
I think
we've
what it
been
is,
wasting, bruv, we've been wasting our breath for all these years trying to hold these lot to some sort of standard
yeah, but it's
of
not these lot
humanity.
though, Con,
There's
because
no
these lot are so.
humanity.
These lot ain't got no brain cells. I don't like to say these.
No,
lot, but
definitely,
I like to
definitely.
say because of the past, right, which is now into the present. Certain things that have happened in the past are still happening in the present, but at a bigger scale, even much deeper than more than what me and you know. But there's an obvious factor here that there's two sides fighting over a piece of land.
Yeah.
Right. And the biggest factor is when you've got the Rothschilds proclaiming, that we brought some of that land for the Israelis to go there to live. We brought some of the land, not brought the land, brought some of the land.
Bought it for cash.
And we created these borders and everything like that. And then if we go back to the time of when they created those borders to what the borders look like now, Palestinians don't fuck all.
The fact is, these lot were backed up by England from the get-go on the off chance that what's happening today would actually pan out. They didn't know for sure that things were going to go this way, innit? That's why you got people like Biden saying, well, if there was no country like Israel, we would have to create one. Meaning what he's saying is like the fact that the Rothschilds did what they did, they were visionaries. They saw the future, right? They planned it way before it was necessary, right? Which you could say that is true because we didn't know like this could have panned out in a million different ways. It's just panned out to be this particular outcome, right? But that's not the issue. The issue is the fact that these lot are actually caping for it, making out like as if this is sort of like is their value system, and that everyone else just has to take it from them. When really, when things don't go their way, they start crying, complaining. You get me? Or
okay,
bro,
but I still think the way I explained it, like when the war was happening against Germany, they came to Israel, and now they want to do what the Germans done to them and move them out of Israel and say, oh, when we've built it all back up, then you can come and move back in.
Now, I think after Trump said that thing about we're going to move them out and they're going to come back, he never meant they're going to come back as citizens. He meant they're going to come back as workers to clean up our mess, work in our hotels, sweep our streets. Like, he never meant that they're going to come back like as owners of the place. He meant that they're going to be like, like the Mexicans that work in Hollywood, just fitting in carpets and painting houses and fences. Like, that's what he meant. He meant that they're going to come back and there's going to be jobs for them. He didn't mean that they're going to own land. He's saying we're going to take the land. So are you moving them back for what? To be your slaves? That's basically what they mean when they say they're going to let them back. They never mean they're going to give them some sort of citizenship or they're going to give them some sort of like equal footing. Nah. When they move them out, that's it. They're gone. They've lost their land. You get me? They're done. if they move them out. But like, I don't know. What do you think about what thing he's saying now? The Egyptian foreign minister. He's saying that they proposed to Egypt that they just go in and basically take control of the whole situation and take Gaza. That would basically separate Gaza from the other side of Palestine. So it'd be basically two separate countries. Because if Gaza comes under Egypt, then it's not part of thing no more. It's not part of Palestine anymore. So that means the only thing that's left is that East Jerusalem part, and these are actually gone to work on
Here's
demolishing
what I
that
say.
now.
Why doesn't America and Israel say to the Arabs, go there, build a big fucking wall, help to do the policing and everything like that, and you lot build it all back up?
Yeah, but can I say something quickly, Natty? You know why the Arabs don't care about Palestinians?
Yeah.
Because Palestinians ain't Arabs.
Yeah, but who though?
They're Muslim and they speak Arabic, but their bloodlines, their genetics, they're not Arabs. They might identify as Arabs and call themselves Arabs and whatever, but the real Arabs, the Saudi Arabs, they don't count Palestinians as Arab. They don't. That's why they don't really give a two fucks about them. They don't really bother to save them like as if it's their own blood or their own people that's getting murdered. They don't really care about them in that way. Like they support them, they send them a bit of cash and back up some of their little organizations and try to rep for them internationally to a certain degree, because they know that their population expects that. It's like, for example, if something was to happen in like Rhodesia or something was to happen in South Africa, the English really ain't invested in it. But because they know that their population would sort of be sympathetic to those people, they come out and sort of try to like half-assedly support them to make it sound like, yeah, we're sticking up for our peeps abroad. But really they're not. They just make it sound like that to appease the sentiments of their own people because they know that there's sympathy. That's how the Muslims are now. They show sympathy for each other, but they ain't really invested in kind of like properly helping each other. So when people say, oh, these are the Muslims or these are the Arabs on one side, it's not true. It's not a Muslim issue. It's the fact that them people are the people of the land. They deserve their own nation
So is
state.
it more the Shias? Because it seems to me the Shia sect are more involved than what the Sunnis are doing.
But with the Shias, they're just basically funding any T organizations that are going to create havoc in that area and keep it all destabilized. The same way that America's doing it, the Shias are doing that too. So you had little Shia hit squads running around in places like Iraq causing mayhem. Now they basically ended up running Iraq.
When when
little
we look at
terrorist
this now,
organizations does end up working. Like it does end up
cool brother,
panning out.
but cool brother. But then when we talk about this, then you can't really talk about America going into these places because America only went into these Shia countries.
No, only Iran is a Shia country.
What about
America
Iraq?
ain't gone into Iran.
Iraq.
Iraq, it was run by Sunnis, isn't it? Thingy was running it. Saddam.
Was it Sunni?
Saddam was a Sunni, yeah. He ain't a Shia. They got a Shia percentage that lived there, though.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's not their country. But they do live there. There is some Shias in Iraq, yeah.
And Syria. What about Syria?
Yeah, I think that there is some, but not that many. But there is some, a few. There ain't that many really in Syria. More so in Iraq, I would say. This Shias, but the Shias really, bruv, they're not really making any difference to anything.
It kind of makes sense what you're saying.
Only Iran as a country is trying to influence the area. What Iran's doing is basically just creating trouble for everyone else because they're like, well, you lot are onto us, innit? So we're basically going to create as much trouble for you as we can. That's why Iran's doing what it's doing, innit? Just to piss everyone else off. Because they're like, you're onto us, you're trying to break us down. So we'll just give you some other headaches abroad in other places. So you've got other things to concentrate on now. Because if it wasn't for this whole region going up in flames, the people would have been like, the West would have been onto Iran long time ago. Iran probably wouldn't still be standing now. They're just deflecting attention to other places by funding groups here, there, and everywhere. They're smart what they're doing. Iran's very smart. Don't forget, Iranians are, they're crafty, but they're clever. Funding all these little terrorist organizations all throughout the Middle East. They're smart people, bro. They've deflected all the attacks away from themselves.
And what about the Saudis when they blame the Saudis for the towers?
And Saudis, they're thick as thieves with England and America. It was the English that put the Saudis into power, and it's the Americans that buy the oil off them. They're invested in keeping them up.
Wrong.
Saudis
Wrong.
hate the
Wrong.
Iranians.
Wrong. They need to sell their oil, Khan, yeah? So during all those, the World War I and World War II, that was staging the banking system to allow people to be able to trade with their oil, and preferably through that OPEC, that gas regulation system and all that shit. So I got told there was actually Europeans that actually fucking loaned them money or something like that.
Why would they loan them money? They're like the richest country in the world.
Yeah, but they were loaning them money, or they loaned like, we've got like an opposition against you. So like the Saudi family that are in now.
Yeah.
The Al Sauds, they basically were funded to take out the old Khalifa or whatever it is they had before, so they can.
And who were the people that were there before?
Yeah, so they could be on the stock market, so that Americans can actually justify the money and do what they need to do with the money.
Yeah, so that's basically what I just said. Who were the people that were there before the Saudis? The Ottoman Empire, isn't it? So England found a little group in the middle of the desert to start putting bombs everywhere and being terrorists, and they ended up becoming the ruling elite of the whole of Syria. I mean, the whole of Saudi. They were installed by Britain, the Saudi current regime, the Wahhabis. So they're thick as thieves with England and America. Whatever you can accuse Saudi of doing, England and America's in it with them.
Mm. Well, yeah, that's what I got told, man. That basically these guys are basically told, if you want to sell your oil, if you want to sell goods and everything, then you need to be on this trading system, rather than being like Russians, where you just do your fucking rubles and
you
like
got to
Indians.
remember before America got involved in all this, it was England that was running it through BP, British Petroleum. So they were the ones that went to the Sultan of Brunei and said to him, "Oh, can we drill for petrol, right?" And they went, "Yeah, go on." And they went, "Well, if we find anything, like this is the deal that we're offering you, right?" And he didn't even know anything about it. He was like, "Whatever, like if you find something, let me know, innit?" And they thought they found like a significant amount of oil. They offered him a deal where he got an X amount of percentage out of it. So I think there was like for every 1,000 barrels, he gets like 2 barrels or something like that, yeah. But it turned out that they never realized that there was like 1 trillion more times more oil there than what they realized. So they ended up giving in a lot of money. Yeah. So the Sultan of Brunei is now one of the richest men on earth, thanks to England and their endeavors to go around the world looking for resources. They inadvertently made him very rich, the Sultan of Brunei.
One
England
thing
had done that.
One thing what the Arabs got done with, they were trading the oil for paper money instead of gold.
Right.
Remember that?
Whatever England told them. They were doing whatever England told them to do, bro.
Yeah, but it's only until
England tells them. So, for example, now in Saudi Arabia, you got American forces there, basically protecting the oil fields, because it's not their oil fields, but they're the main buyers of it. They're the main thingies of it. So they got like all the reserves that they're holding is coming from there. So it's like owning a cow and just milking the cow and keeping the milk in a fridge. That's what America's doing. Like year by year, they're taking out as much oil out of Saudi as they can and just basically stacking it in one corner for themselves. So they've got the biggest reserves on earth. And that's all from Saudi oil. So even if Saudi oil ran out tomorrow, America's still got enough reserves to run for that the next 10 years or whatever. So it's all America and England, to be honest. We're just resources to them, bro. But you can't really make out like Saudi Arabia gives a shit, or African countries give a shit, or anyone gives a shit, because it's not like America and England. America and England, if they run out of resources to kind of like maintain their countries, they're fucked. They can't really live. There's nothing like they ain't got nothing. But in countries like African countries or Middle Eastern countries, even if the oil ran out tomorrow, their lives wouldn't change. It'll be the same. All right, you won't have a few millionaires driving around in their Ferraris, but their country would still be the same because they're not really relying on that. It's just like extra for them. It's just like gravy for the millionaires. The normal people, they'll just still be living their normal lives. It's the same in Africa. It's the same in Nigeria. Like, do you think any of that oil money that comes out of Nigeria goes to the general population? Of course it don't. If the oil ran out tomorrow, they'd still be living their normal lives. They don't give a shit. Don't make no odds to them. But England and America are fully relying on it. Without that oil, without that power, without the influence over the world and world affairs, they would go under. Like what grows in England? Like in the world today, in 2025, without their military power, England will go under within 2 seconds. They couldn't even stand up to France and Germany. They'd be under. Without America backing them, England would be fucked. Same as Israel. If Israel's funding was cut tomorrow, within a fortnight, they're done.
Yeah, so what do you think?
You've got to realise it's all done down the barrel of a gun. It's all down military
Why do you
might.
think those desert sandmen who ain't got trees or fuck all around them, why do you think they needed to rely on people like the Americans? Because they needed weapons.
Exactly. It's all about the weapons.
And technology.
Exactly. That's all it is. That's all it is technology. So what we look at historically, countries that were the poorest and had to fight to survive to be the strongest, done it through technology and through weaponry and the arms race and the arms struggle. That's how they basically got rich, by holding the rest of the world to ransom. That's how they got. That's why they nuked Hiroshima, just to show the whole world that, listen, this is how we're rolling now. We're on some next level extortion.
And that's what happens when you let a snake come between you and your brother.
It's not that. It's just that they're trying to feed us this narrative of they're the righteous ones.
If Iran and Saudi Arabia had been getting along by now,
why would they get along? They're different races, they're different religions, they're different nations of people. They've got nothing in common with each other. Why would they not side with America?
Are they not both Muslim? Are they both Islamists?
Well, one's Shia, but it's like Catholics and Protestants, isn't it? It's the same religion, but it's a different religion, really.
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, but they're not like stopping each other from progressing, bro.
Yeah, they are. Muslim empires have been at war with each other forever. The Fatimids and the Umayyads and all them, they were all at war with each other. The Shias on one side and the things on the other, the Sunnis on the other. They were always at war with each other. They ain't got no thingy for each other, no love for each other. Iranians and Arabs especially, they hate each other, properly hate each other. It's like the English and the French. They properly hate each other.
Yeah, bro. I mean, listen, not everyone likes everybody in the world, yeah. I'm talking about like England and France will still come together and realise that we can't allow Europe to fall. Like if our next door neighbour in Europe falls, then we fall. I'm just saying that if you're allowing American bases to be plotted up and go over and do certain things to your next door neighbour and destabilise the fucking region, and in 20 years later on wake up and go, oh shit, we just realised what's happening right now. Like all our enemies that were our next door neighbours are all being taken out, And then we're being told what to do in this fucking one world fucking democracy system.
My thing is, Natty, that these lot come off with this brainwashing tactic that they're the righteous ones, they're the civilized ones, they're the fair-handed ones, they're the democratic ones. But really, it's just a load of shit. It's just a cover story for them just being the gangsters of the world, going around with weapons and extorting people out of their resources, bringing it back to their country and basically fixing up the country nicely. But like, you got to rate them, like they did fix up the whole of Europe. Every country you go to has got pavements on the floor and hospitals on every corner. Like they did do that for their people. Whereas other countries, like African countries, Arab countries, Muslim countries, don't do that. So when we see these tramps like Luke, for example, supporting this sort of global hegemony and this global expansionism and imperialism, you can't blame him, because without their money, without money brought back from slavery or America or from South America or from the Middle East, Luke would be still chucking buckets of shit out the fucking window because he's got no fucking toilet. So these lot really, like, they are invested.
Bro, he lives all the way up in them ends there where they wear slash and go and fucking Kappa is still in fashion and all that type of shit. Like they're not really clued up with what's going on.
Well, so most Europeans, yeah, before America was discovered, were the tramps of the whole world. Do you know what I mean? Their life expectancy was like 30. They used to die at 30 in Europe. Like, their healthcare was so bad. Like the terrain, and really, there's no support for human life in Europe. So this kind of artificial world that's been made with money, like houses built with bricks and things like that, it has sort of made Europe livable. So for the poorest of the poor, who've now got hospitals and schools, it is a massive thing that they're invested in keeping this thing going. Because if the wheels fall off of it, they're completely fucked. It's not like they live in Turkey where you can just fucking chill on the beach all day long and you don't even need to fucking wear clothes because it's so fucking hot. Like, these lot would die without fucking cheap clothes from China and cheap food from Africa. These lot would fucking die within about a month, bro. So they're like, obviously tramps like fucking the poorest of the poor people in this country are the most invested in the empire and Britain being like the world bully. So really, we can't expect them to be fair-minded or have some sort of standards. Like, we can't really expect that from them. They're invested, isn't it? They're invested in this situation. And really and truly, when things kick off, it's all their kids getting sent off to war anyway. Like, imagine there was a war with Russia tomorrow. Like, who's going to fight? Like, faggots like Luke. Do you know what I mean? If they captured Luke, he'd be fucking sucking dicks to survive. Do you know what I mean? He just wouldn't even, in certain countries, they wouldn't even let him in the army.
The thing is,
he couldn't pass the course.
The thing is this though, G, yeah? Like, what's going on in Palestine and Israel is it's
or
between
Sudan,
them and may the best man.
Ukraine.
Let's just say may the best man win. And the same thing with Ukraine and Russia. Like, let the best man win. Like, what's it got to do with us, bruv? We're not sending weapons.
It's not that.
We're not sending weapons over. We're not sending weapons over to kill somebody.
Of course they are. What, you think England ain't involved?
Oh,
what, you think England don't send them parts that,
well, there you go
in there? Of course they're involved.
Yeah, well, there you go.
England's fully involved, bro. What do you mean we? When you say we, do you mean England? Yeah, they're fully involved. They're saying that English leadership, like Keir Starmer and these, are actually complicit in the genocide. That the ICJ might even bring cases against them in the same way as they did to Netanyahu. Because don't forget, Keir Starmer just came back from Cyprus about 2 months ago, where they're using them bases there to do reconnaissance missions over Gaza, so their military can actually do more damage. So they are complicit in the actual execution of the mission. It's not like Israel's even got a proper army. They're all part-timers with dual citizenship. They've had to bring in people from India and places like that to fucking fight the war. Like, they ain't even got a proper army. Like, on a toe-to-toe one, the Arabs would have took them out. But like, because they've got support from here, there, and everywhere, and they managed to isolate the Arabs, they kind of like had a bit of advantage. But most of it was done with airstrikes. They just bombed the fuck out of them, and that was all done through Cyprus, the American air bases, American jets that took off from like huge ships that were pulled up on the coast. They just took the piss out of them with technology. But them man ain't got no heart, bruv. They can't fight. All right, a few of the Americans probably battle-hardened, proper soldiers, but the rest of them, they're all faggots, bruv. The Israelis can't fight a war. They've never seen combat, bruv. They're not proper soldiers. We've seen that in thing. We've seen that in Ukraine. Half of them Ukrainians weren't soldiers. They sent them in and they all got murked by proper battle-hardened Russian soldiers that had fought in other countries, that had other wars. That's one of the main things of a country, of their armies, if they've seen battle before, if they've been proven in the battlefield. That's one of the main differences. Like, you could have all the soldiers in the world, but if they ain't got the experience and they're not battle-hardened, they could all just get shell shock and just fucking start collapsing all over the place. And really and truly, with what's it called, Ukraine, you've got to ask how many of them soldiers were even trained or given proper equipment. Because Russia seems to have got through their whole backlog of men. There's no men, fighting age men left in the country. They've done them all. It's just sad. It's just been a cull. Just a killing of European men. It's just mad. Like, that's what happened with thing as well, England and France. They had a surplus of people. They were scared there was going to be revolutions. They made an imaginary war between each other. It went on for about 100 years, and they killed off all their poor people and working class people that they didn't need no more. That's how it is. That's why these lot are happy to see other people die. Because they know if those people weren't dying, they would be dying in their place. They know that when their government sets their mind to like, oh, we're going to reduce the world's population by X amount of people, they know that it could be them. They don't get a pass just because they're English. They don't. They're happy when other people are getting killed. They have to be, because they're thinking, well, at least it ain't us. They know how ruthless their own governments are. They'd send them off to fight in wars with no vests. The most underfunded armies, the European army, like the British army as well, like they send them out without equipment. It's just mad. How are you sending people to fight in a war without equipment? It's mad. In other countries, you know, in Turkey, if you die fighting for Turkey, your family get looked after till the day they die. That's why people are so like proud of their soldiers. But English people, like you hear Wendy on here going, I wouldn't send my kids to fight for this country. And in a way, she's right. All right, it's unpatriotic what she's saying, but in a way, it's right because she's saying, wait a minute, like they're just rounding up people, not training them properly, giving them no equipment, sending them off to a war they can never win. And then when they die, they're not even supporting their families. It's just a ridiculous situation. It's just basically a cull, just getting rid of people. And they call it a war.
Yeah, it seems mad, man. Even with this Zelensky thing, even with Trump calling Keir Starmer a waste man and Zelensky a dictator waste man as well, it's just mad.
Well, what you just got to realize
and we've
is
been supporting.
These lot don't give a fuck about nothing, bro. They don't give a fuck about nothing. They don't care about humanity. They don't care about their own race. They don't care about class. They don't care about nothing, bruv. It's just all about money. Everything's about money. If they're trying to lie and make out it's not about money, they're chatting shit, bruv. It's all about money. They don't care about their own population, bruv. They don't care about nothing, bruv. It's just money. And when you realize that is the European culture, that is this culture they keep banging on about. It's just money, bro. They've got no principles to stand on. They'll throw the whole rule book out the window if it suits them. United Nations out the window. UNHCR out the window.
Yeah. I'm not American, obviously, yeah, but I was a bit shocked for them when Trump was saying that we're going to build Gaza. I'm thinking, what, with American tax? Wait,
it's a mad thing.
Not only have you spent money, yeah, on Americans that tax people's money on these £40 million worth of condoms to Uganda. Not only have you fucking spent all this tax people's money on big PM fireworks going up in the air, and drones and shit like that. Now you want to spend the money on the people on a land that you fucked up. Huh?
Yeah, shocking.
What, my money? Huh?
It's shocking,
Wait, hold
bro.
on. Ain't there zombies and people walking around in America living in fucking makeshift tents with electricity and fucking internet connections and shit like that? Ain't there people walking around with like flesh eating disease and drugs, and you want to fucking go and build somebody else's yard up?
Yeah, this is what they do, bro. They give away money just so that they can keep their own poor people working, jumping through hoops. They have to give away money and make the country poor. Look at Keir Starmer, right? Everyone's like, immigration, the cost of these migrants, we can't afford it. And then out of nowhere, Keir Starmer turns around and goes, we're giving 2.5% of our GDP to the military. We need to boost up them. So where's this money coming from then, bro? Like,
Yeah.
if we ain't got money for NHS, if we ain't got money for like, these lot have been crying for over a year now. What about the English homeless? We ain't got money for them. Why should we give money to these immigrants? Yeah,
And we
but
just
you
sent
don't mind spending it on bombs, though.
70
You don't mind
billion
spending
to
it on
Ukraine.
bombs.
70
Yes.
billion to Ukraine for them
Crazy.
to go make fireworks
Crazy.
displays, bro. Crazy.
Crazy. But like I told you, nothing grows in this country. Percentage of the soil is clay. You can't even grow nothing on it but grass to feed cows, all right? So like, they have to rely on countries like Ukraine. Ukraine's got the most amount of minerals, resources. Even Trump was saying it. It's crazy the amount of shit they've got. He goes, we could even share it with Russia and we'd still be better off. Like, that's how rich Ukraine is for resources, bruv. Like, they're the biggest world producer of wheat and that. Like, don't forget, when Ukraine war happened, African countries were actually starving. And countries had to intervene and say, no, you lot still need to make sure that these grains leave Ukraine and end up like going to Africa. Yeah, because these people are dependent on it. Do you see what I mean? That's how dependent, like, that's how this world system that they've built up. How is a country like Africa, or even African countries, I should say, relying on Ukraine for grain? That's crazy, but they've done it. They've orchestrated it that way. They've made it that way. They've done it on purpose. That you have to buy their shit. You have to rely on them. That's how they do it, bro. That's how they get this global control over everything. You know what I mean? They turn up in every fucking one's business. It's what they do. It's a mad thing. It's shocking. But yeah, Ukraine's that rich, bro, that England's better off investing in Ukraine than it is investing in itself, in its own land, its own people, and its own future. They're better off money-wise. If it was just down to bankers and money men, they're better off putting the English money into Ukraine and getting their money back from Ukraine. Because if they put money into England, they ain't going to get the money back. Because England can't produce nothing. They can't grow nothing. They can't sustain their own population. They're fucked. They're fucked. But yet they go around like, I don't mind them being fucked, yeah, but the fact is they go around with this attitude like their shit don't stink, like they're so fucking good, like everyone fucking needs them. But no one don't need you, bruv. No one don't need you. It's like someone was asking the other day, who runs who? Does Israel run America or does America run Israel? And someone's going, but wait a minute. Without Israel, America would still be there. It would still be there. It would still be the same. But without
Trump.
America back in Israel, Israel wouldn't last 5 minutes. So all this talk about Israel runs America is just crazy. And it's the same with England. England, oh, we've got this special relationship with America, rah, rah, rah. Yeah, but America's just basically just fucked off the whole of, forget England, the whole of Europe. They've just told them, fuck you, we're cool with Putin, and we've got our own resources back at home, fuck Europe. Why can they do that? How can they do that? The reason why they can do that is because nothing grows in Europe. What does Europe produce apart from white fanny? It don't produce nothing. There ain't nothing here that anyone wants. Don't make sense. Do you get me? You ain't got nothing that no one wants, bro.
Trump's after Ukraine's minerals. I wonder why, man.
Because that's what the future. That's where.
How is that
going
to save the war, bro?
That's where the money's at, bro. It's investments.
Wait. Hold on. Imagine, right? You're a Ukrainian elder, right? And your son and your uncles have just been blown up. And then you find that the only way that the world's going to be safe, that, well, your country, Ukraine's going to be saved, is if this orange tango guy comes over and says, give me that, give me that, give me that. And plants a big fucking flag. USA.
Bro, these lot are
Fucking
smart.
hell.
These lot are smart. Do you know what they done? They got these lot into a war, and they were like, don't worry, we'll lend you money. We'll lend you money to rebuild the show after. We'll lend you money for missiles and bombs and whatever. Yeah. And then once they've lent them all the money, they've turned around and said, right, you owe us X amount of money now. Now it's time to cough up. They're like, yeah, but we ain't got the money. Like, well, we're taking your houses. We're taking your
You know that
resources.
one there, bro.
We're taking everything
You
now.
know
And that's
that
what
one
that's what's
there,
happened
bro.
to these lot. Like, they got them into trouble. Don't worry, get into the war with Russia. We'll back you up. They got them into the trouble. They said, don't worry, money, we'll lend you the money. And then now that they've lent them the money, they're turning around and going, where's our money?
Imagine this,
I want my money back.
Khan, imagine this, yeah. Imagine you're like the president of Ukraine, right? And imagine there's been a big meeting about you in your country, but you wasn't invited to it.
Yeah. Piss take.
Oh my days, you can't make
They
it
got
up, man.
cheesed up, bro. They got cheesed.
Imagine how Rishi
And then you got
Sunak feels.
Macron. You got Macron
and
over in thingy, America, sitting down with Donald Trump, deciding, yeah, well, we're going to do this with this money. We're going to take that money and do this with it. And
I'll
we're
have a bit of that.
yeah, and he's like dividing up the money, but Ukraine's getting none of it.
I'll have a bit of that.
You know what they say, bro? When you get into bed with the devil, this is what happens, bro.
Good know that. You better
money
dance.
from you. But they started borrowing money left, right, and center. Borrowing money of America. Even Biden was saying that we lent
I
these
thought
lot
Trump
money.
was going to go in there. I thought Trump was going to go in there almighty and say, I'm going to end this war. As soon as I'm in power, I'm going to end this war. And now he's saying, but I need your minerals. I need your minerals.
The game's over. The
Yo,
game is
big
over.
up Ask
Cash your
Getty,
chips
man.
in, bro.
Every day.
Cash your
Big up
chips
Ask
in.
Getty every day, bro.
Yeah.
The mineral man himself.
Telling you. It's a fucked up world we're living in, bro. The fucked up world we're living in.
Ah, that's killed me, man. That's
They've
killed
done
me.
them dirty.
Man just
They've
went
done
in
them
there and
so
said, yeah,
dirty.
I'm going to end this war. I'm going to end this war, but I need your minerals.
That's what I'm saying. The audacity, bro. The utter gall of it. Man's got some gall on him, bro. He's got some gallstones, I'll tell you that. He don't give
Yo,
a
Belly.
fuck, bro.
Belly, you got people in the side chat, dog.
Them men don't give a
Someone's in the side
fuck,
chat.
family. They don't care. It's all about money, bro. All this chat about Western values
Bro, it's all
and
about
Western
mineral.
this. Yeah, it's all about money.
Brother, it's all about mineral.
Bro, I was even telling, who was I chatting to? Banksy. I was telling him, bro, this is a land grab. They need that land. He's like, no, it's all because of October the 7th. Like, they started the war now and they can't. I got him, bro, think about what he's saying. The money that they're spending on the fucking bombs, they're going to get that money back, bro. They're not investing money in fucking fighting people that ain't got a pot to piss in or a window
How
to throw
much
it out.
minerals has Russia got then?
A lot. Russia's all right,
Not
bro.
mineral.
Russia's all right.
And they
That's why
failed.
people say, Russia's economy, Turkey's economy, their economy's not that good. Yeah, but they don't need it to be that good. They've got it's like African economies. They've got enough resources to see them through to fucking the end of days. They don't need to cash in their chips. They don't need to get all the money out of the ground and start putting it into banks. The money's there, innit? They know it's there. It's there already. They've got their resources, bruv. Russia's rich, bruv. Russia's supplying fucking, even though that they're at war with Europe, they're still supplying them with fucking natural gas and shit like that. Like, that's what's going on, bro. Like, they're actually going to war with them and they're still relying on them for the fucking fuel to fuel the war against them. Don't make sense, bro. It don't make sense. Don't make sense at all. Like a fucking fucked up world we're living in. But then you got these cunts coming on here, man, like trying to get a little thing. Trying to get a little fucking bit of advantage. There ain't no advantage for you, my friend. Like these lot are fucked up, bro. Like you picked on black people, you got away with it. You picked on fucking the Jews, you run them out of Europe, you got away with it. You picked on whoever you picked on, right? Basically, you got away with it, innit? But now you're picking on Muslims. Trust me, you're not going to get away with it, bro. You're not getting away with it. Your days are numbered. You go up against the Muslims, you're finished, bro. We got all the resources and we got all the fucking technology. We got fucking everything going on, bro. You lot of fucks. You made a big mistake going up against Muslims. The only
They
thing that
did
you can
already,
get
bro.
away with it, the only thing they're getting away with is that the rich Arabs that they've installed don't really care about other people. Like
The
Saudis don't give a
Arabs
shit
can't
about no
do
one.
shit, bro. There's nothing
It's the
the Arabs
Saudi
can do
once
because they're scared.
look, best thing
They're
Muslims
scared.
could do,
They're scared
best
when
thing
they see
Muslims
that
could do
stock
is get rid of
market.
them Saudi
When they see their
cunts.
stock market and their biggest sale of oil goes down, and no, like as if you're gonna.
Yeah, Muslims need to get rid of them Saudi cunts, bro. Put someone else in charge, like I don't know, Malaysia or Indonesia, one of these powerful countries. Put them in charge. Fuck Saudi Arabia. Imagine if the oil ran out tomorrow. Muslims would be much better off. Much better off without Saudi in the mix. Let the Saudis go back to fucking goat herding in the desert, bro. They're fucking ruined Islam. These fucking dopey Wahhabis. They fucked up everything for everyone, bro. Even Pakistan. Well, forget Pakistan. When India was like a Muslim country, they were the 25% of the world's GDP, bro. They were so powerful. They were a quarter of the world's population. I mean, quarter of the world's finances. They were running that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I think before that you had the Tartarians, wasn't it?
Even, well, Russians done them in, innit? Russians finished them off.
I thought they were part of them, innit?
No, you got to remember where the Russians came from. Russians came from like Serbia, around that area, and they took over the whole of what Russia is today. But really, they're Slavic people. They're from them Slavs and that, the Russians. That's why they've always got beef with the Polish, innit? So now they're going, oh, once he's not done with the thing, the Ukrainians, they're going to go straight into Poland. Because Slavs and Polish hate each other. Polish, I think they're more like Germans, aren't they? And the Slavs and them hate each other. Yeah, same like English and the French hate each other. What cracks me up, these right wingers, they call them brother wars. The French and the English going, but they ain't brothers, bro. They ain't brothers. They just hate each other. There's a reason for that. It goes back a millennia. Goes back so far, the English and the French hating each other. Like they're never going to be cool with each other. Look, that Macron's one two-faced little snake as well.
No,
Two-faced
Britannia
little
come
snake,
together
Macron.
because of Rome. Britannia, the Celts
on.
and all them lot didn't like being underneath Rome, and they didn't understand why they had to pay taxes to Rome.
Yeah, but
So
Rome was
that's why they
running
come
them though.
together.
Rome was running them.
Rome was running a lot of places.
Yeah.
And then luckily, because they got their religion of Catholicism and Christianity, that's why they're able to be a little bit alive today. Because no matter what, when people are worshipping the Bible and everything like that, it still all leads back to Rome.
Yeah, it's true.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Who's that speaking?
That's gold.
King Gold.
What's
What's
going
going on,
on,
fella? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, long time.
Well, if I see you on the stream, was it the day before yesterday? I was thinking it was an old video.
Is it? Why?
I was like, oh, they fished that one video of a Kingo from back in the day. But then when you were speaking to when you're speaking with Mulatto, I realized it was a new video because he changed his picture to that cross thing that he uses.
Okay.
I was like, yeah. It's like it's a new video. I actually watched it. I watched the whole thing. It was quite interesting, the conversation you lot were having.
Yeah, it was trying to get there. When it comes to the geopolitics and history, I mean, that's always like good when someone's just got
Contentious, isn't it?
Yes, like if you've got a little bit of information, you study for 1 hour and come back with information, with history. It comes in your ear and out one other. So when it's refreshed, it's a little bit easier to deal with. It's probably the most easiest topic to deal with. But the religion one, the religious topics are quite hard, strenuous, unless you know anything about religion. But yeah, man. Yeah, but I've been listening to the last couple of hours, or I think about an hour. And there's been interesting
glad you
points.
jumped on, man. Glad you jumped on, bro.
Yeah. Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself, Nats, as well. You know, like with this talking point, it's actually quite. It's actually quite the most common talking point right now. Is Israel and the dynamic between Palestine, Israel, Syria was. I'd say that was one of the older topics, but still quite prominent and relevant today. And yeah, man, I mean, I've got to agree with a lot of what you said, Khan. You're well informed, man.
What do you mean, bro? We're on
when it comes to Middle East,
we're slaughtering these Zionists every night, bro. We're on there with them.
Yeah, man. I mean, but you're quite informed about the dynamic between Muslims as well. And you're talking about over the years they've had like skirmishes between each other. And I think that's with everyone, you know what I mean? Everyone had skirmishes between each other, but specifically Muslims have as well. But what I've noticed is when I most recently heard someone who from the Muslim, he's a black Muslim, okay, in Nigeria, and they were having, there was a little bit of, I don't know, about politics going on there. But in terms of nature of war, Muslims don't really try to like hold it as a badge of honor if they've had like killed anybody or they've had like a big war. That's why you don't really see much in terms of how much war has gone on between Muslims, as opposed to other places like, you know, who just seem to like quite, you know, quite highlight it. They highlight it, but the Muslims don't ever really highlight their wars. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just saying. Yeah, but with that whole dynamic between the Saudis, you know, when I look at the Saudis, they look quite old and quite established. So when you're see, as a kid, you look at them and you think, right, that's well established. They've got loads of money. They're exquisite fucking this, that, and the third. But really, they're actually quite an old new nation, like quite a new country and group of people. Yeah, and you know, when you're thinking about England calling shots, and you know, you look up, you know, even the Barbary Wars, I think, you know, and before that, you know, that whole time period from 70, was it 70 AD to, you know, all up until like you said, the Ottoman Empire got dissolved pretty much. There was a lot going on there. There was a lot going on of war, but yeah, no, it's quite an interesting topic and talking point, man. I think making it relevant today is quite hard, tying all that shit in today, and the way it laid it out. Like even Natty was like, oh, where was Saddam from? Well, was he Sunni? Because obviously he didn't really know. I'm like, oh no, Shia. He said they Shia, but obviously everybody knows he's a bloody Sunni. And you know, and I said, yeah, the Middle East and the Arabs and the whole Arab world is in more conflict than anywhere else. And that was just one thing I come to highlight. It's just like, yeah, they don't really wear it as a badge of honor like war. You know, yeah. So it's quite interesting that. But yeah, I'm not trying to imply they're just like this sleep, you know, deceptive type of group of people. I just feel like it was more to do with they don't glorify war like that, you know. But then I
think there's an argument to put forward that certain races of people are better at war for whatever reason. So when you look at, for example, England, Russia, and Turkey, right? When you look at their ruling elites, genetically, they're all from the same tribe of people the Yamnaya. The Yamnaya were like the most ruthless, cutthroat, ruffian tribe of people. Yeah, like they would put the Vikings to shame. They make the Vikings look like traders, like they're just out to make money. The Yamnaya were on the next level. Yamnaya came to England and replaced the indigenous population, like the normal Neolithic farming British people, by 90%. They wiped out the original British people and replaced them with the whites that you see today. Yeah. 90% replacement. Right? When you look at Russia, the real Russians, the white Russians, rule over so much other land and so much other tribes and races of people. Yeah. The white Russians, even though they're a minority, they're still at the top of the food chain. They still run the show. Right, they might have a few Jewish oligarchs in there as well, but majority of the ruling elite are all the European, Slavic, white Russians. Majority of their population would be probably Turkic, Central Asians. Like they would make up the majority of their population. And even when you look at the Ottoman Empire, people are like, oh, these lot are Turkic, they're Central Europeans, right? But really, the ruling elite, when you look at their DNA, the ruling elite were all white people of a certain background, like Skif, like the proper Turkish Turks, the Scythians and them. Yeah.
Oh, no, but listen, Khan, can we just go back to go
on. I was going to say, so when you look at the rest of the world, these people, majority of people, they were from lands where they could support their populations with the food that they were growing on their land. There weren't that scarcity. So people never really been that cutthroat, and they've always had civilization. You know, so they've had things to be getting on with rather than killing each other. But when you deal with these kind of like ancestry that we've got, then people were living in the harshest climates, and they were some of the harshest people. And their whole thing is based on warfare, because they're like hunter-gatherers that would just basically come down to the farmers and tell the farmers, either you cough up half of what you've been growing, or we're just going to decimate your whole family. Do you see what I mean? So they've always had that tradition of being ruffians. And like these people, genetically, they're still all the ruling elites of the world. That's why they're all related. The whole ruling elites, they're all related.
Yeah,
no
but don't forget, Khan,
religion it is.
We had Sweden, the Swedish, and the Moors. When Moors went to that part of the planet, the standing army was the Vikings. That was the army of that Germania. And don't forget, when the Moors come looking for workers, the Swedes gave them the fucking Russians.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope you know the Russians were enslaved by the Swedes and the Moors. When Moors came through to
I'm not saying to Natty that the Slavs hate, or the Russians hate the Polish. They do hate them.
Yes, I believe so, because the Polish are big. They're big in stature, so they're more like the
they're big in stature, but they're easy going, aren't they?
Who, the Polish?
Yeah.
Yeah, because don't forget, when they pushed the tide of the war, remember? When they started trying to kill people in the Germans, the Jews in Poland. That was a time when Poland sort of just started to think, okay, well, we need to do something now. But,
this what I was trying to basically explain is that not all white people are from this same sort of barbaric cult of madmen that run the world at the minute. Like they're not all white people are related to them.
That's interesting you should say that, because I was just thinking, if you look at the Russians, they're sitting on the second largest gas deposit. I forgot who's got. Now, if you look up to Nigeria, they just joined BRICS. They've got a lot of wealth. So now what we're talking about is two places that have resources. Who else is there? Brazil. They've got a little bit of resource, right? So now we're starting to see everybody there. South Africa, everybody there has got resource. So when we look at places that don't have resources, and you look at invading forces and the map of the world, why was Germany the first people in Africa? Because if you look at where Germany is, not Germanian people, Germanic people, with Germany is, it's one of them sort of places like Egypt. It didn't have any specific resources underneath it, but they wanted to make that the center point, the capital of that place. So Germany hasn't got anything. So that's why they traipsed out and took over all these other different places that they had to.
Germany's never had anything. They've always had to send their people out. Like majority of Americans, even from like the beginning of America, they've always been migrants from places like Germany. And the German migrants had to come to England at one point. Like they've had to always send their people out because they can't really support them. There's always been migration from Germany to other countries. Like even the majority of the Celts, you'll find them outside of Central Europe. You find them in Ireland, you find them in Turkey, you find them in North Africa. Celts are all over the place. They couldn't really stay because they never had that high level organization, or they never had the inclination to go and like murk other people to get money. Like do you know what I mean? They were just doing what they could do. They were just doing the best they could do, surviving basically.
They're quite a new nation. Well, I mean, the Celtic nation here is quite. It's like
I think out of the Europeans, I think the Germans were the last to have their own country. Even
I think the Spanish were the newest type of European nation.
No, they're not. They're not. Spanish and Portuguese were there like before Germany was a country.
We talk about landmass. Okay, yeah. But people themselves,
the leadership, they had royalty. They had, you know what I mean? They had armies. Like Spain and Portugal were like leading Europe at one point.
14th century.
Germans are always lagging behind. Like even with like slavery. Look, when they went to America, like when they went to Africa, Germany had the smallest colony. Even Belgium had more colony than Germans.
Yes. So when we look at the nature of the land, what the Spanish have done and the Portuguese, after fucking battling Africa, America, and all of that, they onboarded these savages. And the savages are them fresh ass Germanics that are neo-colonialists that are in other different places, right? So the British. They're going to look to the British, they're going to look to the Aussies, they're going to look to these guys with any type of intel and collaboration. And when you look at the lay of the land, the Spanish, the French, and the Italians were actually the dominant at that stage. So when we look at, because you look at everything, you think, how's Russia?
Yo, and you man, quick change of subject, yeah? I know you man are going deep in the ethnicity of this one, that one, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but we got an update, yeah? Remember that the man them have been crying about how Tommy Robinson's being oppressed and he can't have no visits and all that sort of stuff there. You remember that talk, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, what? So he's been
living on one kind of tuna a day.
He can't eat. He can't eat on all them. I can't eat, babe. I can't sleep, babe. I can't, babe.
Poor Tommy, man. Tommy's got it hard, man.
Without you in my life, I can't go on. Mad. Remember that, yeah? Well, that might not be true anyway, yeah? But anyway.
Hiya. So we've just come out of a visit with Tommy. He could be better. He's definitely lost weight, but he was really pleased to see us. He just is so grateful for all your emails, cards and everything, and the support, and for turning up at the demos. He is really eternally grateful, and he sends his love out there to everybody.
And he's as defiant as ever.
Yeah, he is. He's going to come out with a fire lit up under his arse, mate, I'll tell you. He is.
Yeah, we really feel for him, so we do as much as we do. We're there with him. If I could do the time for him, I would do the time for him. I'm sure Joanne would as well. And I think there are people out there that feel exactly the same.
Yeah.
But it's all he's looking relatively good actually, given everything he's going through.
Yeah, he's working out. He's doing like 10k a day.
And he's eating like an elephant.
Oh God, he ate so much chocolate, it was ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait, hold on. He's eating like an elephant? Wait, hold on.
Slipped up.
That's not the narrative. Wait. That's not the narrative we've been hearing. Man can't eat halal food. Man can't get no canteen. So and so. He's eating like an elephant and he's pumped up to so and so. Oh my days. I was just saying, innit, like,
shocking.
I was feeling sorry for man. You know, when man's in jail and that, you can get mistreated and treated badly, and you know, especially if you're like a famous prisoner and all that. But you know, again, it might just be another one of them finesse thing where man's able to
Yeah, it was obviously a finesse from the get-go.
raise
Poor Tommy.
bread from it or whatever, man. You know,
He's getting on like the resurrection of Christ, bruv, the way the man goes on. Poor Tommy, he's on death's door. He's one step from dying. And then all of a sudden, he's coming out with a fire lit under him. It's like, come on, man. These lot are so dumb.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you need to do that.
Wait, hold on a sec though, yeah, because that news and that information was coming from Team Tommy TR news page, like the Tommy Robinson news page, about him not being able to do this, him not being able to do that, him not being able to have this, and then not being able to have that. But the opposite of that is being said by the people that someone that's just gone to visit him yesterday. That's from the, if you didn't know, that video is from the 25th of February. And also, yeah, we'll put up a post of what the lady wrote after as well, if you don't like it, you know.
And here's the thing though, Vili, how can he be running 10k a day if he's only eating a can of tuna? I swear a can of tuna's got like 200 calories in it. A 10k run, you're looking at about fucking 5,000 calories. It don't make sense. It just mathematically, what they're saying don't add up. Just bullshit as usual. He's eating a can of tuna a day. Like, how is he running 10k? That's what I want to know.
That's funny, you know. That's definitely got to be, what's his name? What's his name again? Tramadol. Canastella. All you coloured people are in trouble when Tommy gets out. Let it play.
It's always, yeah, and the muscles are pumped. You can see he's good. He's good.
Good, yeah? Mad, alright, look at, if one of you wouldn't mind, whoever's got the biggest screen, could you read out what it says on the screen for me, please?
I can't, I'm just sorting something out.
I'll read it, don't worry, I'll read it. I got it. It was so lovely to visit T. Robinson New Era. Tommy today, laughter, chat, chocolate, and loads of hugs. We weren't asked to sign an NDA. He told us that he's allocated 3 times in a day to use his phone, but sometimes his phone isn't turned on for him to use. Other inmates have theirs on most of the prison. Why is his time was limited? I asked the prison officer why his time was limited and why it was always switched on in those times. He said that Tommy calls are monitored and that sometimes they don't have the staff to monitor them. I asked, why is his calls monitored then and not other prisoners? They replied, it's what we've been told to do, innit? Tommy's lost weight. It took a little while for him to relax into the visit when we first got there. Oh, that sounds a bit dodgy. A bit coke withdrawals or something. But we soon got into the flow and we felt it was a good upbeat visit. Yay. Tommy's not allowed to mention the word Southport on the phone or he gets cut off instantly. Tommy has his canteen back now. He asked us to thank you all for your continued support, cards, letters, emails, money, and for turning up in numbers to London and keeping him in the news. Well done, dickheads.
Alright, yeah, that was the end of the reading, yeah? Yeah, man, well done for reading that still. So we did have his canteen taken away then, but
apparently
his canteen's been reinstated.
He's had his canteen taken away, but he was maintaining his 10K a day running. Well done, Tommy, mate. You tramp. Fucking liar.
Hot season, you get me? Man's gonna come out looking hench for the summer, cuz. Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah, because they gave him a Burger King meal before. You know what? Yeah. I mean, it's quite easy. You know, you have to be just a normal English
Can't really
chap.
hear you, bro.
If you need to do is be a normal English chap, go and record yourself punching someone in the face, come to somewhere like Speaker's Corner, announce it, put about 30 different bits of short form content
Bro,
out.
it's
And
really
that's
hard
it.
to hear what you're saying.
Can you hear me?
Can't lie.
Oh,
I
is
don't
it?
know what you done to your mic.
I put
My volume's like nearly full.
One sec, I'll put my other
Can you hear
Try, try jumping out, jumping back in again.
Your mic was normal and then it just went funny. Yeah. Are you covering it or something?
No.
You're leaning on it or something?
No.
Lean with it. Rap with it.
My earphones on.
I am hungry in a blood clot.
Yeah, I don't know why Tommy Robinson's got this weird status amongst his own people even. He's like, man, a fully grown man's telling him, I would serve the time for you if I could. Like, what is that about? I don't understand. Like, why does he have this status of like, they love him that much, like, they will forgive him anything. Like, it ain't right. It's a cult, isn't it? It's just a cult, a personality cult. That's just what it is. I would serve the time for him myself. And I'm sure, I forget the woman's name. Emily would as well, wouldn't you? And she's like, yeah, I'd serve the time for Tommy. Like, what? So you give up your kids, you give up your liberty, and you go in there and serve his time for him after he was just fucking being a dickhead and got himself fucking banged up. And you'd serve your time. You'd serve his time? What? Who the fuck? I don't understand these people, man. I think they're all psychos. Like this weird how Tommy Robinson's status sort of rubs off on them a little bit as well. Like, yay, we were just in there visiting Tommy. Like, huh? Yeah, and that's how low these people are, man. I don't know. Just seems to be a cult. It's like the closer you are to Tommy, it's like the higher your status is within the group. That's a bit weird. That's not normal, bro.
Oh, yeah, I just turned my mic up. Can you hear that better, Bill?
Yeah. It's a little bit distorted, but
yeah. Well, yeah, I'm trying to get in my earphones. It's not working. Yeah, I'm saying any if you
touch more and it'll be clear.
All right. If you look at
if you wash card.
Yeah, is that better? Mic check.
That's better, man.
Hey, so if you're just a white guy, you go and record yourself, go to Speaker's Corner, put 30 short bits of content out of yourself punching someone or doing something that you know would sort of show that you're allegiance to white people, and then that's it. Trust me, you're going to be like Tommy Robinson. I mean, like just one little thing. I think all
like man's Jesus and that. They're giving him the Jesus treatment.
I mean, don't forget, you've got someone who's really educated, postgraduate, has gone to Eton, Harvard, whoever, doesn't really even get a look at because, you know, they're snobby, they've got money and all the rest of it. Tommy Robinson now, he's more relatable. You know, and he's not like he's, you know, creating any new sort of trends or he's doing anything innovative or groundbreaking, or he's bringing any sort of information, or you know what I mean. He's waking anybody up. You know, I mean, I'd say
he's
someone
waking
like
up people. His message, you don't hear his message because it's not for you. It's not for me. I'm not going to hear his message. So, his message,
you know, people are looking at Tommy.
Those that
sorry, you know, to people who listen to Tommy Robinson, like he's someone to be worried about. It's the people who are influencers. They're actually influencing the younger generations and, you know, almost prepping them to be almost like not really have any type of, I don't know, man.
Be like
It's
a
like people,
sycophant where you just
people just want to
ask questions.
Yeah, people just want to just like be led by someone who looks like them, right? As opposed to look at like their credentials. Yeah, so like so someone like I've got nothing really against the guy, I don't even know him, but someone like Andrew Tate now, on the other hand, he's got money. He's says some things that kind of make you think.
Andrew Tate's Tom Robinson's brethren, you know.
Yeah, but don't forget, Andrew Tate wouldn't have the same impact over here as Tommy Robinson would at all. Even in his own country, he would not. He would not be able to galvanize the people to the point where they're going to about to step out to potentially have a little civil war. And that was what Tommy Robinson stood for. That's who he is. You know, you know, I feel like maybe getting someone that's a bit more intellectual as a figurehead. And I'm going to mention someone like Tate or someone like, because we don't, what version of that do we have over here? Nothing. There's no like icon of a man who's intelligent, who's talking about money and, you know what I mean, getting money like that. Like, who's doing that? And that is the preferred person. I prefer people to be people who are just not ignorant, arrogant, as opposed to ignorant. Because when you're ignorant, it's like you can't even build with that. It's just dumb. It's just dumbness. It's just low IQ. But you've got people who are kind of a bit arrogant, a bit, you know, trying to sort of, I don't know, pose or try and like think well of themselves. I'm less scared of them people. Not less scared. I don't know how to really put that anyway, but yeah, you know, I think people are way too easily led. And Khan makes it, stop me when you need to. Khan makes a great point earlier on. He said about how the normal everyday person would want the world the way it is, because they know that the effects and the implication of, you know, foreign people not migrating here anymore, you know, and I think their common sense is enough at a higher level to recognize that. And so, you know, it's easy for them to play dumb or whatever game they want to play. You know, it's interesting. I've been thinking about everything which has been spoken about today. I've been thinking about, like, literally about what type of European or white person would be a danger, if any, to foreign people. Is there a difference? Is there a divide? You know, and this goes back to what I was saying about language and why the British and American people like America and Britain should really be thanking their lucky stars that they've got people who are willing to work with them, and people are easily led based on history. And I think they've recognized that, and they're really looking at the world from a point of view where it's not so insular, and they're not so caught up on race anymore
like
as
an
much.
Underdog until they get big, and then when they get big, they're not underdog no more in mainstream, and none of them know about them.
Oh, and the thing is, and you know what, the nature of and the nature of who needs who in a dynamic when it comes to the West and the East, or the places that have got resources and not, and that's what it boils down to.
Right.
And
this is how you know it's really Ramadan season, yeah, because we done a segment about Tommy Robinson. We didn't see Ghost Type once. Bamba Claw, are you mad? Lord of mercy. Ghost is out for. He says from this Friday. Oh, what are you saying? He started his fast early, and he's got a fast from YouTube the week before, and then from Friday he's out.
And the funny thing is that by any means necessary, the feat that the Western world has got to actually get bodies in here and resources, you know, we know, but the means they've done it by is quick, easy, destructive. The other way would have been way more conventional, humane, and all the rest of it. Go and work for your stuff, but we've got to kind of like think, what a great feat. It's almost like the pyramids. How the fuck did they do that? And that's a necessity of survival, is one of the most strongest things that you've got. That's why people with nothing make it with basically nothing and create great things, and people with everything end up getting a guitar and getting drugged up most of the time. So it's bittersweet, and they're starting to recognize that you stockpiling loads of things doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the greatest at it, and things are perishable. So now we need to look at the people coming in as investments, as opposed to you just having everything and trying to lord it, because you're not going to have the full experience of the people that are your investments coming into your country. This is why, like, this is the interesting thing. They're starting to recognize that. All right, well,
I
if
get
we,
a munch, man, but I gotta leave you on the panel for a second. I can't be chomping.
Yeah, man, do your thing, man. I was going to say, like, if
Yeah, we
we,
don't hear all your chewing sounds, mate. Go on, off you go.
You and Connor there, you know what I mean, holding up the up on the goalie side.
yeah, man. But we saying, what is it? Lunchtime, yeah. Oh.
He's eating on the
Yeah.
run, innit? He's eating on the run, mate. He's probably got his sandwiches.
That's the
Yeah, what was
perils.
you saying, man? What was you saying?
Yeah, you know, when you look at the nature of people coming over and you having all of this wealth, you start to recognize that you can try and can control population growth and productivity, but what's going to happen is your own experience is going to get reduced to minimal to minimal sort of experience as rulers and as people who like entertainment just as much as anybody else, like sports, and so they know that why would you want to reduce your own experience based on someone else getting something? Because if we talk about it's all about money, it's all about people not getting money as well, because they print the money, they don't really give a shit. It's just who gets the money and who gets afforded the ability to take advantage of the technology and resources that the West are so good at providing. Yeah. So it's like they've got all of this stuff and they've got nothing to do with it, sitting on shelves. Yeah, like all this technology and weaponry sitting on shelves, and you've got a surplus continuation of perishable and non-perishable resources. So now you've got to start to rate. Do you want them to? Would you prefer the resources to perish and the population to be stagnant, or do you want the population to grow slightly and you to achieve all you need to under the flag of Great Britain, and also take advantage and being rich by all different things coming in from immigrants from foreign places, like good genetics, more of a dynamic when it comes to people being able to experience different cultures. And actually, if you ask everybody, foreigners coming in, what they like most about the UK and European people, is the fact that they have the ability to see that culture, this culture, all within a space of like 2 minutes. You could go and drive through London and have a kebab in the North London, or in one part of the street, and then have a Caribbean in the other. So that is a perk of being in the UK. So, you know, I've looked at the dynamic of why is all this happening? Is it down to population control? Is it because they don't want people to and ultimately I think that was what, from Madame Blavatsky and all of that, and Planned Parenthood, we can see that was something that was part of the system, but it's a bit more it's counterproductive now, especially with China, Russia, with the Olympic Games always dominating. So genetically they are clearly dominating in that space. So really Great Britain and places like France, places like things would actually benefit from some sort of genetic enrichment. As we can see, it's no biggie. If you look at all of these Olympic athletes, they've all mixed. They're all, even Usain Bolt, you can see that he's mixed black from a very, very, he's obviously got an old mix. But even Jamaica, they're dominating things, and they haven't got a particular lineage that they can say, well, this is such and such, but they're just like a melting pot of black people. So they've started to say now, all right, well, genetics is really where it's at now, because that would allow them to compete. No matter how you look at it, you'd be able to compete in many different areas. I mean, if you have to be intelligent to recognize how Britain and America would benefit from black people genetics. You know, I'm looking out for my black people. I'm talking about black people because I'm looking at genetics at this stage, and I think that's probably the biggest benefit that the West could get.
Yeah, bro, if these lot had their way, they would have moved all the black people from Africa to America and repopulated Africa with white people. If they had their own way, they would have. They would
Yeah,
have. They just
I,
literally
I, I
taken the best
agree.
land. They would have taken the best land in the whole world for themselves.
Of course, of course.
Do you know what I mean? And just moved everyone else over to Brazil. Really, that's what they probably tried to do with slavery. That's what they were doing. They were taking people and moving them across the world. For what reason? I don't understand. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And in terms of the politicians, the Tories in the last 15 years, they said that people said, oh, they destroyed the country, this, that, and the third. And I was thinking, why, for the founders, what they had to do to get this land the way it is, like you just said, like an hour ago, was a major feat.
Yeah.
So if the founders of this land really want this shit to work,
of course.
So yeah, so there are people that have stayed and not just fucked off to Spain or wherever the hell it is across the world to go and sort of just fuck the place off. There's still that people that really want this to work and represent,
it's a project. It's a project, man. It's a project.
But boy, you see this and the main thing that made me start to think that, boy, I think because I'm trying to look out the dynamics of power, and I'm thinking all these rich people able to leave corporations and to put their money into foreign places, X, Y, and Z. Would the people who are founders of this place must be a bit pissed off about that? They must be like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, they must not be happy about it because it doesn't look good, especially when they're speaking about it in the parliament. I'm thinking, so the people who run this place must not be happy with that middle to upper class. Yeah, that's quite interesting, and I'm thinking, are they doing it on purpose? Why are they? And what I did think was, I thought that due to the Brexit, that I think the British leadership were trying to just show that they still had control of black people, and almost maybe encouraging other European places to do it, and that's when they got sanctioned by the EU for their treatment against disabled people, etc. Remember that they actually got spoken to by the people out of Europe, and that was a big thing. I think about 7 years ago, and I thought, were they trying to encourage other people to kind of do fuckeries against migrants? And something tells me that Europe told them to go and do one, and said, no, we're not going to get involved in that, because now you've got the karma of black people wanting you out the way, basically. And it's a problem we don't need to get into, because we've already, places like Russia have already got resources. Why are they going to go and do what the Belgium leader did? Why do they have to go and do what Harold Wilson did? British, they don't. So they're like, we don't want we don't have to do that. We've made our money in other means. The Germans made their money by doing trade. So and I think they just didn't want nothing to do with it, and that's a potential thing that could have happened. Right, I'm not saying this is definitely the case, but I think at that stage when they, Brexit and people getting kicked out of the country, etc., I think that was their push. I think that was and they said, the European countries said, no, we don't want to do that, and
yeah,
that I think that could have been the case, or it could have been a case where it was like Britain were trying to it could have been a bit more messy, where it was almost like the English and the Jewish and the Americans look like enablers and facilitators, and the Europeans didn't want anything to do with them because of that. Yeah, so it's either or either. So it was either the British and Americans wanted them to go along with this whole population control, especially with black people, or the Europeans and them other guys have got other plans, and they don't want to be seen to be sitting in bed or facilitating migrants. So either one, I don't know which one it is, and that's why Russia's kind of being painted a little bit bad and this, that, and the third. So you don't know really what really to think. You know, and it could be even one of them two potential things, or it could be something else completely. But if you look into the deep, you're never going to get the answer. So you just got to be hopeful that, you know, people or human beings is being seen as human beings, and there's a little bit of civility, I guess, still floating around in the upper echelon. And Jesus Christ still rules up there, and apparently he does, you know. And you just got to hope that they are really genuinely trying to embody Christ, like we're being sold. But I don't know. Could be Christ or it could be the devil. Let's just hope it's Christ.
I think there's a fine line, isn't there, between Lucifer and Jesus. It's a fine line, you know. It's like a lot of people saying that they're the same person now.
Yeah, that is a whole. I'd like to unpack that and actually figure out what that means in its entirety.
Obviously, they're saying that the devil, well, not the devil as we know him, but Lucifer was this heavenly being, this character that was the one that gave human beings things like knowledge and like fire and music, and there were certain things that he would give the world, isn't it? So that's why it's called the son of the morning.
Okay.
Lucifer, son of the morning. So they're saying
the son of the morning, I'm going to send him out the spit. Oh, is that right there?
I will send you out of earth, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. All right, that's why they're so really.
I'm gonna put on the iron shirt.
Yeah. So the Caribbean and them know about. That's why I swear. That's what I'm saying. The Caribbean know too much. You know, they know a lot. They know a lot. And you thinking they've been saying this for fucking decades? And we're all
I think there's a lot of bullshit in Christianity, to be honest. Like they seem to get involved with a lot of things that ain't even necessary, and it's like this thing about having all this knowledge, and like really, what's the point of it all? I don't see like knowing every detail. You ain't God, innit? You don't need to know everything. I think there's a lot of wasted information in Christianity.
Right.
There's other things. There's more important things that you should be worrying about than these ancient stories.
Well, New Arbianism is the study of all these different ancient stories. It's the same type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, like all this thing of like having like secret knowledge and all this kind of. For me, it's all surplus to requirement. It's like come up with a system where people can live, you know, under the law of God and have justice and equality and fairness, where people can practice their worship without being oppressed. And like that'd be a good start. Like all this extra bullshit. It's like who needs to know about every angel's name and every bloody thing that happened in heaven, and the angels had a war with the jinns, and like, come on, man. It's like, why do we need to know that? Just too much.
Further confuses things.
It's just too much for me. It's like my brain can't thingy it, can't process it. It's like there's no point. Why do I need to know all this? Do you know what I mean?
Right. And I think like religion does that.
The main point of religion should be like it's giving you a better life while you're alive, isn't it?
Right.
It should be like the basis of fairness and righteousness and knowing where you stand in nature and in the world as a whole. Now, that's what human beings should get from religion, right? Their status in the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, for example, we're told that we are the thingies of the world, like the caretakers. Like, we have to look after the plants and the animals and nature, and we're responsible for it. And God's put us in charge as human beings, that we should preserve the earth and look after it and make it a better place. And I do believe that. I think humans should have that responsibility of looking after the world. And do you know what I mean? That is important.
Yes, and that's why the religion is like, I don't believe a man wrote that. It wasn't God, and that's where people get trapped. You know, it's like, is it real? Is it not? It doesn't matter if it can be proven, if it's demonstrably can be proven.
Exactly. Like, if you were
it's all about
try
the
and
principles.
disprove religion, it'd be pretty easy to disprove it. And then even if you proved it 100%, someone else could still turn around and say they don't believe in it. So what's the point of it? Like, the point of it is, from my point of view, is that we have a blueprint or a foundation to start civilization and human kind of like fairness for each other, like treat each other fairly. That's more important.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? But the problem with religion is it always comes with a them and us scenario. Like, we're the chosen people, they're the goyims. Like, when you come with this them and us ideology, it makes a problem.
Right, is that monotheism or all types of spiritual, like, theology?
Oh, them type of things there, like spiritual theologies, like Hinduism and whatever.
Do you think so?
I wouldn't even class them as religions, to be honest. They're not
Well,
religions.
yeah, I think with the thing with you are disabled, and that's the reason why, you know, that's happened, and it means in your past life you had bad karma. You know, that's even before they had us. That was like us and them. That was like marginalizing disabled people. So I think every sort of type of spiritual belief has things where they've othered something else for you not to be that, or somehow to try and stay away from it.
Yeah, like, I don't
so
think
you are
anyone
right.
will look at a person who's born with a disability and think, do you know what, that could have been me. They would rather think, oh, well, he must have done something in a past life and he deserves that kind of treatment. When really and truly, that could have been like any illness you see on any human being, right? It could have been any one of us. Any one of us. Like, they're saying cancer's killing 1 in 3 people. I mean, you're sitting in a room with fucking 5 people, 2 of you's gonna fucking have cancer. Do you know what I mean? That's some scary shit right there. It's like, there is no discrimination when it comes to illnesses and diseases. It's like, back in the day, people were dumb. They were just looking for excuses to like not have, like, this is the thing with human beings. They've got this narcissistic position of not having sympathy for other people because it somehow make them weaker or worse in their own position. Like, it don't cost you nothing to be kind to other people or to actually allow them. But they're like, nah, you want to be disabled and claim disability benefit? Nah, you're a drain on the economy. So what we're going to do, have fucking eugenics and fucking put all the disabled people to death.
This is what I was going to say.
We're getting to that point now where if you come up with a policy now of saying, well, people with terminal illnesses, you know, like, we're going to put them to death early to save the country money, I guarantee you a lot of people will start agreeing with it, because we're living in these weird times now where bigotry or oppression of other people even has become normalized. I think if we carried out a survey today and asked people, compared to maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, like, what would you feel about, you know, people who wanted to die being able to go and get an injection from their GP and put them out of their misery? Like, if they wanted to, if they signed a paper saying, yeah, this is what I want, right? Like, what do they call that again? Assisted suicide or whatever. 10 years ago, people would have been like, no, you know, it could be a mental health issue. They might change their mind in the future. Oh, like, they're still productive people. Like, we can't really do that. It's like, ethically, it's not right to assist people in their suicide. I guarantee you, if you carried out that same survey today, more people would agree to it. Because people are now living in this weird scenario where they feel that it's us or them. It's us or the migrants. Like these immigrants that are coming over here, like they're treating them like as if like man's coming to take his life. But he ain't though. But that's how we're living. Like this whole high cortisol, high stress scenario is being orchestrated for us to live in. And basically our differentiation or our discretion has just literally been thrown out the window. So now people don't know what right and wrong is anymore. Like, let's just come to that point now. And I think that if there was a question put to people, like should disabled people be put to death, I think people would agree with it. Like some people would agree with it. And I think if we said things like, oh, people who smoke and get lung cancer, right, it's costing the country X amount of money, right? Should we be able to tell them if you smoke, you won't get treated on the NHS? It will save us this much money. I think a lot of people would agree to that now. And I think that it just shows you that compassion, tolerance, all the values that we said that we hold that makes us better than like barbarians or whatever, they're all gone out the window.
You know, and this 1 second, let me just really try to shine some more brightness onto that, because what I was saying is people who are too much in their head, the devil sits with idle minds, and are too deep into things. Even it affects you with your work. Can you work when you're in your head? No, it's hard. So when even people who are very intellectual, you walk a very fine line between mental health, like severe mental health, and learning some new stuff.
What I'm saying there, Thingy Gold, I'm saying that when we look at history, right, how we was taught it about the Nazis and how the population was literally supporting them in their policies to treat foreigners so badly, disabled people so badly. And we're looking and thinking, how was that possible that the majority of the population was behind this kind of madness? And now when we look at today, we realize well, it didn't really take much to get us in that same position. It didn't take much, really.
People are leading more with their mind.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't take much for us to turn a blind eye to 40,000 people being genocided. And they're saying that was like literally 20,000 of them were children. Like, it didn't take much for us to just like, not even just to turn a blind eye to it, but actually support it, stand up for it, and make out like it's somehow in our interest. It's what these Christian Zionists are doing. They're making out like this is something that like benefits the West or benefits as some sort of imaginary war against Islam. Like, what are you on about? What imaginary war against Islam? If Muslims cut you off tomorrow, you'd be fucked. But you know that your leaders go around the world basically sucking Muslim dicks, going to like places like Qatar, Dubai. Like, you're not just going around the world begging Muslims to lend you money. It's true. It's what they do, bro. That's what all the top leaders, that's what they've done. Fucking Theresa May went to a Muslim country and she was making a big thing about the fact that she had to cover her head. She had to cover her hair because she was in some Muslim country. They're making a big deal about it. Do you know what I mean? But people don't realize how much these Muslim countries bail out weak economies, like, and Europe would crash without that help. Europe would literally crash without assistance from other countries. Do you know what I mean? They're literally cap in hand, begging, offering to get on their knees and suck dick. But yet every Tom, Dick and Harry walks around the streets trying to attack women that wear hijabs. Like, this is the power of the media. This is how the media can basically switch the whole story around to make fucking superior-minded British people feel that they're not the scum. They're not the scum of the earth anymore. No, it's the Muslims. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you know Bangladesh is fucking richer than England? If England didn't have this military might and this Commonwealth and these fucking other abroad countries like to fucking lean on, and it was just England on its own. Bangladesh is richer than England. Nothing. I'm telling you, nothing grows in England. What grows here? Fucking King Edward's potatoes, strawberries, and the rest of the time they're eating fucking nettle soup is their fucking dinner, bro. Like, nothing grows in England. Like, you got more shit growing in Ireland. Ireland's got better fucking produce than England. And that's because they've got like their fisheries, they've got like loads of things in Ireland, quality ingredients to make their food with. Like England, Ireland's got like bare Michelin starred restaurants now where they're strictly cooking Irish produce, Irish food. But in England, they can't even support their own population. They've got to grow their shit in places like Kenya. They've got to grow all their stuff there, or in hydroponic like greenhouses and that.
Yeah, it's all enclosed spaces as well, isn't it? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. Anyone who's got a fucking drop of sense would leave this country and go to another country. I'm telling you right now, you're better off leaving this country not because it's a bad place to live, but the leadership is set it up in that way where they're encouraging you to leave. They want you to leave. They want you to go Australia or America or Canada. Like they want you to go in it. Like even if you went to go and live in Germany, they want to get rid of you in it. They're not giving
they
you.
can have their steady flow of.
Because don't forget, like the more people that are here,
cheap
the
labor.
more people they're responsible for, isn't it?
Yeah, so
the
cheap
more
labor.
People that need policing. No, they'll replace them all with cheap labor. With people who've got no rights, who don't know the difference. There are people that get here. There are people who get off the boat tomorrow or today. They're paying like £4 for a packet of chips. Chips were £1, and we moan when chips is like more than £1, right? £1.50, £2, £2.50. We all moan. These lot that just got to this country yesterday, they don't know that chips were so cheap, right?
Yeah,
they never heard the saying cheapest chips. They've never heard that. To them, a portion of chips is like £4, £4.50. Can you imagine that? That's the reason why they want cheap labour, not because they're cheap labour. Well, that is partly it. But there's plenty of cheap labour in this country. But the fact is, people in this country have an expectation. They have an expectation of the leadership that the leadership can't live up to. They'd rather just get rid of them. It's not hard to get rid of them. You should make life so difficult that you're better off leaving. And that's what they've done.
Yeah,
they're saying that wealth inequality is going to go through the roof. That means that if you don't buy a house this year or next year, you might never ever be able to afford buying a house. That means that the people that have got houses, right, will just never sell them. They'll just rent them out, yeah, and they'll just be landlords. They'll just be an elite class of people that we can never catch up to. If you don't own your own house in the next couple of years, you, your children, and your great-grandchildren will never be able to buy a house. That means that there'll be a tier, there'll be a level separating you from the people that do own the houses. That means that they will always be richer than you. You can't ever catch them up. That's the way this country is going, bro. They're going that house prices are going to double in the next couple of years. That means that anyone who's got a house ain't selling their fucking house. Do you know what I mean? Who are they going to sell it to? There ain't no one coming up. Do you know what I mean? If you wanted to sell your house and buy a better house, right? Who are you going to sell the house to? There ain't no one coming up behind you. There's no one catching up to you financially.
That's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting.
It's called wealth inequality. The rich are going to get richer. That's even happening through the time of fucking COVID till now. There's been more millionaires and billionaires created through COVID till now than there ever has been. That means the rich are getting richer. They're sucking more resources out of the rest of the world. And the thing is, it ain't even got to the point where we're at starvation level where we can moan about it yet. There's people poorer than us. There's people in countries where they've cut off all their funding, they've cut off all their medications, they've cut off everything. Like they're not protected from global warming. The sea levels are rising. There's flooding everywhere. There's malaria. There's illnesses. Like all these people are set to die within the next couple of years. So they're saying that there's going to be more immigration from climate change than there has been from any other war. Because we know that immigration or migration and wars correlates with each other. So wherever the wars go up, immigration and people moving that have been displaced from the war also goes up, right? But they're saying that this climate change thing, that's going to dwarf it. That's going to make it look like it's nothing. The amount of people that are going to have to either run for their lives or stay and die, right, is going to go through the roof in the next couple of years. So they've already started making plans for that from now. They're saying, all right, well, if we have open borders where people can come, we don't have to spend money policing the borders anymore. Because if then people can get from the other side of the world to here, right, well, they've just basically been through hell and back to get here, right? They're going to be happy to be at the bottom of the fucking, what's it called, the pyramid, where they're going to be the slaves for the next 10 to 20 years. Why would we stop people who've just escaped from death, who are prepared to come to a country and be slaves? Why would you stop them coming? That's like you meeting a woman tomorrow and she's saying, I will cook for you, clean for you, be your slave, cut your toenails, suck your dick, eat your bumhole every day. Yeah, just let me come and live with you. What man would say no to that? You wouldn't say no to that, would you, in your right mind?
Right.
No one would say no in their right mind, would they?
Right, and that's what you're equating to England being a recipient.
That's what not just England. I'm saying that's what these people would be in that type of a position where they're fleeing the fact that there's no money. Like even Keir Starmer today was it today or yesterday said we're not sending money to countries anymore, right? So that means they know that this money that they send out to the rest of the world props up the poorest people around the world. That stops them from dying of famine, stops them dying of malaria. Like them safety nets are all getting thingied, all getting withdrawn. Right? Them safety nets ain't going to be there for them people. So that means that the worse that the climate change gets, the more people exponentially will grow, the death rate will go up. Because they're not trying to save them anymore. They're letting them die. And they're saying, well, the ones that can like get off their asses and get halfway across the world, then you're gonna you're either gonna stay there and die, or you're gonna come here and you're gonna be our slaves. And you're like, oh, how are they gonna make them into slaves? Well, it's quite easy. They just make the wealth inequality gap so big that people that come to this country, it will take them maybe 30 years of being here before they can even like take one step up the ladder. They just put you in a debt-based economy where you'd end up incurring debts and you could never have any real money to kind of like do anything with, other than like eating, sleeping, drink. Like they don't mind. Look, here's the thing: they don't mind giving you money if that money comes back to them. They don't mind paying you wages if that money's going to the gas and electric, the rent, and the fucking paying for your car and a bit of food. Like they know that you're still running yourself into debt, innit? Eventually, like you're not going to have no money to leave your kids. Like there's not going to be no cross-generational wealth. Like there ain't now. We ain't even got that now. They're saying that, bruv, do you know heating and electric and that's gone up? Fuel bills have gone up 70%, and they're saying that they're going to go up again now. They're set to go up again. They've just gone up 70%. Like, why do we need all these billionaires running electric companies and gas companies? Why do we need them to be like mega rich? Why do we need that? We don't need that, but it's just it's another way of getting money out of the circle so people can basically get poorer, so they'll be more likely to want to work for the system and be slaves and be grateful as well.
Don't let anybody tell you it's capitalism. Tell them it's monopolism. Say it's monopolization. That's authoritarianism. That is fascist. That is at its highest level, really, isn't it? Dictators, like when you're dictating what is happening to that, that's got to be down to, because the community wouldn't ask for that. So that's all done by a couple of people, right? But you're definitely kind of like you're in tune with where the world's going, which is why you're yeah, man, you're appreciated, brother, up on these panels. You know what I mean? Because you look. You can almost see what's happening. Like, you've got an overview. Not many people have. And they're the people that are going to suffer out of all of this. You know what I mean? Yeah, you've got all the knowledge now and you ain't even willing to change it. You know, and if you've got all this knowledge and you can't change your shit, that's a big problem. But it's the people that won't have this type of experience or knowledge and not know what's going on. They're the ones that are easily led. You know what I mean? They're the ones that are just like willing participants in a lot of things. It's funny. That's funny. But I think he was mentioning something about the population, the people are dying in other countries, and money. And you know, there's one thing I'm trying to think about is these places do need that money because one way or another they're being affected, and there's a money trail going from all these establishments that are controlling finances. IMF, governments that have created powerful monetary system for themselves and powerful currency like the UK and the petrol dollar and the pound. Yeah, so then that it's almost like they're compelled or obliged. They've got this. They're responsible for giving money, and that wasn't because they felt like it's probably an agreement that happened. And yeah, man, I mean, look, that's harsh. I think I spent something the other day, and people say, "Oh well, there's not enough money for X, Y, and Z when we're talking about public services and Britain, but we're sending, but Ukraine received over billions. I think it's some crazy fucking sum, like the biggest I've never heard. I was like, was it trillion? It wasn't a trillion, it was billion, something, couple hundred billion. I said, what the fuck? After this little war, within how long's it been going on for? They got X amount of billions, and the poor, dying, elderly, the sick here couldn't get any. Weren't even, then we were saying that there's money going out here, there, and everywhere, and then there's money going to Ukraine, and they got an X amount of money. Mamba plant. How the fuck did that? So they're giving the money that's meant to be going for people who need it over here is going to foreign territories, and we're like, wait, why is that coming from the people from here that need it? Why can't you get that out of that budget or this other budget that was going there or for that budget? So it's like it's the poor people that have got to foot the bill. Are you crazy? It's like now we're starting to see the board. The board is kind of showing itself, and it's so they can't even mention now that them funds are coming from the public and not just from some stupid and fucking endeavor, which is some sort of pompery and additional shit that's just not essential. Like a building of a new fucking, I don't know, revamped and relaunched, major building somewhere, or I don't know, extra finances for military or whatever it is, military spending. You've got to look at your bread and butter, at your family, your people that are close to you, and that's your country. So and then we start to recognize that, mate, there's a 90% big difference there. And then middle class, lower class have all got aging population families. So they're feeling the effects of now you're isolating your workforce, and you can't do that because Britain's run on business. They need business. So now the workforce are kind of battling with these guys who was like, wait, hold on, but my fucking granddad and grandma X, Y, and Z, and this is so it's affecting a lot of the country. So that's why there's inward sort of beef and back and forth and weird shit going on. They don't like that. They don't like that. As soon as the sort of middle class start getting annoyed with the amount of people going in that.
Listen, what I'm saying, I don't even know what you're speaking about, All I know is that I'm still stuck at the part. I haven't heard nothing else since Khan said it was every man's dream to get their batty yam out. I was like, what the hell? Huh?
Where did that come from? Where did that come
It's every man's dream.
I'm eating up. Where did that? I never heard that. Where are you listening?
No, Kingo, you agreed to it. You agreed. No, he was like, yeah, it's true.
I said every man's dream,
it's true. No, he said, yeah, it's true.
I never even heard it. I never even heard it.
Shit. Fucking hell. Yeah, you didn't even hear it. You're still talking.
Oh no. Oh no. He was saying He was saying that the British rulership were going out and eating backside, and I thought, oh fucking hell. But yeah, I think he said no, but people are appeasing other places and leading other places. Like Qatar, like he is right. There's like this country does lean on other places, and it's got to. I guess it's got to.
He's talking about people's families. Whoever's talking about anyone's families, block them. Whoever's got a mod in their chat.
All eyes, relax, man. You're not a mod round here. Just chill.
Block them. Nah, but you know what happens here is that pussy hoes do moves where they'll jump into chats and say stuff to try to get the channel a strike or whatever, but it don't really work like that.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
All right.
I don't know what.
Like moles, innit? Like moles or agents. Yeah, I know. Seriously, that's
really? Well,
it's entrapment. Isn't it?
Who is that kid? The one you showed us his video? Is he Gary? Gary Economics. His name Gary.
Yeah, Gary Economics. Yeah.
Did you see him on Piers Morgan?
Yeah. Talking about wealth inequality.
Yeah, I think he done quite well. You know, he done quite well.
Oh, Babs, you know. Oh, go on, Babs.
Hello.
You right, yeah?
Uh-huh. I wanted to speak to Khan.
Oh, boy. What's
Mr.
Khan
Khan to you? You can call me Mr. Khan or Dr. Khan.
Sadiq.
Sissy Khan.
Call me Sadiq.
Sadiq.
Yeah, that's not good. That's never going to happen. Although you are on the same level as him, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But that would never be done. Yeah. So
That's what they call me, the mayor of London.
What was yesterday all about, Khan?
What do you mean? What happened yesterday?
Oh, Khan, yeah. Stop acting stupid. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I haven't got a clue.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. So let's I'll remind you. Yeah.
Oh,
did a little story yesterday.
What about Romanian sex workers?
Yep.
What about them? Have you never heard of it?
Yes, I've heard of it. What I haven't heard is any normal person laughing about men coming out from a little. What was it? You called her a little child. A little child.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
What did you call her then? What did you say? Something little.
You tell me what I said.
I can't remember exactly, but you.
He didn't say little child. He said little girl. He said little girl, yeah, but then I tried to clarify what did he mean. I know you didn't mean child, did you? And he said no.
No, obviously not.
Oh, so you didn't mean child. So why? The thing is, Khan, yeah, we all make mistakes. We're all human, yeah. But what we have to do is we have to own those mistakes, and especially when it's a bad mistake like that, rectify it. So you should have come on here and rectified, because there's no way. Look, I'm 4'8". There's no way that any man would turn around and call me a little child.
If I called you a little woman, I said that. No, wait. If I called you a little woman, no one said child. No one said child.
Yeah.
Have you been sent on here to get a clip for Luke's channel?
Excuse me. Nobody sends me anywhere.
So no one asked you to jump on?
Nobody sends me anywhere. Okay?
I don't know what you want me to say. Like, Veli's already told you, no one said little child, and you're still saying little child.
Okay, well, I'll go back, and I wish somebody in the chat would remember what it was.
Girl, not child.
Was it a little girl?
He said little girl, yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, when you said little girl, you didn't mean child.
Why would you call her a little girl if it was an adult woman?
Was she older than 9 years old as well? Was she? Khan.
Oh,
Khan.
I'm kind of mute.
Well, looking back on it, Barbara, looking back on it, I can see where the confusion might come in, and it was a poor choice of words. And me and Veli at the time went through it and clarified it. So anyone who listened to it would not be coming on here today asking me about what happened yesterday, because it was quite evident from the conversation we had. But people trying to clip it.
I didn't hear the conversation between
fine,
you
because
and
you probably heard the clip.
Yeah, because
you
Belly got rid of the stream. So I wasn't
so you were sent a clip.
Yeah, I had to delete the stream, because people were threatening to put a strike on.
So I wasn't able to hear what
the
you and Belly spoke about.
Right, but you were sent
tell me that I'm coming in here for somebody else.
She's not listening.
I'm coming in
Hey, Babs,
here for
listen.
myself.
I'm asking you a
This
question.
is why you need to get on the people that are doing all the pagan moves to try and get rid of the stuff that people want to listen back to, you know, because there are people that listen back to the shows at later dates that might miss bits and pieces, and they want to hear it back. But yeah, if people keep trying to strike the shits or whatever, then you know, you're not going to be able to do that.
Well, who's that? I don't know anybody that's trying to do that, but I don't know. Who is it?
I saw the Chinny Leprechaun.
I
saw the Chinny Leprechaun. The Pink Power Ranger.
Pink Power Ranger. Is that Esau again? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Well,
Pinky Power Ranger.
I did it. Funnily enough, I did a bet with Esau at the weekend, and Esau, you lost. You fucking idiot. So yeah. But another question, Khan. Yeah.
Yes,
don't take this the wrong way. Yeah.
No, go on.
But if you hate this country and you hate the people here as much as what you've been saying for the last couple of hours, you haven't actually said it out loud, but you've implicated. Why the fuck are you here?
Yeah.
Well, there's two answers to that.
Yeah.
The first answer would be that I've got faith in the majority of British people who I believe are not complicit or apologetic for the British Empire or the British global or foreign policy, I should say. So the majority of British people that I've met in my life are good people, upstanding people, people with a bit of honour and virtue about them. Whereas you lot, who come on here telling us that we're not patriots because we've got criticism of this country, telling us that we're not British because we don't agree with the empire and things like that. I just think that we just don't agree. We're just on different sides of the coin with each other.
When have I ever told you that you're not British?
I'm specifically talking about Wendy.
I've never said that. I've never said that.
I'm not said you. I'm saying like Wendy comes on here telling people.
So everything that
you'll
Wendy
never
says
be English.
is going to be blamed on me. So I can blame everything that Dave says on you.
I've not blamed you for anything. I'm just saying that there are a certain ilk, a certain type of person that are, a certain generation of people that deserve to be put in their place, whether it's by me or by any other British person. Like, you're just not going to agree with us. You call us lefties, but really it's just we just actually care about other people, and you've just like made this weird dichotomy where helping other people is sometimes at the detriment of yourselves. And it's like you've created this bias now where like you can't actually do anything for anyone else without being looked at as some sort of a sellout. And I think that's just one step towards being a Nazi. And I think that you do have these Nazi tendencies, like grassing now. Grassing's become like a thing. Oh, if you saw something happening, why didn't you phone the police? If you saw this, why didn't you phone the police? The police. Like, it's just a very Nazi-ish point of view. Like, me growing up in this country, British people that I know do not phone the police at the drop of a hat, grassing up their neighbours for whatever it might be. But things are going that way. Things are going that way where people just want to phone the police and grass up each other about everything.
I don't know anybody who phones the police on a whim. So can you, are you talking about people on here? Because I don't know one person.
I'm saying the conversation we had yesterday, where I was saying that I witnessed a crime. People saying to me, if you didn't phone the police, then you're somehow complicit. You're somehow involved. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's got nothing to do with me. Why do I need to phone the police about what gangsters get up to?
Well, first point, Khan. If it was a child, which was the impression you gave,
it wasn't a child. No, it wasn't the
No. You agreed.
There's no
that
misunderstanding.
The wording you said was wrong.
Yeah, but I didn't say child. I said a young woman or a young girl.
Khan, can you please listen to me?
Yeah, you're saying it wrong again.
If it was a child,
it wasn't a child.
You would have had a moral right to ring the police. But that was what you made it sound like.
No, you wanted to hear that because you're a bunch of paedophiles. No one actually ever said anything like that.
Don't you fucking dare call us some. Don't you dare. In actual fact, if anybody's more like a paedophile, it's you.
Why?
Yeah,
Why would
because
that
I
be?
actually
Why?
don't think that the story is even true, which makes
Based on what?
it even
Hey,
worse.
guys, I
What do
don't
you
know how
mean?
long's left on the StreamYard minutes, yeah, but you guys can keep rapping until it wraps up here. But I've got to jump off
Yeah,
and run
man.
into a job in it.
Okay, cool.
All
Yeah, I
right.
don't know where you get that.
Be
I don't
nice
know
to
where
each other,
you
yeah.
get that from.
You're having a good
But
conversation
I'm
still,
being.
but yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't. The thing is, okay. I was going to say to Betty, the thing is, I don't want to come on here ranting, yeah. But you can't turn around and say what you said yesterday, yeah. Was it you were implying that it was a child? That's what the implications, and that's what most intelligent people got from that, yeah. Just because you're a dumbo, and most of the people that support you are dumbos, that's not our fault, is it?
No, like I said to you, Babs, you heard a clip where they've cut the ending off where me and Veli immediately corrected that misunderstanding. Because I said a
No, I
little
haven't
girl,
heard a
I said
clip.
a little, well, you said you never heard the original clip. You never
I
heard the
didn't
original
hear the
conversation.
whole thing.
Oh, right. So what did you hear then?
Oh my God.
Because
I didn't hear you and
was you,
Belly have a
no,
conversation
was you listening to
afterwards.
the stream? Was you listening to the stream live?
I listened to the screen for a little bit,
Right.
but
So as soon
I'll be
as,
quite honest. It was because of you that I cut off
oh,
because I
right,
can't
yeah.
stand. Yeah, I'm not even going to go into
Are you
personal,
Irish?
but
Babby,
you just like,
Babby, have you
yeah.
got Irish in you? So can I ask you a question? Have you got Are you Irish?
No, I
Am
think
I
she's
am I
Scottish.
Irish? I have got Irish in me. Yeah,
I
I've
thought
got
so.
English, Scottish, and Irish in me.
I thought so.
Yeah.
And
Why
so
you
I'll
would
tell you
think
why.
so?
Why did I think so? Good question.
Yeah.
All right. Because you said you're 4'8".
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a
I
lot of
am
small.
only small, but
No, yeah, there
yeah.
is a short lot because there was pygmy that quite a lot of pygmy DNA found in found in Ireland. Yeah.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a pygmy.
But it's usually
Oh,
the
that's
smaller
quite
people
funny
that
actually.
actually
That
got
cheered me up.
good proportions with their body. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the positive thing.
Apparently, somebody said to me a few weeks ago, officially, I could actually be classed as a dwarf because apparently there's a certain height in it. But I mean, I'm just short.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, it's good to have a conversation, Khan. And the thing is with you is you always go personal. You always have to go fucking personal. When the minute you go personal, you lose the debate.
Okay, thanks for
Did
the
you know
advice,
that?
Babs. Well done.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah.
What
Thank
do you
you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Good job, thank you. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you as it is. You know, you're dumb anyway. But yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Con, the way that you spew, all these people, you hate this country and you hate its people. So why are you here?
But here's the thing, Barbara. If
Don't
we're
call me
telling you
Barbara.
that,
My name's not Barbara. It's Babs. You well know that.
oh, what your actual name's Babs?
Yes, my name is Babs.
Isn't Babs short for Barbara? In some cases.
In some cases.
Get a room.
Okay,
guys.
anyway, get to the point. Get to the point.
Yeah, get to the point.
The point being that if we have criticisms of this country,
yeah,
then us being foreign or ethnic minorities shouldn't really affect what we're saying, because there's white people, there's British people that say the things we say, and you don't tell them that they hate this country and they should leave. But when it comes to us, you do. Here's the thing though, Babs. I come from a tiny little island in the Mediterranean where there's 2 huge British Army bases that don't need to be there. They started a civil war, where they managed to get a lot of people killed just so they could have them bases there. And today, let's say, I would say 50 years later, right? They haven't even paid the money that they owe for them bases to that country. England owes us
Wait, you're
money.
talking about Cyprus?
Yeah, England owes us money for those bases. And furthermore, Babs, wait, one more point. Furthermore, Babs, they use those bases to further control the Middle East, namely Gaza, where they fly British planes over to do reconnaissance missions to pass the information on to America, who then proceeds in alongside Israel, bombing and murdering 40,000 innocent people. So for me to have criticisms, I would say is fair.
Right. First of all, where can I find out this proof that we still owe you money? Because to be honest, Khan, if you told me the sky was blue, I would need to have proof.
That's your discretion. That's up to you.
Because you are a known liar. So yeah.
I've never ever admitted to being a liar, so I don't know who said I was a liar.
What do you mean you've never admitted? You've been caught out on lies, Khan.
Go on, give us some evidence then.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Well, go and look on Luke's channel. Luke caught you out.
Luke caught me out saying the difference between albinoism and albinism.
Yes. And you admitted that you made up a word.
Yeah.
You even made the word up.
But that's not the same as being a liar.
Look, relevant.
Just quickly. 1 minute, Babs. While Kingo's here, I was pointing out to Luke what Luke don't really understand about black people is that some of them believe that we're only white because of some genetic fault where some black people turn out white and they had this illness called albinoism, and basically because they couldn't live in Africa because it was too hot for them where they were white, they had to run away and live in Europe in the mountains in the ice, and that's how comes Europeans are white. And that is a belief that some of these strange people have, right? And I was trying to correct that and say well, I was saying that there's a difference between a black person being born without melanin, without color, and turning out like he looks like he's white, and an actual Caucasian person who is actually white. There's a difference between them. One's from an illness, and one is just through thousands of years of whatever, right? Whatever you want to call it, right? Climatization, let's call it.
I don't know. I would say it was an illness that turned into the most heightened stages of that particular strain.
Right. So basically, it's a racist belief against white people, based on this word albinoism, which I tried to correct, but Luke, being a complete mong, misunderstood it and took it as a perfect opportunity to point out a mistake that I had made and use it against me, and he's put it on his channel, basically begging black people. When he doesn't realize is that it's the black people that believe that we're white because of an illness that we have, that there's some sort of deficiency in our genetics that basically we should have.
But you can't disprove, dear. But you can't prove that's wrong, though.
No, the fact that you believe that as well.
No, I didn't say no. I didn't say I believe it, but I said you can't
maybe
disprove
you don't believe it, but you acknowledge that theory does exist, right?
It's a theory, yeah, of course.
All right, so Babs, you heard him say that, right?
Yeah.
So for someone who's a patriot, for someone who calls themselves a Western chauvinist, for someone who's proud to be white, like Luke, for him to try to kind of dismantle my side of the argument seems a little bit redundant and a little bit silly for him to do that. But he's happy to do that because it's me. Because it's me that said it.
Yeah,
because he's targeting me.
Are you talking about like the bias because Luke doesn't like you the same way as you don't like Jupiter, you don't like me, you don't like Wendy, and all you do is point out bad facts about us.
Babs.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't like you.
You prance around and you call Luke a mong. Do you know what? You're the king of the
He's a mong. Have you not seen him? He's got no lips. He's pasty. Luke. Yeah, he's got no lips. He looks like an alien from Deep Space Nine. Like he's just not well. Like he's a mong.
Oh my god, you are fucking disgusting.
Have you not seen him?
You, Khan?
What about me?
You're some big fat retarded cunt.
Most men my age are overweight.
No, they're not.
Majority
no, they're
are.
not.
Of course they are. People get fatter as they get older.
What are you in your 30s? What are you in your
What?
30s or 40s?
No, I'm like over 50.
Are you?
Yeah.
Right, so you're over 50. I know loads of 50-year-olds that are not fat. They
Yeah,
might have
that doesn't mean anything though. I said to you, majority of overweight people are older.
rubbish. That
1
is
minute, you're
absolutely
overweight,
crap.
yeah? 1 minute, Babs.
That is
What's your BMI?
absolutely crap.
Wait. What's your
You're a
BMI?
big
What's your
fat
BMI?
bastard and you don't want to do fuck all about it.
I go to gym every day. I don't know what you're talking about.
You go to the gym every day, yeah.
I do.
What to sit there and look.
Mate, your son couldn't do my workout.
Are you actually kidding?
I'm telling you straight.
Okay, my son
Yeah.
who entered Ironman not last
Well,
year, the year
in that
before.
case, I'll take it back. I didn't realise you had a
Yeah. You forget both my boys are ex-army.
That's different. That's different. But anyway, leave your sons out of it
they are
then.
fit as a fuck.
Okay, leave your sons out of it, Babs. Majority of people couldn't do my workout. Like even at my gym, a lot of people can't do my workout. It's very hard.
That is such a load of bollocks. You're a fat bastard. How can you expect anybody to believe that nobody can do your workout?
Babs, I do 90 minutes on a cross trainer at a higher pace. A lot of people do that.
90 minutes.
90,
and just
not 19, 90.
90. And you're still battling weight. You're still battling.
I just got fat
fucking
genetics.
hell, Khan.
Yeah, I know.
You're fit.
What do you want me to do, bruv?
Yeah, no, I'm saying you're fit, bruv. 90 minutes. That's fucking.
Don't believe him, Han. Don't believe him. He's a fucking liar. No way. I don't believe it.
You don't have to be Superman. It's not hard.
I don't believe it.
You put on a pair of armbands and a couple towels underneath you. You know, all that sweat would get caught up.
If you did 90 minutes on a cross trainer, you wouldn't be fat.
My workout, according to my fitness tracker, is about 600 calories. It's not that much. 600 calories ain't that much.
Oh, look, guys, I'm going to go because do you know what? Khan, you're one of the most annoying,
Anyway, before you go, let me just address one thing that you said about I don't like you lot. I actually find you lot very amusing and very interesting.
I find you quite amusing as well,
can I just finish my point?
Reasons.
I don't hate you. I'm at a different position than you, politically speaking. You lot are very right-wing, and I don't like that, and I'm opposed to that, and I'm happy to argue with you lot on politics. And if you lot want to get personal, I'll get personal, and we can just basically look at the fact of why certain people have got a bias towards right-wing politics, especially when they get old, especially when they get bitter and twisted, and basically have got no compassion for anyone else, and they're not really contributing to society. And I just feel that right-wing old people in particular, especially old biddies, have really got a very less things to contribute. And the fact that you try to run the show and be some sort of dominant power and some sort of superior position, and especially Wendy's, she's the most superior out of all you lot. And it's like the more superior you are, the more you seem like a hypocrite to me, and it just really boils my blood. And I just have to argue with you lot. It's not personal. I don't hate you. It's just you're right wing and I'm not.
Yeah, you're left wing. You're a little lefty. In actual fact, I would turn around and put you down as far left. And far left as bad, if not worse, than the far right.
No, far left is like Antifa. I'm not far left.
You are far left, Khan. Yes,
I'm not far left. I'm not. I would say I'm centre left.
Far left.
I'm centre left.
No, you're not centre left.
Why am I?
You're not centre left. You are far. Like I said, you're far left.
I don't agree with
And
that.
if you're like, well, that's fine because you call me far right, and I don't class myself
I
as
think
being
what
far
makes
right.
you far right is your views on immigration and particularly your support for Tommy Robinson. I think would put you in the category
Oh,
of
right.
being
Oh,
far
so
right.
now it comes down to the crux, does it? Because I support
Yeah.
Tommy.
So yeah, the
I'm
core
far
values,
right.
your core values. That's what
Shut
you're
your
really
fucking mouth, Khan. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I've put my case forward. If you don't agree with me, that's your
No,
beeswax.
actually, I don't.
That's
But
fine.
I do agree that you're
Yeah.
far left.
All right, mate.
And
I do agree.
what would put him in that space? What statements has he made to make him sort of a far left person?
Just everything. If you listen to him, he doesn't want any. He doesn't believe any white people in this country should be here. He thinks that none of us should be around.
That's not a left-wing ideology.
Oh yeah. Because you're like Antifa. Antifa are like that as well.
Are they?
Yes, they are. They're fucking
Mate,
idiots.
majority of Antifa would be white people.
Yeah, exactly.
You're thinking of BLM. You're thinking of BLM.
Oh, whatever. I suppose you support BLM as well.
Actually, I don't.
That makes sense because the far left don't support BLM either, do they?
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. Don't lie.
So why was Tommy Robinson saying that these people are going to come down and attack the statues of Winston Churchill and we should be there protecting them? If that's not far left, what is that? Because I don't come out my house attacking statues.
Yeah, but they were going to, weren't they?
What, the far left people? Antifa and that.
All that
I don't do things like that. I don't condone things like that.
Yeah, but there's lots of things that I don't condone, but it doesn't mean to say
Can I ask a question?
I might get a better question from you, Hun, than Khan.
Yeah, I'll just say if someone who was to pick up arms tomorrow and go and do what I think he was just some sort of, I think he was East African, and run up to the parliament and tried to say harm someone within the parliament who was, part of, the orchestrating of, most of the things that happen in the world. Would you consider him far right or far left?
Oh, do you know what? That's the decentest question I've ever been asked on this panel.
I know. Difficult, huh? I don't make them easy.
You don't, do you? Okay, you're welcome here anytime. It's nice to have somebody with a bit of intelligence. Would they be far left or far right? Difficult, but I would say probably, maybe not far, but probably left.
Okay. Oh, I thought far left would have been the most extreme case of that, space, extreme case of that space, right?
Far left.
Yeah. Gold, I've got a question for you.
You know, Mark,
If someone was racist and used the P word, would that make them right wing or far right?
What, me?
No, I'm asking the Kingo Gold. Saying if someone was going around calling people PAKI,
like you did.
I'm asking a Kingo Gold a question, Babs.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, like
if
you
somebody
did.
called people PAKI, would that be right wing or would that be far right?
Contextually, if they were like saying Packy like it was nothing, then I feel like that's a genuine.
Go on.
Generally, it's quite far for me, far right from historically, from what I can see. Because when I think,
Babs, I didn't influence his answer in any way. I asked him straight. It could have been me. It could have been you. Right? Yeah. He gave his point of view. What do you think about that, Babs? Do you think people saying the P word makes them far right?
It depends.
Go on, we're listening to you. You're teaching us now. Go on.
If they keep saying it, Yeah, they keep using it all the time. That's their normal turn to for a description of a certain group. Yeah. I would definitely say they were racist. I'm not sure. Probably far right. Yeah, probably.
So
Yeah.
you can be right wing
But hang
without being
on,
racist, right? You
hang
can be
on.
you can be a right
Yeah.
winger
When
without being
I said it,
racist.
this is the difference. When I said that word,
Hmm.
yeah, I said it once. I've never said it again since then.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that wasn't.
So
I wasn't blaming you. I
ask
wasn't blaming
your
you.
friend
No
if
way.
saying one word once under
Thing.
stress
Babs.
is
Babs.
classed as
Babs.
racist
Babs.
and
Babs.
far
I've not
right.
said. I've not said you're racist for saying it, and I
Liar.
never even brought up the. I've not even brought it up that you've said it.
Liar.
I was just asking the Kingo what he thought about it.
Yeah,
It
a
could have been
Kingo,
me, and it
what
could have
you
been.
reckon about
It could have been
somebody
me. He
saying
just
it
said.
once?
He just said that. He just said he thinks that rather than being right wing, that would make you far right. Which
Yeah,
I
but
agree with
hang
him.
on.
You
A
can be wait,
Kingo.
Babs, let me finish my point. You can
Oh,
be a right wing person without being racist. But to be far right, you would more than likely
like
high percentage be
Mark
racist.
Collette and co. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is like, nobody really fits into a bracket of being 100% one thing or another. But when we look at the behavior patterns, we can sort of like estimate roughly what little corner of politics they will be in. Now, someone like you, Babs, I would say you're definitely on the right.
I'm proud to be on the right. I'd sooner be on
Okay.
the right than on the left.
Well, I don't know about that. What's so good about the right then?
So what's so good about the left? Oh,
Because
let's
the
see.
left.
They
Oh,
want
is that not a
men
question?
and
I'm
The
women
part of
left
the
are
to
more
share
question.
okay.
toilets.
No, we can answer that. The left are way more reactionary. So racism is something that's
They
more of a
cry about more things. Yeah, I would say that was right.
well, they are in receipt of things usually. So yeah, the rate that that they're more responsive, right? Naturally, because anybody who's going to try and defend themselves in them other countries have been labelled far left. The people who are defending them are far left. Yeah, so it's like it seems to me like anybody who does pick up arms to especially defend themselves can be labelled a far left person who's an extremist, who's dangerous. That's why when I was like, rah, how can they be, almost demonizing people who were speaking out for through humanity?
Yeah.
And we've come this far, or gone that far backwards to the fact that it's acceptable now, and this is what Khan's saying, and that comes down to compassion. There's no compassion. With when it comes to the normal people, and yeah, I think that's one of the main things I've noticed out of it. But and for
what's your opinion on somebody saying that one word, that PAKI word,
yeah,
saying it once and it being under duress when they said it? Do you still say that they're far right?
it depends. If you just say what you said and you're being accountable for it, I think that's okay. But if you say it and you're like, all sort of resistant to change, and you're not trying to sort of be accountable, then that's a bit of a problem. I think it's really down to you how you want to be perceived. Can you really hurt anybody with saying PAC? No. And then we'll go on to institutional racism and what racism at its earliest definition was prejudice past power, in it. So being racist, calling someone, "Oh, you're from this particular place," and I'm going to call you the most disrespectful thing that I can think of from the place, is just words. But the act of racism, having control in powerful positions, like people issuing funding to is racist. So the most racist you can be is a politician with money, and he's meant to give money to particular groups of people, demographics, and you didn't. Now that is the most purest form of racism. It is etymological meaning, right? That is
Right.
earlier,
Yeah.
and that is the most damaging, because that means that one person can destroy 500 to however many people. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the problem with racism. That's why it got coined, the term racism, and that's why it's so powerful today, because one person could fuck over X amount of people, and it can be down to it can all be down to merchants, head doctors, people dealing with finances and funding for the most destitute and hard up people, like welfare. That can destroy, that can affect a lot of people. So if you've got racists now and people in communities, police services, racists going into them places, that's a big problem. And that's more of a problem actually for the founders of this island, because they don't want that to be the case. So that's where the internal battle's happening. That's a silent war. That's the silent war is happening. So them good people that Khan were talking about are the ones he's hoping that are basically stopping him from getting hung by a tree. So there are forces here that are have got foreigners in their best interest, right? They can't, they do not want any problems, because a lot of foreign investment is in West London, and a lot of them from foreigners, Arabs, and fucking they bought up half of West London alone, Arabs.
Yeah.
So it's in their best interest, the founders of this country, the Smiths, the Jones, the Browns, they don't want no problem. Yes, the other ones that kind of, they don't want that sort of problem. So it leaves you a bit confused and bewildered. And like I said, it's one of the most difficult things now to be the leader of a secular nation, and you're part of the allies, the old sort of the allies. You know what I mean? Because don't forget now, it's really high level sort of nation geopolitics, like I don't know, international geopolitics type of shit. But it's the psychology behind the leadership is what I'm interested in, and what their intentions are, etc. But that's, someone like Khan and me could chop that up, and I don't know, someone else who's into geopolitics. But I mean, I think a lot of people, whether they like to believe it or not, this is what I've noticed, they're a bit of left, they're a bit of centre, and a bit of right. You can't really put yourself anywhere, because you may have a belief, and we're bamboozling ourselves, trying to categorize ourselves constantly, and that makes it even more confusing. You're actually, you're not either way, you're all a bit of everything. So,
I actually believe that, because
we are.
Have you done that test? Have you done that political test on the online?
No.
Is it called the political compass test or something or other like that? And I've done it several times, and every time I've come out on the left. And it's like it's strange, because everybody else is like so busy. Belly calls me far right, which I mean, that's up to him, isn't it? But he doesn't actually know me, so it's annoying. But it's just one of those things, isn't it? Really, but it's interesting. Look it up, hun. Do it.
Can I say something to you, Babs? If you're willing, if you could see yourself hundreds of years ago willing to go and work in other places for your stuff, and then that's how you envision your country to have been built up by hundreds of years of work, then that means you're far left. But if you don't mind it the way it is, and England and America sort of cut corners and just bulldoze their way to civilization and technological advancement, then you're far right. If you agree with how it is now, you are far right. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You know, you say, oh, well, we didn't want that. We didn't want them leaders to bring all these people here. But then you guys, I'm saying the English would have had to go and work. There would have been far less infrastructure. You would have had to have worked, and it would have been built up slowly over years. And it would have, it would be half of what it is now, if not way less. It would have been a shadow of its current self, if that makes sense. So if you do believe in the honest day's work, which is laborious, demanding, and everything, right? Then that is you being far left, according to the people in Parliament. Yeah. Yeah. So we can't check the past is the past. But yeah, it's just whether people want to acknowledge what they've done, and it's not difficult.
Akingo, in historical terms, being white working class, you couldn't be far right. You'd have to be establishment. You'd have to be conservative. You'd have to be a landowner or a business owner. But the thing is, nowadays, you've got white working class people pushing the narrative of the elites because they've just been programmed into that way of thinking. And the elites have basically took over the media, they took over the newspapers, they took over television, they basically pay for everything. And people in this country have just been brainwashed into believing that they need to be right-wing to protect themselves from foreign invaders. And that's just not the case. It's like the more you vote for things that take away rights from other people, then you realize that you're actually taking rights away from yourself. Now, when you stop people from protesting, these people protesting on behalf of Palestine, it shouldn't happen on the streets of London. Jewish people aren't safe on the streets of London. And then you vote for them to stop protesting and take away their rights to protest. Well, what's going to happen in a couple of years' time when your gas bill goes so far through the roof that you want to take to the streets in protest of it, but yet you ain't got no protest rights anymore? Then what? And you realise you cut your own throat, then, haven't you? No, what I'm saying, Babs, is that for generations people have been fighting for more rights. And now, because someone else might benefit from them rights, you're prepared to forego them. You're saying, we shouldn't be in human rights conventions and we shouldn't be involved in politics that helps other people at our expense. But really, it's not at your expense, because if someone comes to live in your country and they want equal rights to you, you can't make them second-class citizens.
Right.
And the only other way of getting around it is to give up your own rights so they can't have them, which is what's happening. People giving up their own rights so other people can't have rights. And they've been brainwashed into that by the elites, because the elites don't want us to have minimum wage. They don't want us to have workers' rights. They don't want us to have citizenship. They want to be able to kick us out of the country at the drop of a hat. And it's the working class people that are supporting the elites in this. Really, white working class people have got no business pushing a right-wing elitist narrative. They don't. But they've been brainwashed into it, even though it's actually going against their own benefit. But they just can't see it.
Right. So can I say something now, Kong, without you interrupting me?
Of course you can.
Yeah, right. One, first thing I'm going to say is I've never heard so much shit in all my fucking life, yeah? So you talk about invaders, yeah? Go and ask Emily Jones' mum and dad what they think about the people that are coming into this country, yeah? Go and ask Mark Sharp's family what they think about the people who are coming into this country. I could mention so many, but I bet you don't even know who those two people are, Khan.
I would agree with you that there's psychopaths coming into this country. I will agree with you that not everyone coming into this country is a normal person. But when you look at
who those two people are?
No, I don't.
Right, okay, so I didn't think you would. So Emily Jones is a young girl that was murdered on Mother's Day by a failed asylum seeker lady about 3-4 years ago. And Mark Sharp is a man that was killed in Luton 20 years ago. He passed a Muslim man in a car and did a hand sign because he was being a prick on the road. And because he did that, the Muslim man with other people in his car then rang another load of Muslim men, and they all ganged up on him when they got to the shops. Bearing in mind as well, the man had his son in the car with him.
But what was the fact that the man's wait, Babs? What's the fact of him being a Muslim got anything to do with him being a psychopath?
They stuck a knife into his head, and he died 3 days later.
Okay, I heard you. I'm saying to you, if you saw someone sticking a knife into someone else's head, how would you know if that person's a Muslim, a Jew, or a Christian, or an atheist?
How would you know?
Yeah, how would you know? Because you're saying a Muslim man, right? I'm saying to you, how would you know he's a Muslim while he's doing his psychopath behavior?
You wouldn't while he's doing it.
Right, so how are you saying it was a Muslim man stabbed someone else in the head? What, he turned out to be a Muslim after the fact?
Well,
how did you find out it was a Muslim?
Reported.
It was reported.
Yeah, it was reported. Many,
What country was he? Like, are you using Muslim to describe his look or his behaviour?
His face.
His face. He had a Muslim face.
Face. You know.
Yeah,
religion.
I'm saying. Listen, I said, if you was describing someone carrying out an action. Are you describing them or the action? Are you describing his looks or his behaviour?
Semantics, both, man.
I don't understand. I
both, isn't
can't. Are you dumb? Well, yeah.
I'm saying Muslim doesn't describe someone's looks, does it?
Yeah, that's what your point is.
So you must be describing his behaviour. Isn't it?
I'm describing what happened, and the men were all Muslim men.
Yeah, but they could have been any religion.
They could have been, but they weren't.
So why bother mentioning that he was a Muslim, though? What are we supposed to glean from that information?
I haven't asked you to glean anything from any of the information.
Well, you're the one presenting the information.
You're the one that keeps blabbing on about refugees are welcome here. No,
all right, Babs, 1 second.
No, Carl.
Wait, slow down.
I'm going to have my say.
Slow down. You've had your say. What I'm saying is, there was a guy, an English guy, who went into an asylum seekers hotel and stabbed a guy while he was sitting down reading the paper, some Eritrean guy, Christian, African guy, stabbed him in the back about 3 times, and the geezer ran away, just about managed to save his own life, right?
Yeah.
What have you got to say about that then?
Same thing as you had to say about Mark Sharp. Nothing, because you didn't say anything about him, did you? Did you?
No, I'm saying to you that people do psychotic things because they're psychopaths. They could be immigration.
But we've got enough of our own psychopaths in this country without inheriting psychopaths from other countries. And unfortunately,
that doesn't make sense.
You can't look at somebody and say, no, Karen, you had your say. I shut up, so now you shut up. Yeah, you cannot look at somebody and say they're a psychopath. So
yes, you can.
No, you can't. You can't look at somebody when they get off a boat and say you're a psychopath because you don't know. You don't know what they look like.
Okay.
Yeah. So how are we supposed to stop these people? We can't. And unfortunately, the people of this country are suffering.
Wait, you're saying we, like, there's 2 groups of people here, English people and potential psychopaths. But I'm saying some English people are psychopaths. So when you're saying who's we?
I just said to you, we've got enough of our own psychopaths in this country.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
There's a few on YouTube. Do you know what I mean?
That doesn't make sense. We've got enough of our own psychopaths, but do we have enough of our own people? Is there enough people in this country?
Yes.
No, there
There's
isn't.
70 plus
No, there
million.
isn't. There's a shortage of workers. There's a shortage of population. There's a shortage of students. There's a shortage of everything what we're
No,
bringing
there's not.
in.
There's not a shortage of students. Don't be so ridiculous,
Do
Khan.
you know that majority of immigrants that come to this country are students? They get their immigration agreed to. They don't come here on the off chance. They have to pay money to come here, and they have to have a university place. Majority of immigrants are from the student population.
Khan, I see it as I see it. I don't see it the way that you see it. Yeah, I
What
see
do you
it
mean? I'm telling
very
you this.
straight,
It's not about the
black
way I
and
see
white.
it.
Yeah,
It's the
very,
statistics.
very
It's the facts.
easy.
How are you arguing with facts?
We have enough people in this country at the moment.
Let me explain it to you.
We
If
are
we
not.
need, listen,
We
if
don't
we
have
need
the
people,
infrastructure.
if we don't have it, listen, if we don't have enough infrastructure, then we need to build more infrastructure because we
thank
need.
you very much. Yes,
Listen,
that's what we've
excuse
been
me.
saying for
Can I
all
finish
the
my point?
time.
Can I just finish my point? That's not my fault if they're not building infrastructure. I'm saying to you the argument is that if you bring over 100,000 people to do 100,000 jobs, which we're doing, and 5% of them turn out to be wrong uns of any shape, way, or form. They could be rapists, they could be psychopaths, they could be fucking shoplifters, they could be anything. In every population of people, there is a percentage of wrong uns. Now, the fact is, you're saying because some of these people might be wrong uns, we should just have zero immigration and not let no one in.
Yeah.
Is that what you, but I'm saying then the country. But then the country will collapse. But then the country will collapse. Because you need immigrants in this country.
We need to know who is coming into this country.
Listen,
we
then
have
spend
to
money.
know.
Then spend money on the immigration staff required to vet the people. Why is it taking years and years to process claims? It's because there ain't enough people in those jobs because they're not paying money out. They're not putting money down on things that need to be put out on. There's not enough police. There's not enough hospitals. There's not enough nothing in this country because the elites are sucking up all the money and fucking hoarding it.
Yeah, and what
But
they're
that's nothing to do
doing
with.
is they're adding so many
that's nothing to do with the
people
fact
to our
that.
population every week.
But that's nothing to do with the fact of if we need immigrants or not.
It's going to collapse soon, and I'm going to be laughing my fucking little head
You're not
off.
hearing what I'm saying to you, Babs. If the rich people, right, cut back the money and don't invest in the country, right, what's the country itself supposed to do? Stop living. You can't stop living. You need to get more immigrants in. We need to get more work happening. We need to get more people working and spending money. And that money that they spend is going to kickstart the economy that will eventually lead to money getting put back into the country. You can't do it the opposite way around. You can't say, well, we've got 100,000 people coming, so we need to build all the hospitals from now. We need to build all the houses from now, and we need to build all the roads from now. It doesn't happen like that. We let the people come, and then the money that they generate pays for everything after.
Oh, so what happens in the meantime?
In the meantime, we have to struggle.
When we don't have schools for kids.
In the meantime, we'll have to struggle. But the reason, in the meantime, we will be struggling. But the reason why we're struggling is because the leadership didn't invest the money. They weren't able to foresee. They weren't giving correct judgment. They're getting paid money to run this country properly, and they're flopping it. They're failing. They're not doing it properly, right?
Well, we know that. I didn't.
Right, so it ain't my fault. It ain't your fault, and it ain't the immigrants' fault. It's the government's fault. But yet, you lot want to jump on the government's bandwagon of going down to Dover.
I actually agree with you there, Tanya. It's not the immigrants' fault that they're coming here. But what I do blame them for is what they do when they get here.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, Babs, right? Just based off of your opinion, right? Listen to this. The law currently is that everybody has the right to seek asylum, right? That is basically like saying, if you saw your neighbor running down the road and their house was burning down, would you let them come and stay with you for the night, right? That is like an act of charity, an act of goodwill, and saying that that person's a human being, that we can't leave them out on the streets to fucking weather the night on their own. They deserve to be treated like a human, right? Now, put that to one side. We've got people coming to this country on boats or wherever, however they get in here, and claiming asylum. You've got other people saying that, well, if you come into this country illegally, if you come into this country by illegal means, by coming in by a boat or whatever, then you should not, at that point, once you've been entered as an illegal, you should always stay as an illegal. You should never be able to ask for asylum at that point. Even though it goes against human rights, they're saying if you come in illegally, you shouldn't be able to ask for asylum. What do you think about that, Babs? Do you think we should uphold their human rights, or do you think we should hold their crime against them?
Well, the fact, look, Khan, I'm quite black and white, mate. Yeah, the fact that them coming to the country, they're committing a crime, then no, they shouldn't even be allowed to stay here. If they come here illegally, they should be shipped back straight away.
So basically, you're asking for human rights to get cut back. You're saying human rights ain't as important as other things. But a humanitarian person, a person who cares about humans above everything else, would put
do you mean
human
the
rights...
humans that are being killed and raped and God knows what? I care about them.
Yeah, them people, the ones that are fleeing wars to get here, them ones.
No, I'm talking about the ones in this country that
So
are
you're saying
being
the ones in
murdered,
this country
that are
come
being
first.
raped by
So
grooming
you're
gangs
saying
and stuff like
you're
that.
saying yeah, but those grooming. Listen, what percentage of those grooming gangs come here on boats?
How the fuck do I know?
I'll tell you how many. 0. They were all
None.
born in. Listen,
Of
they
course
were all
you would
born and
say
bred.
that. I knew you were going to say that.
Listen, they were all born and bred in this country.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Not all of them.
What? I can't vouch for every single one of them.
But you just said that.
When we're talking about grooming gangs, we're talking about people who were born and brought up in this country that had access to girls on the roads, on the streets.
Yeah, and what does that mean?
They were born and brought up in this country. They could at least speak English to speak to the girls, to convince them into some crime. They groomed them into a crime.
Yeah.
So they could speak to them, innit? They could relate to them.
I don't understand what your point is.
They had the same culture as them. They weren't foreigners. None of them were foreigners. They were British-born people. The gangs I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the customers or the punters that was going to see the girls or the girls in the brothels. I'm talking about the guys who actually groomed them, the gangs, the gangsters.
So you're basically saying that it's actually a British problem. It's not anything. It's not another problem.
I'm saying that those guys were born in this country, raised in this country, could speak English, and knew how to manipulate those girls into doing a crime. Right?
Because they were taught how to do it by their, their families would have come from somewhere. They would have been taught. They're not.
No, it's got nothing to do with people coming off of boats. Grooming gangs has got nothing to do with people coming off of boats, all right? Now, back to the question that I asked you.
Yeah.
About if you enter the country illegally, right, or by any other method than the conventional way of like coming on an airplane, for example.
Yeah, getting a visa and coming here and then claiming asylum when you land that way.
Well, yeah, whatever. But what I'm saying is, the British government under the Tories tried to change the law, and the court overturned it. They said, no, you can't just start making up your own laws that goes against human rights conventions, because human rights comes above whether your Conservative government or your Labour government want to change the law in favour of what the electorate want just to win votes. They're saying, no, we don't care how you get your votes. If you have to put taxes up or down or whatever, that's your business. Yeah. But when it comes to human rights, the government don't get to decide that. That's a higher power. So their decision was overturned. They tried to make it a law in this country that if you come here illegally, you have to leave this country. All right? And that law got overturned and they had to change it back again. Do you understand?
Yeah, I
Do you know
understand,
so
Khan.
the
What is
reason
your
for
point?
that is that human rights is
Because the
higher.
fucking government are too soft. That's
No,
why.
the government changed the law and the courts made them change it back.
Yeah? Because they're too soft. Because everybody just wants to please everybody except us.
No, that's what your government's doing. Changing the laws to appease you.
To appease us, right? Okay.
Yeah, to make you happy, so you vote for them.
No, they don't give a fuck about us, Khan. If you think our government would do something for us, then you need to go and give your fucking head a fucking wobble.
But they tried to change the law on immigration.
Not for us.
What do you mean? You're the one saying that that's what you want. You don't want immigrants coming here because they might be offenders or criminals. You said that yourself, so you believe that. So that government that changed the law.
We have the right to know who's coming into this country and who's not.
Babs, I'm halfway through a sentence. I'm saying that government that changed that law to make people happy was targeting that to people like you who believe what you believe, that immigrants are bad to this country. But it got overturned by a court that said no. It was a higher court that said no. We don't care if Babs wants this. We don't care if Babs and her mates want this. We're saying it's illegal. So you're asking for things that are illegal. And your government tried to give it to you, but they got overturned. Do you understand what that means, Babs? That means that the things that you want...
What is your actual point?
So the things that you want, the things that you're asking for, are against human rights and against British law.
Yeah.
So it's
against British law to know who's coming into this country. It's against our human rights to know that we're not living amongst murderers and rapists and God knows what.
This is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that if everyone knew the statistics on grooming gangs and paedophiles in this country, they wouldn't even want to come here. So if you want people to know the truth and not come to this country, why don't you just convict your own paedophiles and then put them statistics online where everyone else can see it? And maybe they'll think, oh, wait a minute, why the fuck do I want to bring up my children in England, a country full of paedophiles? But you'd rather cover up your own paedophiles and expose the Pakistani ones. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Excuse me, how have I ever said? But did I not? Am I imagining? Did I not say a bit earlier that we've got our own fucking bad people? I swear I said that twice earlier.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, it doesn't make sense. If you've got your own people, why have you put your effort into the foreign criminals? Why don't you focus on your own criminals?
Why do we have to focus on one lot? Why do we have?
Because it will stop other people coming here.
Oh, right. So you think this country is bad enough? You think every man in England is a paedophile? It's nonsensical what you're saying, Khan. It's nonsensical. Doesn't make any sense. You're not making any sense.
I've not said that. I don't know where you got that from.
Well, you're basically trying to say that all our people are bad, so we should tell the West, the whole of the world that every man in England is a paedophile, which I know isn't true because I know a lot of really good men. It's nonsense. It just doesn't make any sense, Khan. What you're asking. Your butt hurt, yeah. Because it's being called out that they're predominantly Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs. Yeah, that's what your butt hurt about.
Who told you that they're predominantly Pakistani? Who told you that?
That's what they call them, predominantly Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs.
But that was debunked. That was turned out to be not true. They said that the majority of grooming gangs.
When did that little thing slip by? So they're not, are they?
That's what I'm saying. When you're living in a world where you only pay attention to things that suit your own agenda, something like that is likely to slip by you.
It's like you.
No, I'm saying to you that the government put out something in the news that said we're correcting this myth that's going around that majority of grooming gangs are Pakistanis. The actual number is 90%, if not more, are white British people. And it wasn't a surprise to anyone, to be honest, because this country is actually 90% British and white. So the fact is, the Pakistani grooming gangs the number of them was not higher in terms of proportional representation as any other group of people. Do you understand? So if there was like, let's say for example, there was a.
Why do you keep saying?
I'll be back.
I hear you.
Oh, you're going. Oh,
Yeah, I'll be back later. I'm going to be back soon. I just need to go and do something for an hour.
All right. It's nice to have somebody intelligent on the panel, to be honest. Thank you. Right. So, Khan, what news was it that put that out? Let me guess. Was it the BBC or was it Sky?
Well, I don't know if it's the BBC. I think the government themselves put it out.
Or was it ITV? You know, one of them.
It was the government. It was the government that put it out.
Oh, the government put it out. Right. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. Right. You know, you're so brainwashed, Khan. You need to start looking a little bit further than your fat belly. Yeah, you really do. And stop relying on people like Ghost, because Ghost has got an agenda.
What's his agenda? What's his agenda?
To make sure that all British people get labelled and all his own people don't get labelled. Yeah. He's a divide. He's very he wants division. He's quite happy for everybody to be exactly, you know, fighting against each other, and you know, he's a divisionalist. And when I called him that the other day, yeah, that was telling, because he got really upset about it. So the fact that he got really upset told me that is actually true. So there we go.
So basically, you called him something, he objected to it, and because he objected to it, then you know it's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing. That is amazing.
Amazing. Oh, amazing.
That is actually very intuitive of you. Like, you're very savvy, I would say. Yeah. So
you know what you are? Very, very stupid.
You know, the fact that it's so funny that you even say that shows how wrong you are.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're a simpleton. I suppose it's not your fault, but it's actually quite funny.
Really?
You lot sit around thinking that you're so intelligent.
You've actually managed to impress me a little bit today, because you've gone up in my estimations, I'll say that, because you managed to hold a decent conversation without spazzing out and losing yourself in a mad fit of rage. You've actually been a bit coherent and managed to string together a line of logic and reason, which I don't agree with, but it was a reasonable argument you put forward. And you managed to kind of answer a few questions as well, rather than just asking questions all the time, which some people do rely on asking questions to sort of avoid the burden of evidence. But you know, you've done well. I'll give you that. You've done well.
Shame I can't say the same about you, isn't it?
Oh,
this thing from yesterday.
That's your own evaluation. That's up to your own evaluation.
Yeah.
Yesterday, what happened yesterday? What happened?
About you. You know what I'm talking. Stop trying to make out that you don't know what I'm talking about. And Khan, I'm well known on other platforms to be able to have conversations. I just can't have them on here because of mongos like you and Ghost.
I don't know. What other platforms are you talking about? You're talking about Telegram. You're talking about Telegram.
No, I don't have Telegram.
Do you have Discord?
You keep thinking that I've got Telegram. Is actually quite telling.
What about Discord? Do you have Discord?
No, I do. No, I fucking do not.
What about have you heard of this thing called Clubhouse?
No. Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
So what are these other platforms you're talking about?
You just keep on wondering and I'll know.
Okay.
Yeah? You just keep on wondering, and I will know.
Well, you
okay?
mentioned it, so for me to ask you is not really that like bad.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that I'm not telling you. But I'm just saying that I do have decent conversations. I just can't have them with mongers like you normally.
But we just had a good conversation, didn't
Yeah,
we?
I know. Khan, did you not hear what I said?
Yeah.
I said
Babs,
with you, but
can I ask you a
normally.
question?
Normally.
Apart in real life, yeah, have you ever come across any like criminals, like gangsters or anything like that? Because like I know in London, especially in London, there is a lot of crime, like organized crime syndicates compared to like in the country. So I don't know, like I don't want to presume like what it's like where you live. I'm saying like, have you ever in your life come across some gangsters doing some gangster type shit?
Well, one, I don't live in London. I don't know where you
Yeah.
got that from, but I
No, I never
don't live
said
in
that.
London. Yeah? Yeah,
Oh,
you just said
go on.
about London.
Yeah.
And
Go on. I'm listening.
yeah. But two, if I ever had, I wouldn't be telling you. Because all the stuff that I've said in the past has always come back to bite me. Yeah?
Have you got any criminals in your family like, that you're related to?
Have I got any family that I'm related to? Yeah, I've got loads of family that I'm
that are
related
criminals. That are
to.
criminals.
No, none of my family have ever
All
been
right. What
in trouble.
about Tommy Robinson? Is he not a criminal?
Tommy Robinson, is he a criminal?
Considering he's actually in prison as we speak.
I wouldn't class him as a criminal. No.
So he gets a pass. He's not a criminal.
No, he's not a criminal.
And is that based on his likability or his charisma? What's that based on?
Based on the fact that he's in prison for a civil offence, not a criminal offence.
What's a civil offence then?
Oh my God! Do you need me to explain it to you? It's something that's not criminal.
So it's not a criminal thing. So you won't have a criminal record for it then?
What, for
a civil offence?
For a civil offence?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have. I don't know. I can honestly say that I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know either, so I'm not going to try and catch you out there.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't catch me out anywhere, Khan. So you'd be probably hard to catch a fly out. But yeah, there you go.
Babs, have you been to school?
Yes, I went to school many years ago.
How far did you get with your schooling?
O levels. I left school with 8 O levels.
I think most girls do, don't they?
What does that supposed to mean?
I think girls do better in O levels than boys. Well, GCSEs now. I think girls do better.
So they're not O levels now.
They generally do better, don't they?
Yeah, I suppose I don't really know. All the girls both my daughters did well at school as well, but both did my sons too. So I suppose it depends on the person, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely depends on the person, but also I think if you're motivated to have a good career and you know that there's like jobs out there waiting for you, you're gonna try harder, ain't you? And I think with girls, they do really well at school, but then when you look at how they kind of transfer into the business world, it doesn't really make that connection. It doesn't really support it. So I think a lot of people they tell their daughters like not to bother going to university because there won't be no job at the end of it for them because obviously there's a very male orientated culture in the workplace. What do you think about that, Babs? Are you a bit of a feminist and believe women should get more opportunities in the business world?
Well, I don't think that I don't think that there is a problem with maybe I'm a bit behind the times, but I don't think that there is a problem with women getting where they want to. I've never had a problem, and I am a woman, I think, anyway. Last time I looked. So, and both my daughters, they've never had problems. One went to university, the other one didn't. Same as my sons, one went and one didn't.
Oh, I get you. That's why you're saying it's like an individual thing.
Yes, it is an individual thing.
To have ambition, you mean? Some people more ambitious than others.
Yeah, not just ambitious. Some people have more, what can you call it? Intellect. You know, maybe a few more brains inside their heads. And some people are like, they're not so savvy on paper. They like to learn things
By doing it.
Yes, yes.
I agree.
And that's a big thing. My youngest son is very much like that.
Yeah, I'm a bit like that.
He can't learn anything on paper.
He's got to be doing it.
Yeah, he has to be doing it, and he'll pick it up straight away. So,
yeah, definitely. I agree. I know what you mean. Like, it's different ways of learning.
Yeah.
And I think they're starting to understand that now. They're starting to help people find their own style of learning.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
think
good.
there's loads of different
Like,
styles
what I wanted
of
to ask you
learning.
really, Babs, is like, are you a bit of a feminist or not? Or are you a traditional conservative woman? Or do you think women should be able to like do what they want? Same as men. Do you think women should be equal to men?
I'm a bit old-fashioned, Khan, to be honest.
Right.
I believe.
So you think women
obviously,
should
my
get married and have kids
situation
rather than have a career, or do you think they
my
should do both?
situation is a bit different now because obviously I don't have any kids at home.
Yeah.
But I believe the mother should be at home. Looking after the children, and the father.
But they
should
get
be
maternity
out
leave,
working.
Babs. They get maternity leave, don't they?
Well, yeah, they do. But you look, Khan, there's no replacement, is there, for a child when he comes home and his mum's there, giving him a hug if he's had a bad day, or saying well done if he's had a really brilliant day. There's no replacement for that. And half these kids are, you know, nowadays their mum and dads don't come in until like 7 o'clock at night. And, you know, they don't see them. They're eating, you know, snack food, and the mum can't make a proper meal because she's been at work all day. By the time she gets home at
Some mums
7,
just ain't
you're not
mumsy like
eating.
that, Babs. Some
Do you
mums
know
just
what?
ain't mumsy. They're not. They ain't got that mumsy side of their nature. They're just like, go and put a pot noodle on and cook yourself something. Like they just don't bother. Like my mum, she don't like. She wants me to be like, well, from a young age, cook my own food, iron my own clothes, tidy my own room. Like my mum's like very, you know, progressive. She's not like a thingy, a traditional mum. And like, I think I benefited from that. I think it's good that you should show kids that mum's just not there to just wipe your nose and just sit at home doing nothing. Like mum can go and get an education and go to university and get a job and like be like, you know, be a role model.
I think no. I don't understand these women that have multiple children, and they just put them from babies into daycare so that they can go to work. Why are you
But they've got to
bothering?
work though. They've got to work. They've got to work.
But if you're a single parent, then yeah. But if you're not, if you're married, why is your husband not providing for you? Oh no
I don't
answer.
think they. Well, I think to be honest, I don't think some women see themselves in that role. They don't see themselves as being, you know, just a mum. Because I think some women, through like their own relationship with their mums, have realized that, you know, like they could have done, like their mums could have like done more. They could have been happier. They could have been more responsible for their own happiness rather than letting a man provide them with everything. You know, like, because even if like you have everything you need, the fact that you weren't the one that went out there and got it for yourself and someone else had to give it to you does sort of take the buzz out of life a little bit. And I think these women have been told by their mums, like, don't rely on no man, just go out there and get it for yourself. And I think a lot of women currently, like my generation, have been brought up like that, with this idea that they can have it all. They can have a family and they can have a career. And if anything, their husband can sit at home looking after the kids and they'll go out and work and bring home the money. Like they're just very career orientated people.
Everybody's different, aren't they? And that's the nice thing of the world is that everybody is different. These people who
Horses
want
for
us to all
courses,
be
as
the
they say.
same, I don't want to be a robot. I don't want to live in a world where everybody, does exactly the same thing and thinks the same way. And where's our right to have different opinions and not be attacked for what we think against what
We
somebody
are, we
else
are
thinks?
though.
Where's
We
that
are.
all
We're going.
gone?
Well, we're not allowed to be pro-Palestinian. We're not allowed to speak against Israel. You'll lose your job. You'll lose your platform.
Where have you gone?
Can you hear
Are you
me?
there? Yeah, I can hear you now. So you're not allowed to be pro-Palestinian,
No,
yeah?
you're not.
But we're not
Especially,
allowed. We're not allowed to be anti-Palestinian.
that's not true.
Yes,
Well,
it
how's
is
that?
true because
I've never.
I didn't say you, but we get attacked by people like Nixie for
Yeah, you get
being.
attacked by people, but you don't get attacked by the government or institutions. Like that would take your job away from you. There's people now, they're getting put.
If you support Tommy Robinson, you will lose your job. Believe me, I
Well,
know.
explain that. I've never heard that before.
If you support Tommy Robinson, you'll lose your job.
Yeah, I've never heard that
Honestly,
before.
it does happen. I can't say how come I know or anything else like that, but it happens. If you tell your child's school that you've taken your child to a Tommy Robinson rally, your child then is marked down, and his family are then marked down at school as far right. And believe me, a friend of mine had that actually happen to her grandchildren.
But why would your friend tell the school she was taking her kids to a Tommy Robinson rally?
Well, why not?
She wanted to take them off school for the day, you mean?
No. They did a thing on a Monday about what the child did over the weekend, and the child said where he went, and the parents and grandparents were called in to the school, and it was
Wait,
the
did you
child
say the
was
parents
marked
and the
down.
grandparents?
Yes.
What? So they were all at the rally together as a
No,
family?
the parents weren't at the rally. The grandparents took the children, but the parents knew that the children were going.
Right.
And yeah.
That is crazy.
And that is a lived experience, Con. That's not bullshit. That is a lived experience. That's what I'm saying. All these people think that we've got.
So
like,
what did the
freedom.
school do? What did the school do about it?
Marked the child down as far right. And the family.
When you say explain that, marked them down as far right, meaning what?
Well, on his records, wherever he goes from that school to the next school, it'll be marked down that the child has a far right family.
Are you sure that can happen?
Yes, that can happen. Yes, that can happen.
So they can take note of your political lenience or biases?
Yes.
What's that got to do with the child?
Why do you think the schools teach kids about Tommy Robinson?
Do they?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
What do you mean? What schools? Like primary school, secondary school? What kind of school?
I think it's secondary school.
And what do they teach them exactly?
About how bad Tommy is, and this, that, and the other.
I'm not saying you're wrong, because my kids were telling me that in their school, they're not allowed to mention Andrew Tate in the classrooms.
Well, there you go.
And this was going back a few years. They were telling me that anyone who mentions Andrew Tate gets taken out of the class and gets spoken to and told not to do that, because apparently Andrew Tate says very divisive and horrible things that, like, they found to be against women.
Yeah.
So you're not allowed to talk about him or say anything that he said, basically. But you're not allowed to repeat what he said. So maybe that is true what you're saying, because it does sound a bit hard to believe, but it might actually be true.
It is hard to believe, Khan, isn't it? It is really hard to believe. But I can assure you that is actually true. That is actually true. That happened.
I can't say you're lying, because I don't think schools
at the end of
tolerate
the day,
certain
it's
things these
disgusting.
days.
We're supposed to live in free world. Are you fucking anybody who thinks that we live in a free country
But wait a
needs to
minute.
give their head a
If
wobble.
your child, right, needs to get on in school, and there is a certain culture of like not talking about certain things like politics or religion or whatever it might be, yeah. Surely the school guiding your child into doing that in a better way is for the child's benefit.
I don't know. What harm is it taking a child to a Tommy rally?
Well, if the child starts thinking that those things are normal and like are going to be accepted and not kind of like go against them in society, they might actually say things to offend other people without realizing. So like it's good that at a young age they're kind of told, well, certain things you shouldn't talk about. I think it's very important that kids have that sort of social intelligence to not kind of offend other people. Like if you've got certain views on certain things, just keep it to yourself. You don't
Offence
have
is
to tell
not
everyone.
given. Offence is taken.
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Don't you? Well, I actually do. I actually do think that is actually right. But
Well, I think
everybody's
you got to use you got to be reasonable with it. Because you can't
everybody's
say
to
nothing
their
about.
own. Han, if you
No,
want to
but
look,
it's
if you
not
want
like
to
it's not like that
tiptoe
though, Babs. Like
around
you can't say
people,
nothing about Jews. You can't say nothing about Jews.
yeah. If you want to tippy toe around
There's laws
people,
against it. There's laws against it. In Germany, even you can't even deny the Holocaust without getting in trouble with the police. The Holocaust denying is against the law. There's laws in place. It's not just a
well,
socially implemented thing. It's that actually in the government's laws that you can't say that the
are
Holocaust
you
never
actually
happened.
sure? Because
Yeah,
I've
in
heard
Germany.
many people on here deny the Holocaust, and they haven't got
Yeah,
into
no, I'm
trouble.
saying that's why I said in Germany. In
Oh, in
Germany,
Germany. Sorry, I
being a
didn't hear that
Holocaust
bit.
denier is actually against the law. Whereas in
Right.
England, I
Okay.
don't think it is. But certain things like anti-Semitism, there's laws in place for that. So they're like to say that offence is taken, not given. Then in that case, why can't I say things about Jews then?
Well,
and I'm sure if you was going down the
yeah, but
road
I'm sure
shouting, I'm
it's
sure
not
if you was
here
going down
like
the
that,
road
is it?
shouting Jews and N-words, Jews and N-words, Jews and N-words, and was shouting it, you'd get arrested for causing a thing, a public nuisance or something. Like you'd get arrested. You wouldn't be able to walk down the road shouting N-word, N-word, N-word. Like there is race laws in place, like hate speech laws in place in this country.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the
What are you
key.
against those laws? Are you against that then? Are you against people having protection against racism?
No, of course I'm not. Of course I'm not. That's the thing, Khan. Yeah, is people don't understand that there is a difference. Yeah, between free speech and hate speech.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying hate speech.
Hate
It's not
speech is
something where you can say,
disgusting.
well, if you don't take offence, then it's not offensive. You can't actually say that to people, can you? But that's what you seem to be saying, that offence is taken, not given. So that means that you should be able to say whatever you want, and the person listening to you can decide for themselves whether to take offence or not. And I don't think that's fair to subdue someone or expose them to that level of hatred. Like you seem to imply that that person wouldn't be affected by that, and I think they would be. I think people are not that it's people who are quite emotional. Like if I walked up to a random stranger and just said to them like, "I hate you," and they went home and thought, "Fucking hell, what have I done? Why the fuck does Khan hate
But
me? Like, what have I done?"
what person in their right mind would walk up to a stranger?
But it's
Yeah.
the equivalent of calling someone the N-word or abusing them is literally a hate crime. Like, why would you call someone the N-word unless you hated them?
Or call a white person a cracker or something like that. Yeah. Because you
Or
lot
even
think.
that, I think you can get arrested. I think you could get arrested in England for actually racially abusing a white person. I think you can be. I think you can be. I think you're just calling someone a honky or a cracker, or you was like calling him a white something or a so and so, I think you probably could get arrested for that, because that is a racially motivated hate crime.
I couldn't see any policemen arresting somebody for that, whereas the other way round, yeah, they will.
No, I'm sure it's against the law. I'm sure it is against the law in England to call someone a racial name, whether they're white or not.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, I was going to go ages ago, wasn't I?
Yeah. Let's jump off, because I think Veli's going to think anyway. It's going to start up another stream of the other thing. What is it called? Other than StreamYards, there's that other one.
Oh yeah, I know which one you mean. Yeah.
He said he was going to do that, so maybe if we jump off, he can do that in his own time.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm jumping off as well.
Yeah.
Toodaloo.
All right. Bye.
If it's me or my dad, you get a scar on your chest like Saga. She fighting, that's what I'm bad at. My thing working. Come through in a beat up Honda. Give one 100 slap like Yonda. Give me the mic and I'm ride the rhythm, cause I spit the fire just like Douse him. I'm a Liverpool invader, climbing to the top just like Vega. UV me, nobody can save ya. On the mic, man, I way too major. Shocking MCs like Blanca. I got money in the bank, I'm a banker. You got money in the... Look, kick with the hooks like bullrock. Get the raver jumping like a bullfrog. I've been doing it for more than a while. In the game I'm a soldier like Gaio. So, cause they're big like Zangief. Don't think you can ever try it. Now you don't wanna get into no big man beef. I'm here, if you want the lyrical, I'm the guy son. Stuck in a pretty like a dice. I'm like a big man. If you wanna come on. If it's me.